Chapter 1 mistakenly brought home the prop diagnosis. Sister Lu, the script I take home to read slowly, first back, drive slowly on the road. Shin Lang got down from the car and revealed a bright smile to the woman in the car. The evening afterglow hit his handsome side face, as if adding a halo, so that the women in the car are a little dumbfounded. It had been almost a year since she had partnered with Shin Lang, and she thought she was immune to it, but she couldn't help but be amazed every time she saw this face. This time, although the role is not much, but the performance is estimated to be more colorful, you go back and think about it. Lu Jia retracted her eyes and drove away with a word of advice. Shin Lang watched her leave, and only then turned to brush his face and walked into the high-grade villa area in front of him. 10 minutes later, Shin Lang skillfully entered the password to enter a small 3-story villa in the front row. The moment he just entered the door, he felt something was wrong. A pair of red high heels. Su Miaohan had returned? Shen Lang's eyes were stunned. Contractually married for almost 3 years, this woman usually has a large part of the time does not go home much, even if she goes home is basically the latter part of the night. Today so early back, the sun came out of the west? He had just changed his slippers when a pretty figure wearing a silk nightgown appeared on the second-floor walkway. Snow White slender as white jade like long legs, light and soft pajamas loosely fit on her proud petite body. Further up, there was an ascetic, stunningly beautiful face. It seems to be the reason that she just took a bath, her white tender cheeks with a hint of redness, her hair was pulled up high and tied in a pill head, and her clear and cold eyes carried an air of superior scrutiny and indifference. "Where did you go?" Shin Lang raised his head and glanced lightly, quickly lowered his eyes and said meekly, "Sister Lu is looking for me to do something." "Have you eaten? I will go to cook for you." Su Miaohan lightly jade legs interlocked, step by step down the stairs. Just sat on the sofa, the eyes saw a folder on the coffee table that Shin Lang had just put down. Originally this was Shin Lang's privacy, she was not interested in caring more, but through the transparent folder, she vaguely saw the words diagnosis. Diagnosis? Shen Miaohan subconsciously frowned. Did this guy get sick? After hesitating for a while, looking at Shin Lang who was still busy in the kitchen, she did not resist opening the folder. Lung cancer advanced stage. Shen Miaohan's pupils abruptly shrunk, nearly screaming out in shock. He actually had cancer, still in an advanced stage. At this moment, Shen Miaohan's heart was completely messed up. Although there was no emotion between them, Shin Lang was just a resident singer that she had casually grabbed from a bar 3 years ago when her family urged her to get married. But after all, they have been together under one roof for 3 years. These 3 years Shin Lang behaved exceptionally docile, not only took care of the house in order, but also had a good hand at cooking, taking care of her life in every way. It seems that she has long been accustomed to the existence of such a person in her life. Now that this person was suddenly suffering from a terminal illness, she was more or less uncomfortable in her heart. In fact, because the white moonlight is about to return to the country, she deliberately rushed back to come back in advance today, is to want to have a good chat with Shin Lang about the matter of divorce, but at the moment, the situation makes her how to say it? Su Miaohan put the diagnosis back into the folder, sitting there in a daze. After a while, the restaurant came Shin Lang's magnetic voice, "Mr. Su, wash your hands, can open dinner." Su Miaohan came back to her senses, and her vision fell on his face in an unusually complex way. His smile was still the same as before, warm and sincere. Almost 3 years, it seems that you can't see a bit of negative emotions from him, he is always so sunny and warm, as if a small round of sun shines on the haze and fatigue deep inside her heart. On the table were 3 dishes and 1 soup, all of which Su Miaohan usually loves to eat. Only she did not have any appetite tonight, ate a few chopsticks, looked up at Shin Lang and asked, "How much longer?" Shin Lang was slightly stunned, and after reacting, he understood that she should be asking about that 3-year contract. He thoughtfully returned a smiley face, "There are still more than 2 months." The arrival of this day he had long been well prepared mentally. After all, when he got married Su Miaohan's secretary Chen Meng had seriously cautioned him. The reason why Su Miaohan chose to marry him was not only because her family was urging her to get married, but more importantly, Shin Lang's looks were 3 or 4 points similar to Chu Gongzi, Su Miaohan's white moonlight who had left the country 3 years ago to further her education. In other words, he was just a replacement for Chu Gongzi after he left. Chu Gongzi's return to China was imminent, and Su Miaohan suddenly asked about the contract, presumably because she wanted herself to make room for her white moonlight. After the words fell, inadvertently glancing at Su Miaohan's lightly frowning eyebrows, Shin Lang heart helplessly sighed, and added another sentence. "Please rest assured that Mr. Su, when the time comes, I will take the initiative to leave, and will never bring you any trouble." In fact, he can understand, after all, it is the heart for 3 years of the white moonlight, she does not want to let the other side to see the existence of another man around, it is also normal. Su Miaohan had treated him quite well over the years, so perhaps he shouldn't have made it so difficult for her. Thinking like this, he has already made a decision in his heart, this way Mr. Su, I will move out as soon as possible, but it's not easy to find a house in Shanghai, can you allow me 3 days, after 3 days I promise to move out immediately. You want to move out so badly? This sentence, I don't know how to provoke Su Miaohan, only to see her eyebrows deeply knit, the absolutely beautiful face obviously with a trace of annoyance. Shen Lang was a bit dazed, not understanding what she meant by this. Su Miaohan stood up with an iron face and through her voice, I didn't ask you to move, so just give me an honest stay here. Do not eat. After saying this, she went straight back to the study. Shen Lang stared blankly at her departing back, wondering what had happened. Su Miaohan generally does not take the initiative to talk to him, the moment she opens her mouth, there must be something important. She took the initiative to ask about the contract today, obviously wanting to resolve this matter as soon as possible. And since he had already taken the initiative to leave, logically she should be very happy, why would she appear annoyed? After pondering carefully for a while, Shen Lang probably understood. Su Miaohan how to say is 10 billion female president, the spirit of the contract is still there, it is estimated that she cannot hang up her face, want to fulfill the remaining 2 months according to the contract. That's right, she has always been this kind of person, these years, although his attitude is cold, but said that there has not been a time when he has not fulfilled the contract. But while the other party spoke of the spirit of contract, she couldn't afford to be insensitive. It was better to hurry up and find a place to move out early. He hurriedly finished his meal, cleaned up his chores, and took the folder from the coffee table back to his bedroom. In the folder was the script of the new drama that Lu Jia had picked up for him. The drama was going to start shooting in 3 days, so he had to seize the time to familiarize himself with it. The moment he opened the folder, Shen Lang was slightly stunned. How did he bring this diagnosis back? This diagnosis is a prop for his role. Probably when Sister Lu took the script, she accidentally brought this prop folder back by mistake. Chapter 2 Do you have any wishes? The bright and open room, with its simple style, was quite a cozy style. Shen Lang sat in front of the desk and carefully studied the script, making notes while reading, and soon the book was densely filled with character biographies. Shen Lang has always been a very serious person. No matter what he does, he will put 100% of his energy into it. Although the role Lu Jia gave him this time was only a male number 5, or a web drama with low investment, he still put in his fullest enthusiasm to figure out the character of this role. Time quickly came to 9 o'clock. Shen Lang looked at his watch and got up and came to the kitchen. Su Miaohan is a workaholic, especially in these years she just took over the family's company, so busy all day long that she couldn't even care about eating, and over time, boiled out a serious stomach problem. Shen Lang knows this thing, spent a great price to find a lot of well-known Chinese medicine, and bought a lot of medical books back to study, blending a kind of medicinal porridge. To say it is also amazing, Su Miaohan since eating the medicinal porridge, the symptoms obviously reduced a lot. So Shen Lang thundered every night to boil a bowl of medicinal porridge for her, even if Su Miaohan is often not at home, living in the company for a long period of time, he also sends it rain or shine for 3 years. On the self-cultivation of employees, Shen Lang felt that he was still quite qualified. The fragrant medicinal porridge was quickly boiled. Shen Lang sank a bowl full of it and walked to the door of the study with a smile. Just as he arrived at the door, he heard Su Miaohan's voice faintly coming from inside and seemed to be talking to someone on the phone. Su Miaohan's voice was extremely gentle. It was hard to imagine that the unearthly Su Miaohan actually had such a gentle side. Are you coming back early? Okay, I'll pick you up at the airport at that time. I've already told you, he and I are only contractually married, and I haven't let him touch my fingers in the past 3 years. The contract will end in 2 months, so I'll make it clear to him then. Shen Lang waited for a while until he felt that she hung up the phone, then he knocked on the door of the room. Su Miaohan opened the door and saw him with a slight frown, until she saw the medicinal porridge in his hand, then her eyebrows stretched. Mr. Su, just boiled the medicinal porridge, drink it while it's hot, I won't bother you. Shen Lang put down the medicinal porridge and then prepared to leave. Do you have any wishes? Su Miaohan suddenly asked. Shen Lang was stunned for a moment, then revealed a warm smile. He knew that Su Miaohan had always been a kind-hearted woman, and after taking over the Su Group, she had donated dozens of buildings to the Hope Primary School alone, and was a famous philanthropist in Shanghai. Perhaps realizing that the contract was coming to an end, she wanted to make up for it. Thank you, Mr. Su. Shen Lang gently shook his head. 3 years ago you paid me a lump sum of $5 million, and over the years have given me many gifts one after another, giving enough already. I don't have any wishes for the time being, but I still want to thank you." Su Miaohan was silent and did not speak again. Just when Shenlang was about to leave, she spoke again. "I know an internal medicine doctor who has a reputation both at home and abroad, especially good at treating lung diseases. I have already called and contacted him. A moment I will send you his contact information, you can find him to see." When Shenlang heard this, his heart couldn't help but be slightly warmed. 3 years ago, the orphanage he was in suddenly caught fire, and the director, Grandpa Li, in order to save the children, repeatedly rushed into the fire at the risk of his life, which not only caused extensive burns, but also led to a serious lung disease due to the inhalation of a large amount of smoke in his lungs. The reason why he accepted this contract in the first place was to raise money for Grandpa Li's treatment, as well as to rebuild the orphanage. This matter he had never told Su Miaohan. He also thought that Su Miaohan wouldn't care about this kind of thing. It seems that he thought wrong. She should have quietly learned about it behind the scenes. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Shenlang expressed his gratitude. The next morning, Shenlang woke up early and made a hearty breakfast. While waiting for Su Miaohan to get up, he stood in the living room practicing his lines. At 8:20, Su Miaohan was fully dressed and walked out of her room. A short shawl, little pink and purple jacket accentuated her excellent figure, and her lower body was paired with a soft yellow velvet knee-length skirt. Lacquer black hair on the shoulder, clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, white and flawless skin through a light red powder, thin lips such as rose petals delicate. I have to say, this woman is really beautiful and thrilling. Anywhere on her body has a unique flavor. Are you up? Breakfast is on the table. I warmed up milk for you in the microwave. There are several kinds of breakfast, depending on which one you like to eat yourself. Shenlang looked over and revealed a warm smile. Su Miaohan nodded slightly, sat at the table and ate breakfast elegantly in small bites. Worthy of being a daughter of a wealthy family, since childhood received elite education, her every move is full of intellectual elegance, pleasing to the eye. Su Miaohan likes to be quiet, and Shenlang is not good at practicing his lines in front of her. When he was about to go back to the house, Su Miaohan called out to him. "Last night I helped you make an appointment with Dr. Jiang. It just so happens that he will come to Nanya Hospital today for an exchange. In a moment you will go over and call him directly." Shenlang nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Su Miaohan hung her head and silently ate her breakfast. Shenlang went back to the house and gave himself a simple styling. Not long after, he heard the sound of the door closing from outside. It should be Su Miaohan has gone out to work. After Shenlang finished organizing, he first went to wash the bowl, and then went out and prepared to take a taxi to the hospital. Just took the cell phone out, a red Porsche 718 stopped in front of him. The car window was lowered, revealing Su Miaohan's exquisite pretty face. "Come up, I will send you there." Shenlang froze. He knew the significance of this car for Su Miaohan. This car was the most inconspicuous one among Su Miaohan's array of luxury cars, but it was Chu Gong's birthday gift to her. Su Miaohan on this car is exceptionally important. Tens of millions of sports cars she does not care, but only this car she is carefully cared for maintenance, cannot afford it to suffer a little bit of damage. This car she never let the boys sit, including him Shenlang. Today this is how? "No trouble, Mr. Su, I'll take a taxi on the line." Shenlang quickly shook his head. In case of scratching or dirtying the car, he could not afford it. Su Miaohan's eyebrows suddenly wrinkled up. "Come up." Shenlang opened his mouth in a daze. In her increasingly cold eyes, finally said thanks, obediently got into the car. The morning rush hour car is particularly large. The car walks and stops. The interior is eerily quiet. "When did you find out?" Su Miaohan suddenly broke the silence. Shenlang thought she was asking about Grandpa Li, and answered, "More than 2 years ago." Su Miaohan was stunned for a moment, her eyebrows slightly knit. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Shenlang is full of puzzlement. Her words today seem to be a little more. In the past a year cannot say so many words, but think of her as also a good intention. Then said, "Mr. Su, your busy work. I do not want to disturb you because of these things." Su Miaohan's voice was filled with annoyance. "Even if it is a contract marriage, but legally, we are also considered a couple. This kind of thing you should not hide from me." "I know." Su Miaohan saw his somewhat despondent face from the center rearview mirror. The fire that had just been born suddenly dissipated, sighed and said, "If there is any need, you can call me at any time." Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of Nanya Hospital. "I will have a morning meeting, will not accompany you in." Su Miaohan looked at him and said, "Cooperate well with the doctor's treatment. If you need money, give me a call." "Okay, thank you Mr. Su for your concern." Shenlang sincerely expressed his gratitude. Su Miaohan looked at him again and drove away from the hospital with a foot of gas. Chapter 3. You are my only friend. Little Shin is here. Little Shin came to see your grandfather again? What a good boy. My family that little beast was born equal to not born. I was hospitalized for half a month, just came once, wrongdoing Just entered the ward. Several uncles and aunts greeted Shin Lang in a friendly manner. Auntie Zhang, Uncle Lu, Grandpa Wang, you are all better, right? Shin Lang asked with a smile. Much better, Xiao Shen. Later you can accompany me to play 2 more games. You did not come yesterday, my hands are itching. Grandpa Wang laughed. Shin Lang gave everyone a share of the fruit he bought, answered with a smile, and then walked to the 3rd hospital bed. On the bed lay an old man in his 60s, his face was burned by the fire, and although he had done many plastic surgeries, he still looked very hideous. The old man's spirit was still good. When he saw Shin Lang, he grinned. Alone, didn't I tell you that work is important and you don't need to come every day to accompany me as an old man? Grandpa, I found a lung disease expert for you. Today he happened to come to Nanya Hospital to exchange. Later I will find him to give you a look. Shin Lang sat on the edge of the bed and peeled an apple for him. Just halfway through the peeling, the doorway hooted and hollered in a few doctors checking the room. The leader is a tall female doctor, although wearing a mask, but still can see her amazing beauty from the eyebrows. Gu Wanxia, the talented female doctor of Nanya Hospital, and likewise Grandpa Li's attending physician. Shin Lang, coming so early today. The moment Gu Wanxia saw Shin Lang, her eyebrows arched and she smiled. Sister Evening Xia. Shin Lang hurriedly got up to greet him. Thanks to Gu Wanxia taking care of him these 3 years, he was very grateful to this kind female doctor. Gu Wanxia finished her usual room check and called Shin Lang to the side. Shin Lang, are you short of money recently? Shin Lang was stunned for a moment. Grandpa Li's treatment fee has been used up. If you are short of money, Shin Lang understood what she meant. He was indeed very short of money during this time. The 5 million that Su Miaohan had given him in the beginning had long been spent, and in the past 2 years or so, he had made some on his own, all of which had been invested in the bottomless pit of treatment fees and the orphanage. He also thought about asking Su Miaohan to borrow money, but it's not like other people owe themselves anything. On the contrary, she had taken care of Shin Lang quite a bit in the past few years, and he really couldn't open this mouth. Thank you, late summer sister, the treatment fee thing I will think of a way. Shin Lang thanked her good intentions. These years Gu Evening Xia has helped him enough, he does not want to owe her favor. Gu Evening Xia sighed quietly, together for 3 years, where she does not know Shin Lang's temperament, looked docile and well behaved, but in fact the temperament is more stubborn than anyone. Well, if you need help, feel free to ask me, unless you don't take me as a friend. Shin Lang revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Of course, you are my only friend, something must be the first to you open mouth. The only friend? Gu Wanxia's pretty face hidden in the mask flushed, looking at Shin Lang's handsome face, heart-thumping accelerated chaos. Hey, people have gone far away, still look, be careful of eyes falling out. A snow-white slap landed on her shoulder. Gu Wanxia was surprised and turned back to see the promising face of her good girlfriend Zhou Yanting. What are you babbling about? Gu Wanxia blanked her. No ivory can be spit out of a dog's mouth. Humph, others don't know you, but I still don't know? Every time you look at people's eyes, they are almost dilated, dead duck's mouth. Zhou Yanting unmercifully exposed her. Gu Wanxia's bright and pretty face became more and more red. Can you shut up? I'm just an ordinary exchange between a doctor and a patient's family member to him. It's not as outrageous as you say. Do you believe it yourself? Zhou Yanting cackled. These 3 years you took care of that Li Zhongquan, just like taking care of your own grandfather. I have never seen any doctor taking care of a patient to such an extent. Or are you substituting yourself as his grandson-in-law? You're going to die. Gu Wanxia went after her with a red face. Someone was revealed to be annoyed. The two messed around in the hallway for a while. Seriously, late night, if you really like to go after these days who still have to men chasing women this little brother person is really good, super handsome, and gentle and considerate. His orphanage so many people, other people at most bring things to see a glance, only he 3 years as one day clothes do not take care of. Zhou Yanting said seriously, now this society, such a conscientious person is really not much, although he has no money, but your family has a lot of money Gu Wanxia's eyes flashed a trace of bewilderment. She still clearly remembers that day 3 years ago, Shin Lang's eyes praying in fearful kneeling in front of her, begging her to cure Li Zhongquan. At that time, the orphanage came a lot of people, other people are thinking about the fire their own things are not burned out, perhaps there are also people worried about the safety of Li Zhongquan, but only Shin Lang full of heart full of thoughts about the safety of the patient. After that, she could see him every day, unclothed, in front of Li Zhongquan's bed, patiently feeding, helping the patient wipe his body, for him to do postoperative health, day after day. It is said that there is no filial son before the bed of a long illness, but Gu Wanxia did not see a trace of impatience on his face. Perhaps it was this heartfelt sincerity that impressed her, and Gu Wanxia also divided more of her energy to take care of Li Zhongquan, and over time became familiar with Xin Lang. The real warming up of their relationship originated from a medical dispute a year ago. At that time, the patient's relatives came to 7 or 8 exhausted patients sent to the hospital failed to cure. The other party hard to blame the hospital and the attending physician head, Nan said the hospital killed people, demanding sky-high compensation. Things did not come to an agreement. This group of people ferocious will be the attending physician Gu Wanxia blocked in the parking lot, some people even armed with a knife ready to murder. The key time is Xin Lang for her blocked the fatal knife, in the hospital for a month to lie before recovering. Gu Wanxia woke up from the memories, said with a bitter smile, "This cannot be said nonsense, people are already married." Ah? He is married? Zhou Yanting was taken aback, but after so many years, how come he never saw his wife come? His wife is usually busy at work. That's too bad, such a good little puppy can be too rare. I do not know which woman is so lucky, have his care, this woman must be particularly happy at. Zhou Yanting's heart was filled with regret. She also made up her mind that if Gu Wanxia didn't have any ideas, she would be ready to get on. She didn't know that she was already married. Gu Wanxia's heart was also full of bitterness, and when she saw Xin Lang's face that was talking and laughing with Li Zhongquan in the ward through the door of the room, she lost her mind for a while. Chapter 4. A toad can never eat swan meat. The day passed by quietly. Because Su Miaohan had greeted her in advance, the appointment with Dr. Jiang went exceptionally smoothly. After the examination, Dr. Jiang told him very clearly that Grandpa Li's disease could be cured at its root, but only required an expensive surgical fee. Hearing this good news, Xin Lang was in a good mood all day. When he returned home, Su Miaohan had not yet returned. This is a daily operation, 365 days a year. Su Miaohan basically half the time is not at home, in addition to the work is too busy, most of the time sleep in the company. Xin Lang is also clear that Su Miaohan is trying to avoid contact with him. She really loves her white moonlight, for him to keep his body like a jade. 3 years in addition to business etiquette, never refused to get too close to any man, even if it is Xin Lang this nominal husband. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xin Lang boiled up the medicinal porridge and took a taxi to Su Miaohan's company. Su's mansion. A luxury building of up to 68 floors, located in the busy area of the inch of land, the building neon flashes at night, luxury in the atmosphere. Walking into the hall, the interior is brilliant, just like a palace. Have to marvel at the Su Group's strong financial strength. Especially since Su Miaohan took over, these years Su Group has become more and more prosperous and vigorous. Xin Lang stood there, as if a grain of millet, looks so small and humble, invariably has a feeling of inferiority. Usually when facing Su Miaohan at home, this could not be felt. Standing in her company, Xin Lang only practically understood how big the gap between the two sides was. "Give me the thermos box." Chen Meng stepped on her high heels and walked out of the elevator, her cool and translucent eyes projected onto Xin Lang's handsome cheeks, and faintly stretched out a slender white palm. "Trouble." Shen Lang handed the thermos box over. When he was about to leave, Chen Meng suddenly said, "Zhu Gongza's return date has been advanced, and he may return tomorrow afternoon." Shen Lang's figure paused. "In order to avoid misunderstandings, it is better for you to move out of Mr. Su's house earlier." Shen Lang nodded, "I am already looking for a house." Chen Meng froze slightly when she heard this, and could not help but look at him a few more times. Although she knew that Xin Lang and Su Miaohan were contractually married, she did not know that Xin Lang did this initially in order to raise money for Grandpa Li's surgery and rebuild the orphanage. She only thought that he was a white boy who ate soft rice, so she always looked down on him and never gave him a good face. "I thought that Xin Lang would still pester him, but I didn't expect him to be so sensible and take the initiative to look for a house before he even opened his mouth. This is good, and it is also free of more words. It is best if you can think like this." Chen Meng said coldly, "You also know that the person that Mr. Su loves has always been Zhu Gongza, and it has never changed over the years, but instead, that precipitated love has become more and more intense. Although what I said is a bit hard to hear, but I still want to remind you a sentence, should not think of what should not think more, toad is never able to eat swan meat, I think you should have self-awareness. After you leave, I hope you won't bother Mr. Su again, it will bring distress to her life. You know that Miss Su has always been a very kind person, there are some things she can't say, so I can only say them for her." Xin Lang clenched his fists tightly, his heart was a bit stifled, but after a long time he gradually loosened it and nodded. What qualifications does he have to be angry? This was just a deal in the first place. Please tell Mr. Su that I have always been clear about my position, and I have never dared to have any improper thoughts. I will move out as soon as possible. After saying that, he accelerated his pace to leave, his back looking more or less a bit hasty and wretched. Chen Meng stood there staring at him as he left. Her heart was a little overjoyed, as if what she had just said was a little too much. She and Su Miaohan and Chu Gongzi, three people, are university classmates, but also Su Miaohan and Chu Gongzi's common best friend, back then witnessed their sweet romance. So she was particularly disgusted by Shen Lang, the third party who ate soft rice. Just now said these words is also her own initiative. The purpose is to let Shen Lang know difficult to retreat. Now it seems that this person is still quite sensible. This is the best, whether it is for himself, or for Su Miaohan and Chu Gongzi, it is the best result. Chen Meng's words made Shen Lang realize that he had to hurry up and pack up and get out. Su Miaohan was the big president and couldn't throw away her face, borrowing Chen Meng's mouth to say these words. Since people have said so, and then deadbeat relying on, seems a little ungrateful. People are so good to themselves, why do you want to make it difficult for them? Shen Lang has always been a person who does not like to trouble others. This will make him very uncomfortable. So, the next morning, Shen Lang specifically bought a large suitcase bag, began to pack up the luggage. After packing up all the things, it was already noon. Shen Lang was not in a hurry to leave either. No matter what, he should have said hello to Su Miaohan before leaving, and it would be rude to leave quietly. He waited until more than 6 o'clock in the evening. Su Miaohan hadn't come back yet, and he didn't know if she would come back today. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and sent a tweet, "Are you coming back tonight?" After a long time, the other party returned 2 words, something? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. Things I have packed up, tonight can move out, want to say goodbye to you face to face, if you have something to do, then in the WeChat with you say it. After sending the message, Shen Lang has been waiting for the other party to reply, but for a long time did not receive a reply. Probably busy. Su Group, so big a company, to worry about too many things, she cannot care about this small matter is also very normal. After thinking about it, Shen Lang sent another sentence, "The key I put on the dining table, if you do not feel confident, you can change the key core. I'm free these 2 days, if you want to get a divorce certificate, you can notify me at any time on the line, I'm at your disposal. Also, the recipe for the medicinal porridge I put on the dining table, remember to drink a bowl every night, it is more stomach nourishing, I will not send you later." He did not think that the other party would respond, and finally gave the home a sanitation. Shen Lang dragged the suitcase downstairs. Looking back at this upscale villa area, Shen Lang heart some frustration, after all, is to live for almost 3 years of the place, more or less still a little bit of feelings. This time to leave, I am afraid that this life will not come back. Came to the main road outside the villa area, Shen Lang decided to first find a hotel to settle down. Yesterday he contacted the agent side and said the requirements for renting a room, only that it is not easy to find a house in Shanghai, and it is even less easy to find a favorable house, so he may have to wait for a while. The moment he raised his head, Shen Lang suddenly paused. Chapter 5 Round and round, that person is still you. In front of me is a gloomy and terrible face. Shen Lang's voice was stuck in his throat, wanting to say something and could not say it. Getting along for so long, he was the first time to see Su Miaohan this kind of face. She has always been elegant, indifferent, intellectual, like a fairy who does not eat earthly fire. No matter how angry she was, she had never shown this kind of embarrassing face. This made Shen Lang a little overwhelmed. Did he do something wrong? He thought back carefully, it seemed that everything was done according to her idea. She wanted her to move out, and she moved out overnight. But why was she still angry? Was it disrespectful to her for leaving without saying hello in person? It seemed like it was a bit. No matter what, she was the boss, and it seemed a bit uncharacteristic for an employee to leave her job and just leave. Shen Lang's handsome face flashed a trace of embarrassment. "Sorry, Mr. Su, I should have told you in person before leaving, I apologize to you." He didn't know why Su Miaohan would suddenly come back, but she was probably worried that there was something in the villa that she would be able to slip away. After all, there are a lot of expensive things in there, especially there are some Chu Gongzi sent her gifts. For those gifts, Su Miaohan's degree of preciousness Shen Lang has always been in the eyes. For example, a few tens of thousands of dollars of Cartier watches, she bought a few $100,000 of exquisite gift boxes for packaging, placed in the most conspicuous position in her study, as if she wanted to see things. The rest of the watches worth millions of dollars, paintings and calligraphy, antiques, there are quite a few at home, and these things have not set up a defense against Shen Lang at all. Now that he is leaving, it is right that she is worried. So he hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, I took away all my clothes and so on. I can open the box for you to check, or we go back first, you count your personal finances, and then I will leave." "I am this kind of person in your eyes?" Su Miaohan's voice was cold. Shen Lang froze for a moment and cursed himself for being tongue-tied. Even if he thought so in his heart, he shouldn't have said it. If you say it like this, then it does not appear that people are small-minded and calculating. He hurriedly remedied, "Mr. Su, I do not mean this, I want to say. Go back." Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, Su Miaohan coldly rebuked. Shen Lang was stunned, looking at her striding in front. There was a moment of trance. Su Miaohan's walking posture has always been very elegant, one step at a time, as if there is a kind of step-by-step lotus, wonderful, pleasing to the eye. But now she, more or less a little bit of gambling, meaning, the step is very big. Shen Lang, hard wondering at the same time, also dragged the suitcase to follow up, thinking that she should want to let himself go back to the inventory of financial it. After all, in this public place, she, this beautiful president, also cannot wipe this face. Or should take care of her face first. Entering the house, Shen Lang took the initiative to open the suitcase. When he first arrived at this home 2 years ago, he had nothing, and brought a few pieces of cheap change of clothes. Now these clothes in the suitcase, all of which were purchased later, are not cheap. It is not that he is wasteful. As Su Miaohan's nominal husband, he wears too poorly will affect Su Miaohan's image. In addition, he is an actor, he also has to pick up his own. In the acting circle has always been to honor Luo clothes first and then people. In addition to clothes, the rest is some interpretation of books, a laptop, and Su Miaohan gave him a watch. These 2 watches are not low in value, the worst one is more than $100,000, is his birthday in these 2 years, Su Miaohan gave him a birthday gift. There weren't many things, at a glance. Su Miaohan did not look at the box, a pair of wonderful eyes have been staring at him, vaguely with anger. Shen Lang was very uncomfortable, his body carried a few moments of dryness, being stared at by such a beautiful president with a strong aura, honestly made people very apprehensive. Will she think that I am secretly hiding her luxuries? I don't blame her for thinking so. After all, I am a poor person, and in the face of those expensive luxuries, how many people can resist the temptation? "Mr. Su, do you want to take an inventory first?" "Shen Lang, do you think this is interesting?" Su Miaohan's tone seems to carry the slag of ice that will not melt for all eternity. "What?" Shen Lang looked up to meet her pretty eyes that were spitting with anger. "Bring the things back to your room," Su Miaohan said sternly, and then walked towards the study in large strides and threw the door of the room shut with force. The banging sound scared Shen Lang to the core. What did she mean by this? Shen Lang was a bit puzzled, letting himself bring his luggage back to the room. Could it be that he was preparing to count the finances and then let himself leave? Su Miaohan was a king in business, a famous genius businesswoman in the circle, but she was a bit careless in life, regularly forgetting where she put things. She had so many luxuries, it was estimated that many of them she herself had forgotten. Trying to take inventory would probably take a while. Shen Lang was a bit hesitant, not knowing whether he should leave or not. In the end, after thinking about it, he still sighed and dragged the luggage back to the room with his head hanging down. Forget it. It's better to wait for her to take inventory first, in case she really lost something and blamed it on herself. There might be a jail sentence at that time. This night Shen Lang did not cook, nor did he bother to ask Su Miaohan if she had eaten. He was in an irritable mood. Tomorrow afternoon Chu Gongzi will be back. At that time, Su Miaohan might even bring the person back. Although Shen Lang didn't dare to have any improper thoughts about Su Miaohan, but seeing them spreading dog food under his eyes and perhaps doing something indecent, it would be a torment for him. Could it be that he was destined to suffer this torment? Forget it, after taking people's money, what's a little torture? Lying on the bed tossing and turning, Shen Lang did not know when to fall asleep. The next day he took a long time to sleep, woke up already more than 9 o'clock. Go out and look, Su Miaohan is not at home, should have gone to work. Shen Lang sat on the sofa for a while, not knowing where to go from here. I don't know Su Miaohan last night inventory good or not. He picked up the phone a few times to ask, but can't drum up the courage. He remembered how angry Su Miaohan was when he said this last night, and she is probably very busy now, so it's better not to give people a hard time. The big deal is that when Su Miaohan brings Chu Gongzi back tonight, he will find a reason to go out and stay at the hotel, giving them space. Throughout the daytime, Shen Lang was at home studying the script and practicing repeatedly in the mirror. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 5 o'clock in the evening. Shen Lang's mind began to drift. At this time, Chu Gongzi should have returned. Su Miaohan had missed him for so many years, she should be especially happy now. What are they doing now? Thinking about this, Shun Lang couldn't help but be a little out of his mind. Sometimes he was actually quite inferior, especially when compared to a quality male like Chu Gongza. Not only did he have a good family history, handsome looks, and was a big star, he heard that his personality was also very good. He was excellent in all aspects. In comparison, he was just a fatherless orphan, an 18th line actor who could only play small roles, and was crushed by the other party on all fronts. It was no wonder that a stunningly beautiful female president like Su Miaohan was infatuated with him. Shen Lang can't talk about liking Su Miaohan, but at this moment, more or less still a little envious of Chu Gongza. Picking up his cell phone, Shen Lang suddenly saw that Chen Meng had sent a friend circle. The accompanying picture was a picture of Chu Gongza and Su Miaohan having dinner together in a Western restaurant. It had to be said that Chu Gongza was really handsome. Standing in a male perspective, Shen Lang felt that this man was handsome without any dead ends. He sat with Su Miaohan, just like a pair of golden children. With the text, round and round, that person is still you, this pair, I knock 100 years. Chapter 6. The white moonlight comes to the door. Shen Lang tried to control himself not to look at it more, but he still couldn't help but look at this photo again and again. In the photo, Su Miaohan was full of smiles, and it was a kind of gentleness that Shen Lang had never seen before. It turned out that she could smile. Only, her smile would only be given to the people she liked. And himself, just one of her employees, never deserved to get her smile. Dismayed and put down the cell phone, Shen Lang was in a bad mood, and was too lazy to cook again, and ordered a takeaway in a rare occasion. Tonight Su Miaohan probably won't come back. After all, she is extremely good at face. Think carefully, oneself. This light bulb is still at home. According to Su Miaohan's character, she most likely will not bring people back. Even if they wanted to relive their old dreams, they would probably go to a hotel room. Feasting on takeout, after a while, there was a knock at the door. Shen Lang was a bit puzzled. The takeout had already been delivered. Who would knock on the door at this time? Could it be the property? He walked to the door with his mouth full of oil, opened the door to the room and was stunned. Su Miaohan. How did she come back? Shouldn't she be in a hotel room with Chu Gongza at this time, talking to each other? Looking sideways, there was only Su Miaohan alone outside the door and did not see Chu Gongza. What are you looking at? Su Miaohan frowned. Ah, no, didn't look at anything. Why did you come back? Shen Lang subconsciously asked. Su Miaohan huffed. This is my home, shouldn't I come back? Is that what I mean? Your white moonlight returned to China today, you should have endless words and catch up. At this time should not open a room in the hotel, a good catch up on the love, to experience the long-lost happiness? Shen Lang did not dare to say these words, and smiled sarcastically and let her into the room. He probably also thought of it. Su Miaohan was a proud woman and a very traditional woman. Her pride did not allow the first reunion to completely give herself away. In fact, Shen Lang had always known that although the outside world knew that she was married, there were still a few quality boys who pursued her over the years. However, Su Miaohan had never made any false pretenses, not getting too close to any member of the opposite sex, nor had there been any rumors of philandering. With more than 2 years of foreign distance, they may still be a bit rusty with each other, and when they get familiar with each other after a while, Su Miaohan may open her heart completely. You didn't cook, just eat this? Entering the house, Su Miaohan saw the takeout box on the table and couldn't help but frown. I wasn't in the mood today, so I ordered takeout. Have you eaten? Why don't I make you some? Shen Lang knew that she had eaten Western food with Chu Gongza in the evening, so she should not let herself do it again. Why are you not in the mood? Su Miaohan looked at him and asked. Suddenly, her line of sight fell on top of Shen Lang's cell phone on the dining table. Just now during dinner, Shen Lang had again indisputably clicked on that picture and had enlarged it. Su Miaohan, almost at first glance, saw that photo, and her expression Nana. Shen Lang followed her line of sight to look over. A handsome face instantly reddened, almost rushed over to pick up the phone and hide it behind his back. Stammered, I accidentally clicked on it. He was so dry that he had no place to hide, and he couldn't wait to dig a crack in the ground to hide in. Too embarrassed, directly social death, just how forget to turn off the phone. He didn't want to live anymore. Su Miaohan intriguingly glanced at his face, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked. Shen Lang, who was looking down, did not notice the flickering of the stunning flavor on her pretty face. It is not good for the body to eat too much takeout. Su Miaohan did not let him be too embarrassed, and after saying this, she walked straight toward the study. Shen Lang heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that she did not think too much. It is also true that she only has Chu Gongza in her heart. What she thinks, she most likely will not care about it. Shen Lang cursed his own mediocrity. Quickly solved the dinner. Shen Lang takeaway box packing up to get downstairs, trash can throw away, is ready to go back, far away to see a noble temperament of the man walk towards this side. Chu Gongza. Why did he come? Shen Lang frowned. It turned out to be like this. Just now he was wondering why Su Miaohan came back so early and didn't go to accompany her white moonlight. It turned out that people had already made an appointment to come to the house to catch up. Ridiculous that he still thought Su Miaohan wouldn't bring someone to her home so early because of her reserve. It seems to be overthinking it. After all, it is the man she loves deeply, and after thinking about him for such a long time, where does she want to have a moment of separation? Just Shen Lang, but incomparable embarrassment. This will be he is thinking in the end to go back. Is it hurrying to sneak away wisely, giving space to this pair of lovesick man and woman, or should he go back to say hello to Su Miaohan first before leaving? Waiting for Chu Gongza to approach, Shen Lang could not help but secretly praise in his heart that this man was indeed very handsome. He and Chu Gongza's looks also did have a few similarities. Walking outside, there might even be people who mistook them for a pair of blood brothers. No wonder Su Miaohan was willing to spend such a large price to marry her contract. Growing such a similar face, Shen Lang was both grateful and sad. The fortunate thing was that because of this face, Su Miaohan noticed him and thus raised the money to cure Grandpa Li. Sadly, also because of this face, he has been a stand-in toolman for people who have seen the face for 3 years. You are Shen Lang, right? When he was tangled up, Chu Gongza walked up to him, his eyes looking him up and down, his eyes carrying 3 parts teasing and 7 parts mockery. Shen Lang raised his head, and the two pairs of eyes locked together. He felt the scorn in the other party's eyes, yet it was hard to get angry. No matter what, he was just the double of the person in front of him, and people were qualified to mock you. Taking this money, Shen Lang also had an early awareness of being humiliated. Mr. Chu, right, you are here to find General Manager Su, right, I will take you up. Shen Lang quickly changed to a smiling face. Su Miaohan was his employer, and this person in front of him was Su Miaohan's boyfriend, which was also considered half an employer. As a qualified employee, he naturally had to fulfill his duties in place. Chu Gongza had a momentary freeze when he heard this. He seemed to not expect Shen Lang to be so sensible. After a pause, he smiled playfully and said, "That will trouble you." Should. Leading Chu Gongza up the stairs, Shen Lang took out the key and opened the door, attentively invited Chu Gongza in. "Mr. Chu, trouble you to wait a little bit. Su may be working in the study, I will go to call her." Chu Gongza nodded his head, his eyes wandered to all parts of the room. Shen Lang took a deep breath, walked to the study and knocked on the door. "What is it?" Su Miaohan's cool voice came out from inside. "Mr. Su, your boyfriend is here to look for you," Shen Lang said. There was no movement inside. After a while, Su Miaohan opened the door from inside and first looked at him, then frowned and came to the living room, and at a glance, she saw Chu Gongza sitting on the sofa. Chapter 7: The Female President's Special Fetish. "Why did you come?" Shen Miaohan lightly smiled and walked to sit beside him. Shen Lang was stunned. Wasn't it their appointment? "Miaohan, I heard Chen Meng say that you moved to a new home in the past few years, so I specifically came over to see. The decoration is very good." Chu Gongza slightly hooked his lips. He pointed to the windowsill in the living room. "This pot of monarch orchids is the pot that I sent you in the beginning, right? I didn't expect that you still keep it after so many years, and also take care of it so well." Hearing this, Shen Miaohan subconsciously looked at Shen Lang, who was cutting fruits in the kitchen. She was usually so busy at work. How could she have time to worry about these small things? These flowers and plants at home were usually taken care of by Shen Lang. "Ace, it's your first time here, let me show you around." "I'll show you around." Both of them got up at the same time and visited around. When walking to the door of Shen Lang's room, Chu Gongza asked in surprise, "It's my favorite natural minimalist style. Miaohan, was this room originally prepared for me? There is also this Kuhn Bessendorfer grand piano. I remember that at that time I just mentioned that I liked it. I did not expect that you actually bought it back. Miaohan, you are really good." Shen Lang just happened to come back from cutting the fruit at this moment, heard their conversation, and looked a little stunned. It turns out that the decoration style of this room is based on Chu Gongza's preferences. In fact, he also quite liked it, simple, low-key, aesthetic. Especially that piano. Shen Lang was not from this world. In his last life he was similarly an orphan, raised by a ragpicker grandfather. He also relied on his own efforts to get into a 985 music academy. So he especially likes music. The first time he saw this piano after crossing over, he couldn't help but fall in love with it, and every day while Su Miaohan wasn't around he would play it for a while. Worthy of being $1 million piano, the stability of its strong and weak tones, and the evenness and unity of the tone and the full range of tones were far beyond the pianos he had played in his previous life. Unluckily, that afternoon Shin Miaohan came back early to get a document and happened to bump into him playing the piano in his room. Shin Lang especially remembered that the other side of the face as gloomy as if to drip out of the water, the tone of the angry reprimand with a few sharp, "Who let you touch this piano? The future without my permission, you are not allowed to touch this piano." At that time, Shin Lang thought she was afraid that she broke the expensive piano, fearful and helpless, and apologized vigorously that she would never touch it again. Until now only understand, the original piano is for her white moonlight to buy, only belonged to him alone. Sitting on the sofa for a while, Su Miaohan and Chu Gongzi walked back. Shin Lang stood up like an electric shock. "Mr. Chu, you eat fruit." "That Mr. Su, I might have something to do tonight, you guys chat, I'll go out first." After saying that, he hurriedly went back to his room to get a jacket and prepared to go out. Look at this situation, Chu Gongzi may stay here overnight, he'd better hurry up and leave, so as not to stay in the way. "Where are you going?" Su Miaohan stared at him with bad eyes. "That, I have a little thing." "What can you have?" Shin Lang, heart depressed, said, "I have given you space, you still want what? Must I be here as a light bulb? You comfortable?" I don't know what this woman is thinking. He couldn't find a good excuse for a while, and stammered and couldn't say anything. Su Miaohan's voice is even colder. "You just sit here." Shin Lang froze in place. "Miaohan, since Mr. Shin has something to do, let him leave." Chu Gongzi smiled and relieved himself. Shin Lang breathed a sigh of relief and threw a grateful look towards him. To be honest, although he was a qualified employee who resolutely complied with all reasonable requests from his employer, but to let him watch people spreading dog food here, or even listen to the wall, he really didn't have this kind of strange fetish. Shin Lang turned around to leave. Su Miaohan let out another light cry. "Stand still." Shin Lang's footsteps that had just stepped out froze again. Chu Gongzi's brows knit up, looked back at Su Miaohan whose face was cold and heavy, and gazed at Shin Lang with deep thoughts, with a few probing hints in his eyes. Time is also not early, why don't you go back to rest earlier?" Su Miaohan changed into a gentle face, said in a gentle voice. Chu Gong was stunned, somewhat incredulous. He came over tonight, originally prepared for something to happen, and deliberately brought a box of small umbrellas in his pocket. He didn't expect that after only sitting for less than half an hour, Su Miaohan actually gave an expulsion order, which was what he didn't expect. "Miaohan, I have an early meeting tomorrow morning, and I have to make time to study a material at night," Su Miaohan said politely. Hearing her say this, Chu Gongzi could not say anything else, stood up and nodded. "That's fine, work is important." "Right, do you have time tomorrow? I want to invite you to a movie." "Another day, I may be very busy tomorrow, there are several meetings to be held." Chu Gongzi was once again stunned, hesitated for a long time before revealing his signature smile. "That's good, anyway, I won't go out again this time when I return to China, there will be plenty of time to make an appointment later." Chu Gongzi left, before leaving, looked deeply at Shin Lang. The coldness in his eyes made Shin Lang could not help but shiver. "This guy is hating me?" Shin Lang was a little speechless. "Su Miaohan rejected you, what does it have to do with me? Can't you see that I am going to take the initiative to give space to you guys?" This made him realize that he must immediately stay away from this pair of men and women, otherwise, in the future, there may be how much trouble. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but carefully ask, "Mr. Su, have you inventoried all that stuff?" Su Miaohan's mood was originally good, was asked by him, pretty face directly cooled down. "Inventory what?" "Your property." Shin Lang has not realized that the other side of the face is getting colder and colder, said to himself, "Although I am very poor, but really is not that kind of person, you can inventory, it should not be less things to." He has not finished his words, suddenly felt a coldness coming from around him, stunned for a moment, raised his head and met Su Miaohan's eyes that seemed to kill. "Do you think you are humorous?" I don't." Shin Lang shrunk his shoulders. He couldn't figure out what this big miss was thinking. Saying this to himself was obviously good for everyone. "You hurry to inventory clearly, I will leave early, all are happy, you are good and I am good, isn't this something that everyone is happy to see? What's the matter with you putting on such a stinky face?" Su Miaohan coldly looked at him for a long time, until see Shin Lang body hair, a word did not say, into the study heavily slammed the door. Shin Lang was still in a daze, the door opened again. Su Miaohan body seems to be frozen, the voice is even colder to the extreme. "Shin Lang, our contract is not over." I gave you money, before the end of the contract, you dare to leave this home, you try. Clang! The door of the room slammed shut again. Shen Lang was staring blankly. After a long time, he disheveled and softened his body. He was truly surprised that this fairy-like female president still had this special fetish of letting people gather around to watch her and her boyfriend spreading dog food. She forced herself to stay here for no other reason than to seek that one perverted thrill. It's just a matter of taking people's money and giving them pleasure. Since she has this kind of hobby, just fulfill her. Only the last 2 months left, endure a little bit will pass. Chapter 8. The accident came unexpectedly. Early the next morning, Shen Lang sat in Lu Jia's Porsche toward the film city. The color is so bad. Why, that housekeeper in your house didn't let you rest last night? Lu Jia looked at him with 2 dark circles under her eyes and couldn't help but tease him. Shen Lang reddened in embarrassment. Sister Lu, don't joke about this. Lu Jia giggled straight. She liked to see Shen Lang's shy look the most. Also, if my family had a well-behaved little puppy like you, my sister wouldn't take a rest for a night. Shen Lang's face snapped, not knowing how to answer. Lu Jia returned to the topic with a smile on her face. How is the script working out? It's okay, I've memorized all the lines. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your role is only a male number 5, not much, and the requirements are not high. Shen Lang nodded. The filming place is in Shanghai Film City, about an hour and a half's drive from the villa area. When they arrived, it was just after 8 o'clock. The crew was still making preparations. Lu Jia directly led Shen Lang to the director Zhang Yifeng. This drama was a small investment female web drama, and Shen Lang's role didn't have much of a part, so the director had seen Shen Lang's photo at the time, plus Lu Jia's little favor directly shot the board. Until now, Shen Lang is still seeing the director for the first time. Good day, director. Shen Lang greeted nicely. Zhang Yifeng is in his 50s, and used to be a famous director in the industry, who has shot many TV dramas on the stars and achieved certain results. Only in the past few years, the years have been unfavorable, shooting a pouncing one, and gradually fell into no one asked for, and can only turn to online dramas. But the contacts accumulated in the industry over the years are still there. A pair of eyes hidden behind thick lenses looked up and down at Shen Lang, revealing an air of self-importance without anger. Not bad, it is a good seed, more handsome than it looks in the photo. Director praise, I am a newcomer, I hope the director more correction criticism. Shen Lang quickly and modestly said. Good to say, I and Lu Jia is many years of old friendship, she brought out the people cannot be wrong. Young man act well, there are many opportunities in the future. Zhang Yifeng encouragingly patted his shoulder. While the three were chatting, there was a sudden clamor from outside. My goodness, it's Chu Gongza, it's actually Chu Gongza, I've finally seen the living Chu Gongza. So handsome. Why is Chu Gongza coming towards our set? Is he going to be in this movie? Hasn't Zhao Wei already been cast as the male lead? Chu Gongza is such a big name, but he's actually coming to act in a small investment web drama. The director is too good, isn't he? Coldly hearing the name Chu Gongza, Shen Lang was stunned. Immediately afterward, he saw a slender young man wearing sunglasses, surrounded by 7 or 8 assistants and bodyguards walked into the set. Who was it if not Chu Gongza? A straight customized suit, set off by his elegant, his body carries a noble atmosphere, his hair is meticulously cleaned, the bridge of his nose is wearing a pair of expensive sunglasses, superstar style full. Wow, actually is Chu Gongza. Pink bubbles popped up in Lu Jia's eyes, apparently she also quite liked this Chu Gongza. Zhang director, I remember this drama's actor is not set, Chu Gongza this is. Zhang Yifeng laughed out loud and said, I'm still confused, last night I received Chu Gongza agent's phone call, it is he named to act in this drama, and the payroll is still to be particularly low. He still has a feeling of dreaming, such a small investment in the TV series, not to mention Chu Gongza such a big name, even if the second-line star people may not bird you. I did not expect Chu Gongza actually willing to lower his own price to star in the show. Happy Zhang Yifeng last night a night did not sleep. Shen Lang, you're in luck. Lu Jia said excitedly, this drama has Chu Gongza the first-line big name starred, exposure, topic degree increased dramatically, you that role if the performance is excellent, maybe also can rub Chu Gongza's fame fire a small. Shen Lang revealed a trace of a hard smile. Other people were not sure why Chu Gongza had to lower himself to star in a small investment web drama, but he was clear in his heart. Mostly it was directed at himself. He raised his eyes to look at the star-studded Chu Gongza, and it just so happened that the other party also looked his way, and the 2 pairs of eyes locked in mid-air. Chu Gongza wearing sunglasses could not see his eyes, absently averted his head, and did not want to greet the meaning, Shenlang naturally will not take the initiative to provoke him. However, Lu Jia is anxious. Chu Gongza such a big name, not the average person can contact. Now there is such an opportunity, she naturally want to take Shenlang up to brush a wave of existence. Shenlang had the intention to refuse, but was dragged to Chu Gongza by Lu Jia's hard pull. Hello Mr. Chu, I'm Granite Entertainment's agent Lu Jia, this is the actor I brought with me, Shenlang, who is the male number 5 in this drama, playing the drama's Ji Liangchuan. After saying that, she hurriedly made a wink towards Shenlang. Shenlang only had to greet stiffly, hello Mr. Chu. Chu Gongza's eyes hidden in his sunglasses carried a hint of teasing, Mr. Chu, Xiaoxin is a newcomer, in the future, please teach and bring up more. Watching Shenlang not compete, Lu Jia had to fight for himself. Young people, don't always think of shortcuts, polish your acting skills and improve your business skills more than anything else. Chu Gongza's tone was cold, and the words he said were unforgiving. This sentence is out of the scene abruptly cold field, the crowd cannot help but be stunned towards Shenlang looked over. Generally in the show business everyone will do surface work, maintain a harmonious and peaceful atmosphere, like Chu Gongza such in your face criticism of things rarely happen. How in the world did this Shenlang offend Chu Gongza? For a while, everyone had taken a few steps away from Shenlang, fearing that getting too close to him would offend Chu Gongza, the big shot. Lu Jia expression stunned, seems to have never thought it would be such a result, until after Chu Gongza walked away, she anxiously looked at Shenlang, Shenlang, you have offended him? He is a big star, where would I have the opportunity to offend him? Shenlang lightly raised his eyebrows, as an employee, he didn't want to make Su Miaohan's matter known to the whole world. Not to mention that Chu Gongza was a big star, a little scandal would make a big mess. I really didn't expect him to be such a person, thanks to the fact that I used to like him. Lu Jia was very unhappy, in front of her idol and her own artist, she did not hesitate to favor Shenlang, or her own little puppy brother is more well-behaved, much better than that snooty Chu Gongza. It's okay, your role is not much, and there is no rivalry with Chu Gongza, so just avoid him a little bit when you meet in the future. Lu Jia took the initiative to comfort. Shenlang also thought so, his role in the memories of the heroine, and Chu Gongza did not have any rivalry, at most in the future away from Chu Gongza is far away. But the accident often come unexpectedly. Chapter 9 Chatting Messages. Ji Liangchuan, am I the only one for you? Quickly tell me, is Xiaoyu the only one for you? On the playground, a pair of youthful young boys and girls were running and chasing on the rubber runway. The young girl was wearing a school uniform, her skirt flying, she raised her delicate little face and shouted loudly towards the handsome teenager in front of her as she retreated. Yes, Xiaoyu, you will always be my only one. Ka! Zhang Yifeng suddenly let out a roar. Shenlang, what are you doing? If you don't know how to act, get the hell out of here. Do you realize you're wasting everyone's time? This voice made everyone freeze, including the female lead, Jiang Man, who was filled with surprise. Just now, Shenlang clearly acted brilliantly. Emotions were full, feelings were sincere, and lines were staccato. Everyone did not know where the director got such a big fire. I am sorry, director, it is my fault. Shenlang sincerely apologized. Zhang Yifeng colorfully said, one more line. Shenlang cleaned up his mood and once again put in his fullest enthusiasm, instilling all of his emotions into his character. However, no matter how he acted next, he could not satisfy Zhang Yifeng, and the curse words became more and more unpleasant. Everyone could hear it, it wasn't a problem with Shenlang's acting skills, but the director was deliberately targeting him. Lu Jia, what are you up to? What actor did you recommend to me? Zhang Yifeng called Lu Jia over, splitting his head into a whine. I don't want this actor, you hurry up and lead it away, turn around and I'll call you the default fee. Lu Jia black face, Zhang director, I need an explanation. Explanation? What explanation do you want? He can't act himself, so why blame me? You know in your own heart if he's a good actor or not. Zhang Yifeng waved his hand in annoyance, don't make trouble here, hurry up and let him go. Sister Lu, forget it. Seeing Lu Jia still want to argue, Shenlang pulled her a hand, gently shook his head. He and Zhang Yifeng have no grievances, the other party is not so targeted at him, the only explanation is that Chu Gongza is tripping in it. This was too much of a bully. Lu Jia's eyes were red with anger, and she looked at Shenlang with heartache and said, Shenlang, don't worry, if this small web drama is yellow, it's yellow, and sister will help you get a better one. Well, I believe Sister Lu. Shenlang revealed a bright smile. Walking out of the movie city, Lu Jia said, I'll send you back first. No need Sister Lu, I still have some things over here, you go back first, drive safely. He looked for a house on the internet last time, but there is no news until now. Thinking that even if this movie is cancelled, he'll probably have to take a movie here in the future, so he might as well just find a house in this neighborhood. What do you need my help for? No, it's just a small thing. Okay, I'll go to the company and ask for a movie for you. After seeing Lu Jiao off, Shenlang was about to leave when a middle-aged woman came strutting over, her eyes disdainfully sizing up Shenlang for a few moments. You are Shenlang, right? Come with me, Mr. Chu wants to see you. Is there something wrong? Shenlang asked politely. Where so many words, you come just. The middle-aged woman said impatiently. Shenlang did not take care of her. Before today, he did not have any ill feelings towards Chu Gongzi, even though he was the white moonlight in Su Miaohan's heart. He and Chu Gongzi never knew each other, both sides were just strangers. But Chu Gongzi's operation today really disgusted him. Although Shenlang has a good temper, it does not mean that he does not have a temper. Are you deaf? What is a dragon set tugging with me here? Hurry up and go over with me. The middle-aged woman roared. A good dog doesn't get in the way. Shenlang bypassed her and prepared to take a taxi. When the middle-aged woman heard this, she was so angry that her face turned green and yanked on his arm. Who are you calling a dog? Let go. Shenlang cold face. What can I do if I don't let go of you? Mr. Chu can invite you. It's a blessing in your 8 lifetimes. A little drag queen like you, if it's not for Mr. Chu's openness, you won't be able to see him in your whole life, and you still dare to fling your face at me. Sister Wang. Chu Gongzi came over. Mr. Chu, this kid is too ungrateful and actually refused. The middle-aged woman said with a resentful face. Chu Gongzi's sunglasses pulled down halfway, the corner of his mouth hooked up a wisp of sneer. Shenlang, you do not want to talk to me about Su Miaohan? Shenlang was stunned. This is not the place to talk. What do you want to talk to me about? In the coffee shop, Shenlang looked straight at Chu Gongzi. You saw what happened today. I just told Zheng Yifeng that I don't like you, and he immediately kicked you out. Chu Gongzi teased, do you think you are in the same world as me and Su Miaohan? Shenlang frowned, you asked me to come over just to show your superiority? Chu Gongzi shook his finger, you don't have this qualification yet. I asked you to come just to tell you one thing, there is no fairy tale in this world, a princess will never fall in love with a frog, and a frog can never become a prince. Su Miaohan looking for you to contract marriage, is only to use you as my double. This point I believe that you yourself also know clearly. Now that I have returned, do you think it is appropriate for you to pester her again? Shenlang raised his eyes and said, you think too much, I have always known my own positioning, and I have never thought of pestering her, and I don't dare to have any unrealistic ideas. Then it would be best, I hope you can move out from her house immediately, I don't like any male around her to be too close to her. I'm already looking for a house. The corner of Chu Gongzi's mouth pulled, lit up his cell phone and pushed it in front of Shenlang. This is today's chat text message between Su Miaohan and me, you take a look. Shenlang did not know what he wanted to do, lowered his head and looked over. It was the WeChat chat interface between him and Su Miaohan. This is Su Miaohan's WeChat name. The first letter of the word Miaohan is capitalized, and the picture is a picture of a back that faces the sea with open arms and a flying skirt. Chu Gongzi's WeChat name is the real name. The picture is a beautiful picture of him in concert with passion. Chu Gongzi, are you waiting for the contract to end before you let him leave your house? He's not well. Chu Gongzi, I don't like this. Just wait a little longer. Chu Gongzi, you can't have feelings for him, after all, he is also very handsome. No, we just contractual relationship. Chu Gongzi, I'm not mean, after all, he took care of you for 3 years, if you really do not want to let him leave I can understand, but the heart will be very uncomfortable. I will find time to talk to him clearly. You don't want to think too much, he is just a shared roommate for me for many years, that's all. Read the whole page of the message. Shenlang also has no interest in turning up, will push the phone back, the heart overturned in unspeakable taste. Roommate. It is indeed the same. These 3 years the two live under one roof, words are very few words, has always been Shenlang in the one-sided care of her. And the other party in addition to her birthday day bought 2 watches, never any response, also never cared about a sentence. Perhaps, a roommate who has really been together for 3 years is not to the point of not even caring a word. Between the lines, Shenlang could feel Su Miaohan's difficulty. She wanted to let herself go, but couldn't open that mouth because of the morality of her heart. Shenlang didn't know why she wouldn't let him go even though he wanted to go many times. What was she thinking? Or is the determination not enough? Why don't you just leave without saying goodbye this time, and then inform her when you're done moving? Maybe that's exactly the way the other party wants to end it. Chapter 10. What happened back then? Sue's group, 24th floor, in the president's office. Su Myohan was talking to someone on the phone. Dr. Jiang, how is the situation? Mr. Su, not too good. The patient's lung problem is very serious, and it has been delayed for too long. I told him that it can be cured, but in reality, there may not be much time left. Dr. Zhong's sighing voice came from the opposite side. Su Miaohan's expression was stifled. How much time is left? Dr. Jiang was silent for a while. The problem is a bit serious. It is estimated that there are about 2 months left. There is no other way, money is not a problem. Su Miaohan was silent for a long time before she said. This kind of disease, there is no cure at home and abroad. If the money is in place, at most delayed for a period of time, but the patient will be more painful. Dr. Jiang, you are an expert in this field. Please, you don't have to worry about the money. Give him the best medicine. Okay, I know what to do. After making the call, Su Miaohan disheveledly lay down on the chair, her bright eyes lost in thought for a while. Somehow, at this moment, there was a strong sense of palpitations in her heart, and a dull pain came from deep inside. She couldn't help but think of the day when Chu Gongza resolutely broke up with her and left to study abroad. She followed her good girlfriend Zhao Yiting to the wave bar to get drunk. She didn't like drinking, and especially hated the feeling of being drunk, but that day, she drank one glass after another, as if this was the only way to forget the pain in her heart. It was precisely at that time that she saw Shen Lang singing loudly on the stage. His voice was gentle and healing. With his head bowed and playing the guitar, his side face, which was similar to Chu Gongza's, overlapped in a trance with the shadow in her heart. Suddenly, all the wounds in her heart seemed to slowly heal with his voice. In the following period of time, she who never came to the bar in the past, appeared at that position every day without fail, waiting for Shen Lang to go on stage and sing. Every day, looking at his face, listening to his voice, only at this moment, her heart that was hurt 1,000 holes, can get a little peace and comfort. Later she asked the manager about him. His name is Shen Lang, is a just dropped out of college undergraduate, because of the urgent lack of money, working several jobs, graphic modeling during the day, the theater group to run the play, and at night to sing in the bar. It just so happened that her family was urging her to get married, and that night when Shen Lang finished singing and was about to leave, she called the other party to the private room and handed over the contract. To this day, she still remembers the consternation and surprise on Shen Lang's face at that time, solemnly expressing to her that he would definitely do a good job as her contractual husband. In fact, these years he did really cannot pick any faults, will her life to take care of everything. After fuming for a while, Su Miaohan picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Miaohan, why did you spare the time to call me today? Zkite, I want to trouble you with something. You have connections over in the Eagle Sauce country. Can you help me find a lung specialist? Other countries are fine, money is not a problem. Miaohan, what's wrong with you? It's not me, it's a friend of mine who has lung cancer. Okay, I'll try to find one for you. I'll give you a call when I find one. Shen Lang looked around the movie city neighborhood, did not find a suitable house, simply found 2 agents and registered the information. Called to take care of Grandpa Li's caregiver Auntie Tang to ask about the situation, learned that everything is fine, Shen Lang peace of mind back home. This time he was determined to leave this place, and after packing up his things, he found a cheap hotel in the neighborhood and checked in. At night, he was dealing with a bowl of noodles in the hotel when Su Miaohan's phone call came over. Shen Lang hesitated for a long time before he clicked the answer button with difficulty. Where have you been? Su Miaohan's voice was cold, vaguely laced with fire. Mr. Su, I am temporarily living in the hotel. Shen Lang truthfully said. Come back. What? Shen Lang was stunned. I let you come back. Shen Lang was silent, he really couldn't figure it out, he had already stood in her shoes and did everything he could for her. She was too embarrassed to open her mouth to drive people away, then she took the initiative to go herself. Her conscience made her choose to stay when she was about to leave, then sneak away by herself. Having already made it this far, what else did she want? Shen Lang could not help but frown. Mr. Su, coming back would not be necessary. What do you mean? Shen Lang sighed. Mr. Su, the contract is just over a month left, and now that Chu Gongza has returned, I stayed there. I think Mr. Chu's heart is not good. You also diaphragm in your heart, why not just forget about it? After a pause, he continued, I calculated, according to 5 million 3 years, each month nearly 140,000, there are still 2 months left, a total of 280,000. This 280,000, I will find a way to return to you. However, my hands are a bit difficult right now, so I may have to return it to you later. The opposite party fell silent, but Shenlang heard the other party's breathing became more and more rapid, seemingly suppressing the fire. Shenlang was also a little annoyed in his heart. You have already told Chu Gongzi that you will find a way to let me leave, now this kind of drama is unnecessary, right? Mr. Su, don't worry, I'm not a big mouth, I won't talk about this kind of thing everywhere, and will never tarnish your reputation. Shenlang could only think for the time being that she was afraid that she would talk nonsense outside and tarnish her reputation. After all, Su Group was a listed company, and a little bit of negative news about Su Miahan could affect the company's stock price. The opposite side continued to remain silent. Shenlang thought that these words had satisfied the other party, sighed with relief, and silently hung up the phone. Quickly resolving the instant noodles, Shenlang stood in front of the toilet mirror and practiced micro-expressions. He had nothing now, the only thing he could put together was his acting skills. Since crossing over to this world, he practiced in front of the mirror almost whenever he had a spare moment, and only then did he have his current acting and line skills. Especially since Grandpa Li's side still needed exorbitant treatment fees, along with owing Su Miahan $280,000, it gave him a sense of urgency. 9 o'clock in the evening. Shenlang washed up and prepared to go to bed. Knock knock knock. Just at this time, a knock came from outside the door. Shenlang wondered in his heart, who would come knocking at this time? Put on slippers and got out of bed, came to the cat's eye and looked out. Shenlang's entire person was stunned. Su Miaohan. How could she be here? How did she find her way here? Why did she come here? The brain is a mess. Shenlang was in a state of confusion for a while. Su Miahan confined here is not strange. Su family has a wide range of contacts. Want to find out which hotel a person lives in is not too simple. Just Shenlang cannot figure out. Obviously the words have been said very clearly. What does she want to find over in the middle of the night? Chapter 11. Be a man of conscience. Shenlang did not know how to face her, but people have found the door, refused to open the door then, it seems a little less polite. Do a little mental preparation, he twisted the door handle to pull open the door. Once the door opened, Su Miaohan's starry eyes fell straight on his face, no expression on his face. Pack up your things, go back with me. Shenlang stood there without moving. He looked at Su Miaohan, she seemed to come in a hurry, her hair was a little messy, and her body was still wearing customized professional clothes for work. Su Miaohan is a very lifestyle person, she is not good at white wine, but at home she will sip a glass of red wine from time to time. After work, she will never wear professional clothes again, usually change into a casual dress. Shenlang guessed that she is after work to see their own people empty, the first time to find relations to check into the hotel, and then dusty to find over. Just he really couldn't figure out what the other party was doing. She obviously wants to leave that home by herself so much, and then she is doing this kind of drama to whom in the end? Mr. Su, I won't go back. Shenlang shook his head, on the phone I already said it very clearly. What are you in a temper, is it that day Chu Gongzi came to the house, you are angry? Su Miaohan's eyebrows knitted. Shenlang was stunned, why did she say so, did she think she was jealous? Thinking of this, his handsome face held back a little red, panicked and said, please rest assured that Mr. Su, I absolutely do not have this kind of idea. You and Mr. Chu are the pair, I am only contractually married to you, this I knew on the day I signed the contract, and would never have unrealistic ideas, you must not misunderstand. When Su Miaohan heard this, she was slightly stunned and looked a bit angry. In short, the contract is not over, I will not allow you to leave, hurry back with me. Shenlang still shook his head, since he had already moved out, he would never go back. He really didn't have that kind of weird fetish of spying on a young couple's lovemaking. I'll ask again, are you going back? Su Miaohan aggravated her tone. Mr. Su, it's fine for me to live here. Su Miaohan looked deeply at him and turned her head to leave. Shenlang silently watched her leave, like her this kind of arrogant woman, to be able to come over to persuade himself to go back, has exceeded his imagination. The words have been said so absolutely, with her proud personality, should have completely dead heart. Shenlang more or less relieved, his heart is grateful to Su Miaohan, after all, without the other side of the 5 million, Grandpa Li may have already died, the orphanage cannot be rebuilt. But one size fits all, he did not want to go back to that home and see the two of them flirting, and even more so, he did not want to see Chu Gongzi's face. If he didn't have the conflict with Chu Gongzi today, maybe he wouldn't be so determined, but now he had a physical aversion to this person. Jingling. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Shenlang was asleep when a phone call woke him up. Who is it? Shenlang, how can you be a husband? Across the face came a delicate female voice, you hurry to come to the wave bar, Miaohan drunk. Shenlang, instantly sleepy, sat up from the bed. Looking at the caller ID, the phone is Su Miaohan's best friend Zhao Yiting called. I will come over immediately. Not caring about his messy hair, he hurriedly put on his clothes and took a taxi to the wave bar. As soon as he entered the box, the first thing Shenlang saw was Su Miaohan lying unconscious on the sofa in a drunken stupor. Her cheeks were red, and her moist red mouth was muttering something. Zhao Yiting also drank a lot, leaned on the sofa and kept rubbing her face. She belongs to the type of small family, the body is petite and cute, the looks are not as stunning as Su Miaohan, but also belongs to the rare beauty. Shenlang. As soon as she saw Shenlang, Zhao Yiting inserted her waist. What in the world did you do to Sister Su to make her so angry? She usually basically doesn't drink. Look at what she is drunk into now. Shenlang was a bit helpless. Miss Xiao, this should have nothing to do with me. It may be that she had a conflict with Mr. Chu. He did not think that he had made her angry by refusing her to go home. In these 3 years, Su Miaohan had never poured out any feelings at him, including the angry and pissed off side. Her joy and anger would only be given to Chu Gongza. Zhao Yiting was stunned, thinking about it was right. Sister Su never looked squarely at this man, so how could she be so angry at him? Thinking like this, her fire went out. You hurry and take her back. The words just fell. She thought of something, raised his eyebrows and said, I warn you, Chu Gongza is now back. You must not take advantage of Sister Su drunk, take advantage of her. Shenlang obediently said, or you give Mr. Chu a call, let him come over to pick up. I called, he has an event tonight, temporarily unable to leave. Shenlang has no way out. Su Miaohan drunk like this, cannot leave her alone. Ms. Zhao, if you don't worry about me, you can go back with me. Anyway, there are many rooms in the house, you can go there to temporarily stay for a night. Zhao Yiting thought about it and nodded her head. Well, I really don't feel at ease with you. Shenlang let out a bitter smile, walked to Su Miaohan's side. A princess hug easily picked her up. Su Miaohan was tall, but was very light, estimating that it was only 100 pounds. Coupled with Shenlang's ambition to enter the acting circle, he works out every day in the fitness room on the 3rd floor, maintaining a fit body, with six-pack abs and a sense of strength. Finding Su Miaohan's Porsche 718 in the parking lot, Shenlang skillfully drove towards the villa area. Shenlang, your contract with Sister Su is almost over, right? Zhao Yiting rubbed her swollen head in the back seat and suddenly asked. Well, there are still 2 more months. Now that Chu Gongza has returned, what do you think? Shenlang knew what she meant. I've moved out. You moved out? Zhao Yiting was shocked and looked at Shenlang with disbelief. Well, temporarily live in the hotel, wait for the house to find a good and then move over. Zhao Yiting stayed. Are you willing? Shenlang looked stunned. Su's sister $10 billion, you and her, although it is a contract marriage, but after all, it is a marriage license, you are willing to not want anything, just leave her? Zhao Yiting stared at his handsome side face, as if she wanted to find the answer from his face. Shenlang smiled and said, what's there to be unwilling about, those didn't belong to me in the first place. On the contrary, Miss Su has already taken care of me, if it wasn't for that money from her back then, I don't even know what the situation is now. Being a human being is still about conscience. People are so good to me, I'm not going to make things difficult for her. Zhao Yiting looked at him in a daze, as if she was looking at something strange. Half a day later, she stifled a sentence, you can think like this is the best, think too much, when the time comes the only one who suffers is yourself. Chapter 12. Let me have him. Back to the villa. Shenlang carried Su Miaohan to the bedroom to lie down, skillfully went to the restroom to bring a towel to wipe her face. Then he went to the kitchen without stopping and boiled sobering soup, patiently feeding her 1 spoonful at a time. Zhao Yiting stood by the side with an astonished look on her face. She did not have much contact with Shenlang. Usually, Su Miaohan also did not tell her much about Shenlang. In her subconscious, in fact, just like Chen Meng, she thought that Shenlang was just a good-for-nothing white boy who climbed up the ladder. But right now, this gentle patience of Shenlang's makes her look a little sideways. Do you often take care of Sister Su like this? Zhao Yiting asked. Shenlang smiled and said, she is my employer, gave me $5 million, I can't repay her, I can only do some good things that I can do, so that when she goes home, try not to worry about these trivial things. Zhao Yiting was stunned. At this time, Su Miaohan suddenly changed her face and vomited on the edge of the bed. Shenlang did not have time to avoid it, and the vomit threw up all over him. Even the most beautiful woman, the vomit was also a word, and the entire room was filled with an unpleasant odor. Zhao Yiting stood next to her and was also stained with some filth. She let out a shriek and backed away in a hurry. Turning back to look at Shenlang again, she found that his face did not change in the slightest. Instead, he was tenderly wiping the residue at the corner of Su Miaohan's mouth. Zhao Yiding was stunned. Did he not mind at all? She was dumbfounded as she watched Xin Lang patiently do a good job of cleaning and walked into the bathroom before she gradually drifted back to her senses. She had to say that this man was really so gentle and patient. Although she had always felt that he was very good looking, Xin Lang, who took care of people carefully, seemed to emit a cozy glow all over his body, warming the heart. Suddenly, she also wants to have such a handsome and gentle contract little puppy. The next morning got up. Xin Lang just made breakfast. Su Miaohan and Zhao Yiding washed up and walked out of the room. Wake up, come over to eat breakfast. Xin Lang was bringing breakfast out from the kitchen, and when he saw them walking over, he revealed a ray of sunshine smile. Wow, what an exquisite breakfast, Xin Lang, did you make all this? Zhao Yiding looked at the breakfast on the table in surprise. A stack of osmanthus cakes, made in the shape of a love heart and decorated with flowers. A stack of durian cakes, carved into the shape of various small animals. There was also a bowl of colorful and flavorful lean meat porridge, which could be smelled from afar, making people's taste buds move. She really didn't expect Xin Lang to have such excellent cooking skills. Ms. Zhao is laughing. It is just some small ways that cannot be taken. Xin Lang modestly said. Su Miaohan looked at the table full of exquisite breakfast, her eyes complex. Over the years, Xin Lang would often change the way to do all kinds of breakfast for her. In the past she was accustomed to it and did not feel anything. Now think about it, even if you invite a 5-star chef to come back, you may not necessarily have such a good mouthful of food every day. Wow, this is also too delicious, Xin Lang, have you learned to cook before? Zhao Yiding sat down and picked up an osmanthus cake and took a bite, her big eyes suddenly curved up in the shape of a crescent moon. Xin Lang laughed. No, I used to be in the orphanage, often cooking for the children in the institution. 3 years ago, after coming to General Manager Su's place, there was a lot more time, and then specialized in research for a period of time. Hearing this, Su Miaohan couldn't help but raise her head, stunned. You are an orphan? This is something she has never been clear about. Over the years, Xin Lang would disappear for a few days from time to time, saying that he wanted to go home, and she thought that Xin Lang had a family. Didn't realize that he was actually an orphan. Su Miaohan's heart was a little messy. Just how unattached she was to this contract husband. So many years she actually didn't even know his basic situation. Well, it was Grandpa Li of the orphanage who picked me up from the garbage heap and raised me, and when I was 5 years old, I was taken back for adoption by a family, but when I was 10 years old, they had a biological son and sent me back again. Xin Lang ate his breakfast and spoke in a bland tone, as if stating an irrelevant matter. I am sorry, Xin Lang, I did not expect your life is so pitiful. Zhao Yiding's eyes carried pity and apologized. It doesn't matter, I have long looked away. Xin Lang drew out a tissue and wiped his mouth, stood up and said, Mr. Su, Ms. Zhao, you guys eat slowly, I'll go first. Su Miaohan opened her red lips, wanting to say something, but in front of Zhao Yiding, her cool and arrogant nature, but could not say anything to stay, can only watch Xin Lang leave. Su's sister, are you really going to break the contract with Xin Lang? Zhao Yiding blinked her eyes and asked. Su Miaohan frowned. Why are you asking this? Sister Su, if you really want to break the contract with him, then why don't you let him go to me? Let you have him? Su Miaohan looked at her in surprise. Zhao Yiting nodded her head. You also know that my father wants to marry me to Yi Shang. That guy is a flower company, he changes his girlfriend in 3 days, I hate it when I see him. I also want to learn from you, find a shield, secretly get the license, turn around, my father will not force me anymore. I think Xin Lang is quite suitable. Su Miaohan suddenly felt that her heart slowed down half a beat, and her throat was a little dry. I don't know if it's a good idea, Sister Su, it's not because you can't bear to part with it, is it? Seeing that she did not reply, Zhao Yiding said, you already have Chu Gongzi. I&As. Su Miaohan wanted to explain something, but thought that there was no need for this. Yiting, you and he are not suitable. Why? It's not just a contract marriage, it's not like I really like him, I'm just using him as a shield. What is so inappropriate about it? Zhao Yiding was puzzled. Su Miaohan paused for a few seconds. He got sick, advanced lung cancer, he may not live more than 2 months. Ah! Zhao Yiding shrieked, her eyes widened, how could this be? So you guys really don't fit, besides your dad has seen him, even if he doesn't have the disease, your dad won't believe you if you bring him back. Zhao Yiding was a little stunned, and her mind couldn't help but conjure up Xin Lang's gentle and sunny smiling face. It seems that from the day she met him, he has always been this kind of look that makes people feel like spring breeze. In the past, she didn't think much of Xin Lang, basically didn't give any good face, and didn't even bother to say more than a few words. However, no matter how bad her attitude was, to the end, Shen Lang would see her with a smiling face and respectfully call out Miss Zhao. I don't know whether it was out of pity or something else. At this moment, her heart was a little blocked, and even the exquisite breakfast on the table became tasteless. Chapter 13: A Chance Encounter in the Hospital. Nanya Hospital, in an ordinary ward. Shen Lang was massaging Grandpa Li's body. Long-time bedridden, resulting in a serious decline in his muscle capacity, need to be pressed every now and then. The caregiver aunt's hired small strength, so Shen Lang basically every 2 days will come over to him for him to press. After some pressing and rubbing, Grandpa Li comfortably fell asleep. Shen Lang carried a kettle to the water boiler room to fetch water, and at the corner, 2 familiar silhouettes walked this way. Miaohan, thank you for taking the time to accompany me to the hospital. It's okay, you feel better after the injection. Much better, right? It's already noon. I'll treat you to a meal. You can't refuse again, otherwise I'm embarrassed to have delayed you all morning. Shen Lang's pace paused. It just so happened that the two looked up and over this way, and their lines of sight collided halfway across the road. Su Miaohan was a little surprised to see Shen Lang. The corner of Chu Gong's mouth pulled up a playful arc. Shen Lang also did not greet, gently nodded towards Su Miaohan, and then walked towards the boiling water room. Shen Lang. Su Miaohan thought about catching up. Mr. Su, is there something wrong? Shen Lang asked in a gentle voice. Is it better? Thank you, Mr. Su, for your concern, a little better. Su Miaohan nodded. If you need to use money, give me a call. Thank you. Move back. What? Shen Lang was slightly stunned. Move back to live, the conditions outside which is not as good as the villa. I do not lack that hundreds of thousands of dollars. You do not need to gamble with me. Shen Lang was silent for a while. How could she think she was gambling with her? To be honest, Shen Lang somewhat did not quite understand what was going on in this woman's head. Obviously, her boyfriend had already returned, but she still had to retain herself many times to stay in her villa. What was this? After a dozen seconds of silence, Shen Lang opened his mouth and said, General Manager Su, moving back would not be necessary. After all, this will bring unnecessary trouble and distress to you and your boyfriend. I know that you have good intentions, but I cannot be without a sense of proportion, or to thank you for your good intentions. He is not me. Miaohan, what are you guys talking about? Chu Gongzi walked over with a smile. Su Miaohan swallowed the words she wanted to say. Mr. Shen, Miaohan and I still have to go out to eat, so I want to accompany you to chat more. Chu Gong's face hung a faint smile. After all, Miaohan has put off the heavy work, especially accompany me to the hospital to play a morning drip. I more or less have to show. Mr. Shen have time, want to join? I won't bother you guys, it just so happens that I still have something to do. Shen Lang staggered past them and walked forward. Su Miaohan looked at his back, his heart was a little bit unfavorable. Let's go, Miaohan, I know a store that tastes good, let's go and try it. Sorry Ace, the company has some urgent matters, next time. Su Miaohan apologized. So then you're first busy, there will be plenty of time later. Chu Gongzi shrugged his shoulders. Next time, I'll treat you. Su Miaohan did not say much and turned around to leave the hospital. At the moment she turned around, Chu Gongzi's sunny handsome face instantly clouded over, and he coldly and ghostly glanced in the direction Shen Lang left. Dr. Jiang, hello. In the hospital office, Shen Lang once again met Dr. Jiang. Junior, have a seat. Dr. Jiang has a head of white hair and is very kind. Dr. Jiang, is something wrong with my grandfather? Shen Lang asked nervously. Shen Lang, don't be anxious, listen to what Dr. Jiang said first. Gu Wanxia sat aside and comforted. Young man, 2 days ago to see your mood is not too good, did not tell you the truth, I went back to think about it, your patient's family still has the right to know, this kind of thing should not be hidden from you is. Dr. Jiang said, placing a diagnosis in front of Shen Lang. Your grandfather's situation is not too good, he himself is an old smoker, the condition of his lungs is not optimistic, 3 years ago that fire, he inhaled a large amount of smoke, leading to further deterioration of the lungs. Now it has developed to the late stage of lung cancer, conservative estimates, there may be 2 more months. Shen Lang was struck by lightning, how is this possible? Dr. Jiang, before when Grandpa Li was hospitalized, we gave him a full-body physical examination, and did not find any signs of cancer. Gu Wanxia's face turned white. In the past, your main focus was on burns, right? Dr. Jiang asked. Gu Wanxia nodded, she was a burns doctor and wasn't too good at internal medicine. That's no wonder, the old man has been hospitalized for a long time, you may have only done a full body checkup when he was admitted in, the rest of the time was focused on burns. Dr. Jiang said, there are some lesions in the lungs. When they are very small in the beginning, the instruments can't detect them. This disease is the result of not preventing it for the past 3 years and slowly dragging it out. Gu Eveningxia's face was white. She was Li Zhongquan's attending physician. She could not be blamed for dragging out this kind of big disease, and for a while she did not know how to face Xinlang. Sister Eveningxia. Although Xinlang was embarrassed to the extreme, he still caught Gu Wanxia's little emotion. This is none of your business. You are a doctor in the burns department and are only responsible for the burns aspect. It is me. Grandpa Li used to cough all the time when he was in the orphanage. I was the one who ignored it, thinking that it was just a minor problem, and I was the one who harmed him. Xinlang. Gu Wanxia's eyes reddened. It was this time, she knew how sad Xinlang felt in his heart, but he was still taking care of his emotions. Dr. Jiang was also a bit emotional. He actually planned to hide it from Xinlang for the time being. Su Miaohan was the major shareholder of his Renai hospital. In other words, he was just an employee under Su Miaohan's hand. Originally, he had planned to gather some lung disease experts to argue and see if he could find a cure, and if it was feasible, with such a great achievement, he might even be able to be promoted to the position of vice president as he wished. Unfortunately, after 3 days of argumentation, the final result was still weak. That's why he rushed over today to tell Xinlang the facts, so that he can be mentally prepared early. Now it seems that this young man is really good, handsome, polite, filial piety, but also humble. It is no wonder that Su Miaohan, like the proud daughter of heaven, will favor him. Young man, although there is no way to cure this disease, but delayed for a period of time is still no problem, depends on how you choose. Xinlang immediately asked, Dr. Jiang, if you can extend your life, then of course it's the best. Dr. Jiang nodded, but it requires a considerable amount of money. The European side not long ago came out with a good targeted drug, but the price is a bit expensive. One will cost $200,000. In your grandfather's case, at least 2 to 3 shots per month, and subsequently if resistance develops, this rate will increase. Xinlang did not even think about it. Money, I will find a way. Chapter 14. Snarky Adoptive Mother. More than 6 o'clock in the evening, Xinlang walked out of the hospital in a muddle. The mind is all about the little bit of time spent with Grandpa Li over the years. He was the one who picked himself up from the garbage heap, and later heard Grandma Zhao from the orphanage say that at that time, he was covered in vesicles and had a high fever, and if it wasn't for Grandpa Li, he probably would have died in that garbage heap long ago, and would have been taken away as a pile of garbage to be incinerated. His favorite thing to do as a child was to nestle in Grandpa Li's arms and listen to his stories, telling him the truth about being a human being. He would hide from the other kids and sneak in a handful of pocket money for himself. He would remember his birthday and give him a birthday present that he wanted the most, and he would also seriously criticize him when he didn't do well in school. This was his only remaining relative in this world, his only spiritual support. In his previous life, Xinlang was also raised by a grandfather, and now that the two souls had fused into one, he could best feel this pain of the imminent death of his loved ones. As he walked, tears barred and rolled down. Ding bell. A phone call came over. Xinlang picked up the cell phone and looked at the caller ID. A ray of helplessness floated on his face. Hello. Hello, what hello? Even mom will not call it. Really white to raise you so many years. A shrill female voice came over. This is his adoptive mother Chen Fong, from the age of 5 to his 10 years old. At the beginning of those years this couple treated him quite well, raising him as their own son. But at the age of 8 that year, the hospital ruled infertile Chen Fong, actually surprisingly pregnant, 10 months later gave birth to a big fat son. This can be Chen Fong couple happy bad, but Xinlang's nightmare also began from this day. With their own son, they look at Xinlang everywhere as not good. Less than 9 years old Xinlang took on all the household chores. A disobedience is a beating and scolding. After a year, they simply sent Xinlang back to the orphanage. Originally, this would have been the end of this, but 3 years ago they do not know where they heard Xinlang married a female boss. 3 days and 2 days door-to-door harassment, cursing Xinlang as a white-eyed wolf. Rich do not know to repay the kindness of parenting. Cannot find Xinlang, they went to the orphanage, causing the whole orphanage chaos. Xinlang unbearable disturbances, thinking that after all they also raised him a few years, the beginning of the years on him is really good, then a one-time give 200,000. After getting this money, the couple stopped for a while, but not after half a year, and began to repeat the same trick, saying that the alimony given is far from enough, after learning that Xinlang is filming, but also threatened to find a reporter to expose him. Because of the fear of affecting the reputation of Su Miaohan, these 3 years, Xinlang compromised again and again, but in exchange for the couple's intensification. Xinlang didn't even need to think about it. Chen Fong called and definitely came to ask for money again. He rubbed his temples with a headache, and a strong sense of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Are you deaf? Your brother is going to take the college entrance exam soon. He will definitely be able to get into a good college. Right now the family doesn't have a single penny. You immediately call $200,000 over to give your brother a college education," Shen Fong said in a commanding tone. Shen Lang sighed, "Auntie Chen, I really don't have any money." "You fart. Don't think I don't know. The female president you married has tens of billions of dollars in her family. Let you take 200,000, you are not willing. Are you still a person? Back then if it wasn't for me adopting you, you would have starved to death long ago, white-eyed wolf." Chen Fong broke down and cursed. "I've already told you, I'm only contractually married to her, it's an employee under her hand. Do you really think that a big lady like that can look at me as an orphan?" Shen Lang wearily said, "And my contract with her will end soon. I really don't have any money on me right now. Grandpa Li is seriously ill and still needs a large sum of money waiting to save his life. Auntie Chen, even if I beg you, I have given you at least millions over the years, you have built villas and bought luxury cars, let me go, okay?" When Shen Fong heard this, she screamed at the top of her voice, "Dog, you don't want to lie to me. Don't think I don't know that rich women in the city love to look for little tits. That missy must be looking at you to see your good looks before she adopted you. That lady must have adopted you because of your good looks. If you tell me you don't have money, no one will believe you. If you want me to let you go, fine, give me $10 million at once and I promise not to harass you again." $10 million? Shen Lang heard some dumbfounded, she really dare to open. That woman president is worth $10 billion, what is $10 million? I'm warning you, without $10 million, you can't get rid of us, I'll stalk you to death. If you don't let our family have a good time, you won't be able to have a good time yourself. Chen Fong sneered. You can do whatever you like. Shen Lang directly cut off the phone, let Chen Fong one after another phone call to urge life, he did not pay attention to it again. He knew that women like Chen Fong did things very desperately, and in the past it was because he was worried that it would affect Su Miaohan that he compromised over and over again. But now Grandpa Li is still waiting for money to save his life, and he ended the contract with Su Miaohan. He doesn't want to continue to compromise, he now only wants to hurry to make money, as far as possible to prolong Grandpa Li's life. "Master, please go to the wave bar." Stopping a cab, Shen Lang sat on it and said the destination. Today's blow after blow had made him more bored than ever, and at this moment, he only wanted to drink some wine to relieve himself. Wave Bar is a large quiet bar, the customer flow is very good. Before, when Shen Lang worked here as a resident singer, basically every night full. This also stems from the owner of this bar is very good at business. "Shen Lang, why are you here?" Just entering the bar, a beautiful woman in her 30s brightened up and walked towards him. "Sister Yu." Shen Lang spread a smile, "This woman is called Yu Rong, is the manager of this bar. In the past when he worked here, he took very good care of him. I came over to spend money today. Luckily, I thought that you came over specifically to see your sister, happy for nothing." Yu Rong gave him a blank look. Shen Lang scratched his head awkwardly. "You this little heartless, evening the rich woman, smack us these poor friends is it, these 3 years actually did not come back once." Yu Rong tone of voice with a grudge. Shen Lang did not know how to answer, hastily changed the subject. "You sister, Xiaolei is still here to sing? You still have the nerve to mention Xiaolei. When people like you so much, you do not even say hello." Followed the rich woman ran away. "Do you know how sad Xiaolei?" Yu Rong helpless, "You left less than a month after she left, but these years I have contact with her. 2 years ago she participated in a talent show into the top 10, now has signed a brokerage company, although not hot, but also can receive some notice, then in the bar singing much better. Really, that's really good. I know when the singer has always been her dream." Shen Lang cannot help but feel happy for his good friend. Yu Rong paused, asked, "How are you now, with that rich woman relationship is okay?" Shen Lang does not want to say too much, just like that. "Sister Yu, there are so many customers, I will not disturb your work, I will go over there to find a seat." He pointed to the corner and walked over. After sitting down, he ordered 2 bottles of brandy and drank alone. During this time, Yu Rong came over to accompany him to drink a cup, and one after another came a few accosting women to ask for contact information. Shen Lang all politely refused one by one. "Shen Lang, why are you here?" Drinking slightly drunk, besides suddenly came a surprised voice. Chapter 15. Am I useless? Sister Evening Xia? Shen Lang looked stunned. He looked at Gu Wanxia, usually used to seeing her in a white coat, dignified and serious. Tonight she was in a slim black wraparound dress, which set off her sexy and hot body in a beautiful way. Shen Lang noticed that many male gazes around him were hotly fixed on Gu Wanxia. "I was in a bad mood and came over to have a drink. I didn't expect to run into you here." Gu Wanxia sat down in front of him self-consciously and let the waiter bring a bottle of red wine over. Shenlang knew why she was in a bad mood, comforted, "Evening Summer sister, Grandpa's matter really has nothing to do with you, you must not feel guilty because of this, so I will be very upset." "What about you, are you in a bad mood because of Grandpa Li's affair, so you came over to drink?" Gu Wanxia looked up at his handsome face. She remembered that Shenlang had told her that he hated drinking, especially the feeling of being drunk. When Shenlang was a resident singer here, he had to accompany a few guests with large rewards to drink, often getting drunk, and he hated that feeling beyond measure. Today he came here alone to do what he usually hated the most, so he must be in a bad mood to the extreme. Shenlang had already drunk a lot of wine at this time, his head was in a daze, his handsome face was red, and his usual pair of brilliant star-like eyes were also dotted with a few wisps of haziness. Hearing this, he smiled to himself and said, "Sister Evening Xia, I just feel that I am too much of a failure as a human being." Gu Wanxia was stunned. Shenlang tilted his head and drank a mouthful of wine, and said with drunken eyes, "I told you that I was picked up from the garbage by my grandfather, and without him there would be no Shenlang for me. In fact, I was very naughty when I was a child, and my academic performance was not good, and children like me, especially those in orphanages, are usually given up. But Grandpa never gave up on me, and later he even supported me to learn music after he learned that I had some musical talent. You know, learning art is not the average family child can afford, not to mention I'm still an orphan, but Grandpa Li has always supported my dream, in order to come up with tuition fees, his age, but also go to work on the construction site, and once also fell down from the stairs." Shenlang said, tears cannot help rolling down. "But I'm impotent, watching him suffer such pain, watching his life is coming to an end, but I cannot help him." Gu Wanxia's soul was touched, looking at Shenlang's tearful look, she was heartbroken. "Shenlang, Grandpa Li will not blame you, you do not blame yourself so much, you have done a very good job. Moreover, didn't you say that I am your only friend? As a friend, I will definitely help you." "Sister Evening Summer, thank you." Shenlang said sincerely, "You have already helped me too much in these 3 years, I don't know how to repay you." Gu Wanxia smiled gently, "Fool, that day you helped me block a knife, saved my life, is not enough to pay back, besides, taking care of the sick is also my duty as a doctor." Shenlang's alcohol consumption is very poor, a bottle of wine to drink, the brain with fried like, lying on the table can no longer get up. Gu Wanxia struggled to help him to the car, and called a chauffeur, sent him to the Bright Moon neighborhood. She did not know for the time being that Shenlang had moved out of the villa area, and this was a place where she had sent Shenlang back a few times before, so she remembered the location. Only she did not have Su Miaohan's phone number, and could only take Shenlang's cell phone and dial Su Miaohan's phone. "Hello?" A clear and cold voice came from the receiver. "Is it Miss Su? Shenlang is drunk, please come to the door of the neighborhood to pick up." "Who are you?" Hearing a woman's voice on the other side, Su Miaohan questioned. "I am his friend." Su Miaohan was silent for a few seconds and waited. 10 minutes later, Su Miaohan walked to the door wearing a casual dress, and when she saw Gu Wanxia standing at the door of the car, she was taken aback. This woman looks too beautiful, in terms of looks equal to her, and there is also a kind of bookish atmosphere on her body that she does not have, like a big girl from the Jiangnan water town. When did Shenlang have such a beautiful female friend? She was a little bit unfavorable in her heart, and took 2 steps forward and said, "Why did you bring him to drink? Don't you know that he is not in good health?" Gu Wanxia was stunned, this overbearing tone of Su Miaohan made her very uncomfortable. Could it be that she also had this condescending attitude when facing Shenlang? Thinking of this, she looked at Su Miaohan's eyes with a bit of huff. "Shenlang is so nice, such a gentle boy, what right does she have to treat him like this?" "Miss Su, I know that your family is rich, but I neither know you nor owe you anything, I hope you speak in a slightly better tone." Gu Wanxia disliked back. Su Miaohan froze and also knew that her tone just now was a bit wrong. She usually treated people not like this, today she was just worried about Shenlang's health, he only had 2 months left to live, this woman still took him to drink, and got drunk, that's why she was so angry. "Give me the man, I will take him back." Gu Wanxia raised her eyebrows and said, "Miss Su, as Shenlang's friend, I think I am qualified to say more. Yes, he has no money or status, far less than your Su family. But he is a very good person, he deserves to be cherished and loved, I hope you can treat him a little bit better, if you don't know how to cherish him, there are a lot of people out there who want to cherish him." She was not clear about how Shenlang and Su Miaohan usually got along, but she could guess that this woman was not good to him. Otherwise, she is such a $10 billion woman, her husband could not still be anxious for that little treatment fee to go to the bar to buy drunk. "I don't need outsiders to get involved in my affairs with him, but I'm still grateful to you for sending him back." Su Miaohan gave her a deep look, helped the drunken Shenlang from the car, and walked towards the interior of the villa. Good thing that she usually also often fitness, learning taekwondo since childhood, otherwise Shenlang such a 1 meter 83 stout youth she really cannot help. After returning home, she put Shenlang down on the bed and gasped for a long time before slowly calming down. She just stared at Shenlang. Previously, her eyes had never stayed on Shenlang's face for more than 3 seconds. At this moment when he was drunk, she had the opportunity to seriously survey this man who had lived with her for 3 years. The drunk Shenlang was unusually quiet, not making any noise or speaking drunkenly, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. He has long eyelashes, like 2 small fans, a high nose, clean facial lines, a thin and thick moderate lips are very nice, red and glossy. Between his breaths, there was a strong masculine odor emanating from him. In terms of looks, this man is really perfect. Su Miahan has seen many good-looking men, but Shenlang can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among them. Chapter 16 Soulmate. Su Miahan quietly watched for a while, turned her head with a complicated gaze, went to the restroom to bring a towel to wipe his face, and then covered him with a quilt. After entering the study, Su Miahan dialed Dr. Jiang's cell phone. "Mr. Su, is something wrong? How is Shenlang's condition?" "Not optimistic. I went over today. The problem is getting more and more serious. The past few days I found a group of friends discussed. Now the best way is to buy the European side of the targeted drugs." Dr. Jiang said, 200,000 about 3 a month. This amount of money is not worth mentioning to Su Miahan. She is not concerned about how much it will cost, and asked, "With this drug, how long can he live?" "This drug is effective, but resistance is also very strong. The most effective is the first 2 months, later you have to gradually increase the dosage, until completely ineffective." Dr. Jiang said, "According to my inference, with this drug, he can at most support another half a year." Su Miahan paused for a moment and said, "Money is not a problem. If I can make him last longer, I will remember you as a favor. Please don't worry, I will do my best." Hanging up the phone, Su Miahan rubbed her temples a little tiredly, and couldn't help but walk into Shenlang's room again, staring at him for a while. A few minutes later, she made another call. "You go to room 306 of the Yunjiang Hotel, pack the things back and send them to my villa." The phone call went out less than an hour. Chen Meng carried Shenlang's psyche that was placed in the hotel back. She was very puzzled to ask, "Su General, since he took the initiative to leave, this is not the best result for you and Shu Gongza, how do you?" Shenlang got sick. Su Miaohan temporarily did not tell anyone, also do not want to make a big fuss. "I gave him 5 million, before the contract is over, he cannot go anywhere." Hearing this, Chen Meng even more puzzled, 5 million? Su Miaohan usually goes out and buys a trip, one shot is millions, even a few million. Would she still put this 5 million in her eyes? She stared at Su Miaohan with odd eyes. "Mr. Su, you wouldn't be." "Well, you go back first." Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Su Miaohan interrupted her. Chen Meng was stunned, hesitated for a moment and said, "Miaohan, it was not easy for you and Chu Gongza to get married, and you have waited for him for so many years, and now that he is back, if you are entangled with Shenlang again, Chu Gongza's side will not be happy." Su Miaohan glared at her. "You are now more and more words, how I do still use you to teach me. I am also for your consideration. I know that your heart has been only Chu Gongza, these years did not let Shenlang touch a finger, how to get to this time you instead of thinking about it." Chen Meng chattered, "Chu Gongza you are not unaware of, more jealous, when the university you said a few words with the student body president, he did not care about you for a week, you forget? You again entangled with Shenlang continue, be careful when he ran away, you can't even cry. Su Miaohan is a bit annoyed, Shenlang and I are not what you think. Then it's best, as a common friend of you and Chu Gongza, I would very much like to see the day you enter the marriage hall. Moreover, the two of you are talented and have matching family backgrounds, it's not something that someone like Shenlang can compare to, and you're such a smart person, I think you can see it more clearly than anyone else." Chen Meng seems to be afraid that Su Miaohan has other ideas, and cautioned again. "I heard Chu Gongza say, he came back for so many days, you don't seem to take care of him. Chen Meng, I found that this mouth of yours is getting more and more broken, how, you have now become Chu Gongza's undercover agent, and you always help him to speak good words?" Su Miaohan frowned. "What the heck, I'm not doing this all for your own good." Chen Meng smiled, "I know what kind of person you are not always told me before, you want to talk about a soul-fit love it, the university and Chu Gongza dating more than a year, the hand did not give people a hand, you are really. Do you know, when Chu Gongza angry leave, you do not allow him to touch this aspect of the reason? After so many years, you've tried enough, and you still haven't sensed the soul's fit? If you don't let anyone touch it, be careful so good boy will be other women snatched away, you also know, now Chu Gongza, don't know how many girls dream lover." Su Miaohan's mood became more and more annoyed, pushing her to go outside. Go, I'm annoyed right now, your broken mouth, you really should be sewn up. After Chen Meng left, she stood in the living room and froze for a while. She usually loves to read Western literature and especially envies that kind of platonic soulmate. When she was in college, Chu Gongzi launched a fierce pursuit of her. At that time, Chu Gongzi was the kind of universal idol on campus, handsome, well-off, and talented himself, popular with the girls. Su Miaohan also has some good feelings for him, cannot withstand his persistent pursuit, so agreed to his pursuit. But with him agreed not to have any physical contact, limited to soul communication. If one day she really think that the two are suitable, will give him everything. At first Chu Gongzi promised well, but after graduating from college, he could no longer tolerate this can only see cannot eat love, put words either to go to the room, or break up. After Chu Gongzi gambling to go abroad for further study, Su Miaohan also reflected on herself, is not doing too much, after all, now such a society, which have to talk about more than a year in love, and even touch or not allowed to touch the boyfriend. The more she thought about it, the more she felt indebted to Chu Gongzi in her heart. She had thought of waiting for Chu Gongzi to come back. If the two of them still love each other, they will give him everything. But when Chu Gongzi came back that day, the moment she saw him at the airport, although that face was more handsome than before, more temperament, her heart did not have that joyful feeling in her imagination. Su Miaohan nature cold, and Chu Gongzi loved that more than a year, but also less get together. Most of the time Chu Gongzi are outside the shooting. So she is actually relatively slow in terms of feelings, until now is not clear to Chu Gongzi is a kind of what kind of feeling. Maybe there is a little good feeling, or maybe it is a kind of obsession, a debt to Chu Gongzi. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard a sound coming from Shen Lang's room. Slightly stunned, she walked in and found that Shen Lang actually sat up from the bed in a daze. "You're awake? Mr. Su, why are you here?" Shen Lang asked in a slurred voice. Su Miaohan said, "This is my villa, where can I go if I am not here?" "Ah? How did I come back here? I'm sorry Mr. Su, I'll leave immediately." Shen Lang stood up shakily, ready to leave this place. "You sit down for me." Su Miaohan wrinkled her eyebrows. "Where do you want to go in the middle of the night?" "I've already had your luggage moved back, and the room has been retired, so you'll be staying here from now on." Chapter 17 I don't want to eat dog food. Ah. You moved my luggage back? Shen Lang looked at her dumbfounded. "I said, our contract is not over, you cannot go anywhere, at least these 2 months, you give me honestly stay here." Su Miaohan said in a tough tone, "If you dare to move out again without saying hello, you try it." Shen Lang brain dizzy, he looked at the woman in front of him, the beauty to the extreme, through the liquor to rise up a wave of anger. "What right do you have to do this?" Su Miaohan froze, seemed to not expect the usually docile like a kitten Shen Lang, but also dared to charge his own temper. "Just based on the fact that I spent $5 million on you, can't I?" "Su Miaohan, don't bully people too much. I also have dignity. Who are you to humiliate me like this? What the hell are you based on?" Shen Lang shouted, "I said I will return you 28 million, in the end, what do you want? You have to stay here to meet your little fetish." Su Miaohan was confused, what kind of fetish? "I want to go, you do not let me go, have to stay, not just want me to stay here to see you and Chu Gongzi love each other to spread dog food? Yes, I took you $5 million, but you cannot rely on this 5 million so bully me. I do not have that kind of peeping Tom perverted fetish. Why do you have to stay here to be tortured? You do me a favor and let me go. Hiccups, I don't want to eat dog food. Ah." Said here, a backbone surged to the top of the head. Shen Lang staggered and fell on the bed, and huffed and puffed in the past. The mouth is still muttering, "I do not want to eat dog food. Ah." Su Miaohan stood in place stunned for a good half a long time, looking at him this confused look, suddenly did not hold back snorting laughter out of the room as full of time spring. The next morning, Shen Lang rubbed his swollen head and sat up from the bed, looking at this familiar and unfamiliar environment, stayed for a while. At a certain moment, he suddenly realized that last night he seemed to say some words that should not be said. Chagrined, he patted his head. "Shen Lang, ah Shen Lang, told you not to drink, you preferred to drink, how should this end?" Shen Lang has a sense of social death of the toes buckle the ground, words are set out, how to face her next. Sitting on the bed for a while, Shen Lang went to the bathroom to wash up, walked into the living room. Just arrived in the living room, he froze. In the kitchen, Su Miaohan wearing a silk pajamas are busy. The texture of the soft silk pajamas fit in her curvy carcass, but also cannot cover that delicate body. Between walking, the two petals of the full moon like buttocks swaying, shaking his eyes. Standing in this position, looking at her fair and beautiful side face, perfect S-shaped curve, let a person a burst of heart. Rubbing his eyes, Shen Lang wondered if he had a hangover and had not woken up, and was looking at his eyes. After spending more than 2 years with Su Miaohan, Shen Lang had never seen her enter the kitchen. He also took it for granted. Such a rich girl, 10 billion female president, 10 fingers do not touch the spring water, usually deal with tens of millions of dollars, or even hundreds of millions of large contracts, let her touch the kitchen, Shen Lang feel that this is a crime. So all these years the kitchen things, are he handled, never let Su Miaohan stained a little bit of oil. Now suddenly seeing her cooking in the kitchen, seemingly making soup, simply shocked his jaw off. For a moment, Shen Lang wondered if she had been subdued. However, there is a saying, seriously cooking Su Miaohan is not as cold as usual, soft facial lines, the corners of the mouth hidden a hint of light smile, all body seems to emit a gentle and virtuous light. Sure enough, serious women are the most beautiful. Su Miaohan seemed to hear the movement outside, turned her head to see Shen Lang standing there like a dumb goose, was staring at herself with wide eyes. She was stunned for a moment, the corner of her mouth gently hooked up. Are you awake? Wake up. Shen Lang blushed, more or less embarrassed. You are making soup? Immediately ready, wait a moment. Shen Lang subconsciously nodded his head, but his footsteps were like sticky, standing there is not, leaving is not, and finally scratched his head and asked, do you need my help? No, it will be ready soon. Then, I will prepare the dishes. Not long after, Shen Lang sat at the dining table, drinking the bird's nest soup that Su Miaohan personally served. His expression had a momentary trance. The flavor of the soup was very average. But this was also normal. Su Miaohan looks like a novice, this pot of bird's nest soup is probably still following the online tutorial, the flavor is naturally not good. But Shen Lang still drank with flavor. $10 billion of beautiful president personally boiled soup, not everyone can drink. With this identity, this bowl of soup seems to be a lot more delicious. While drinking the soup, Shen Lang couldn't help but steal a glance at the bright-eyed and white-toothed Su Miaohan across the table, thinking that since he had already opened up the conversation last night, it would be better to do the job and make things clear. Mr. Su, I will move out after breakfast later. Su Miaohan did not raise her head, the bowl of bird's nest soup she only drank a mouthful and put it down, probably because she did not feel good. This will be holding a cell phone watching the financial news. Shen Lang saw her, did not say anything, continued, I look for agents in the film and television base side of the pre-rental of the house, these 2 days should have news. Su Miaohan heard here, suddenly raised his head, coldly said, these 3 years I am where there is not good for you. Shen Lang busy said, Mr. Su, thanks to you to take care of, not only gave me 5 million, but also in your place to eat and drink, you have not asked me for a penny food expenses, my birthday also sent me a gift, these I remember in my heart. In that case, why do you have to leave? Su Miaohan's eyes grew colder and colder. Shen Lang opened his mouth and looked at her with surprised eyes. Why am I in a hurry to leave? You should know best. It's not because I'm afraid of delaying you in your white moonlight lovemaking. Without the booster of alcohol, of course he did not dare to say these words directly, and for a while he did not know how to answer. Is it because of Chu Gonza? Su Miaohan took the initiative to ask. Shen Lang was speechless. You know it all, and you still ask? Mr. Su, I thought about it carefully. Shen Lang seriously raised his eyes to look at her, his eyes sincere. Your secretary Chen Meng told me, when I signed this contract with me, it was to anger your boyfriend. Now that he's back, I don't think there's any need for this contract to exist. If I continue to stay here, I might even cause your boyfriend's misunderstanding. So it's better for everyone if I leave now, don't you think? Of course, I won't take advantage of you for nothing. I'll definitely return the $280,000 for the remaining 2 months as soon as possible. Su Miaohan's brows were tightly screwed together, and she didn't say anything for a long time. Shen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. She should have listened to it. It looks like this matter can be resolved smoothly today. From now on, the two sides of the sky are different, perhaps this is a good thing for everyone. He had the good sense to get up and leave, going to the kitchen to get the dishes done. With a relaxed pace, he was ready to enter the room to carry his things and leave, when Su Miaohan's voice came from behind in a cold and ghostly manner. You walk a try. Shen Lang's body stiffened. I am a businessman, since I gave you money, then you have to fulfill your obligations. You're not allowed to go anywhere before the time is up. Don't mention that $280,000 to me again, I don't lack money, you must stay here for me until the day the contract ends. If you dare to leave, you can try. Shen Lang watched in a daze as she sat on her bag and slammed the door of her room to leave the house, her face a little bitter. It is tempting to say to her, do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Perverted hobby is too serious, that is also a disease. Just have to leave him behind and seek that one stimulus? Shen Lang seemed to be drained of all strength, disheveled, sitting on the sofa, slowed down for a long time before sighing helplessly. Forget about it, full count, it's only 2 months, grit your teeth and bear it and it will pass. Chapter 18 Chu Gonza's Provocation. Since he has decided to stay, Shen Lang is no longer entangled in the matter of moving, and it is imperative that he still has to find a way to make money. Grandpa Li had to take 3 targeted drugs every month, which cost $600,000 a month. This is an astronomical amount for him. I don't know how it is on Sister Lu's side. Shen Lang was ready to make a call to Lu Jia to ask about the situation. He didn't expect that before he had time to call, Lu Jia's phone actually took the initiative to call. Shen Lang, hurry up and come to Sheng Yuan Mansion, there is a big job. Good, I'll be right there. Shen Lang's spirit was invigorated, hurriedly gave himself a look, with a set of partial business, a little bit of clothing, go out and take a taxi towards the Sheng Yuan building to rush. Sister Lu. Just got off the bus, Shen Lang saw an exquisitely dressed Lu Jia is standing at the door waiting. He hurriedly walked over. I'll make this short and sweet, harem concubine biography, this play you know, right? Shen Lang nodded. This play is a big production with an investment of more than 200 million. The cast is very luxurious, the female lead set the most ratings appeal Li Shangling, there are a number of old actors to join. CCTV side is early set the premiere rights of this drama. A while ago it was rumored that the drama is being cast with great fanfare. Shen Lang a small karami, this kind of big drama do not dare to think. This kind of big drama, if the shooting is not too bad, a little colorful small supporting characters have the opportunity to a small fire. All major companies are trying hard to place their artists in. Shen Lang did not sign the company, dependent on Lu Jia studio below, resources are very limited, not even the bottom of the fight. Originally, the male third of this drama was given to Wang Dongsheng of Granite Entertainment, but Wang Dongsheng was unlucky. 2 days ago, he had a sudden outbreak of appendicitis, and now he is still lying in the hospital. Lu Jia smilingly said, I said dry mouth, only from the Rock Entertainment to get the role, but only the right to audition, specific to give you have to look at your own skills. Shen Lang was pleasantly surprised that it was actually the male third. To know, with his seniority, he would not have even had the opportunity to audition. Lu Jia has already helped a lot. Sister Lu, I will do my best. Lu Jia looked at his handsome face, smiled slightly and said, Sister, of course believe you, but unfortunately the time is too short, later will be audition, you hurry to see the script first. The role he was going to audition for was scheduled for 2:30 p.m., and there were still more than 5 hours left. Shen Lang did not dare to delay, and after getting the script, he studied it hungrily. Why are you here? Just as Shen Lang put all of his mind into the characters, a surprised voice suddenly came from his ears. Shen Lang looked up in confusion and met Chu Gonza's eyes that were mingled with anger and shock. A touch of loathing rose in the bottom of his heart for no reason. Shen Lang did not reply, hanging his head and staring at the script. Are you here to audition? Seeing the script in his hand, Chu Gonza's brows furrowed, seemingly unable to figure out how a small character like him was qualified to come here to audition. Mr. Chu, what I'm here to do seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Shen Lang's heart was uncomfortable when he heard his condescending and questioning tone. Chu Gonza laughed coldly and said, You are a person who is one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes, saying that you are a shit-stirrer is a compliment to you. That day in the cafe, do you still remember what you said, verbally promised to move out, but in the end it was only a few days ago, and then stick to it like a cowhide, do you still want to have a face? When Shen Lang heard this, the first thing he did was not to get angry, but to get a little annoyed. Chu Gongza knew so quickly that he moved back to the villa, no need to think, must be Su Miaohan told him. He couldn't figure out what this woman really wanted to do. On one hand, she used a strong stance to make him stay, but on the other hand, she was stirring up trouble here in white moonlight. What did she really want to do? For the first time, there was resentment towards Su Miaohan in the bottom of his heart. Even if he was an employee and took her money, he shouldn't trample on dignity so recklessly. Mr. Chu, are you looking for the wrong person? Shen Lang said indifferently, Do you think I can move back without Su Miaohan's consent? Looking at Chu Gongza's stunned expression, he continued, Instead of looking for my trouble here, you should chat with Su Miaohan. As long as she agrees, I will immediately move out. Chu Gongza's face was ugly. You'd better be able to recognize what you are, a piece of trash from an orphanage, also wanting to get your hands on 1,000 gold lady. Don't you think you're very childish and ridiculous? Miaohan is willing to take you in, that's because she sees you as pitiful and sympathizes with you. You don't think she really has any other feelings for you, do you? I'm warning you, get the hell out of here. If you dare to pester Miaohan again, I'll make it impossible for you to hang out in Shanghai. Speaking here, he suddenly revealed a mocking smile. You want to audition for this movie, right? Do you know who invested in this movie? Shen Lang raised his head. This drama Miaohan is the biggest investor, and it's because I want to star as the male number 1 in this drama that she invested. I don't care what relationship you have through to qualify to come to the interview, but as long as I make a phone call to Miaohan, even if you succeed in the interview, it's useless, do you believe it? The words fell, and did not wait for Shen Lang to respond, and left with a lofty gesture of raising his head. Shen Lang sat there frozen for a long time, his brain was messed up into a paste. Who is Shen Lang? Come in for the audition. At this time, a female assistant walked into the restroom. Shen Lang came back from his trance. Although he knew that what Chu Gongzi said was true, as long as he said a word, Su Miaohan probability will eliminate him from the crew, but the heart still stored a touch of luck. What if? He was in dire need of money now. This movie was very important to him. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he still wanted to give it a try. Following the assistant into the room, seeing the 3 audition teachers sitting in front, Shen Lang's heart could not help but follow the tension. Sitting in the center of a bearded man called Hu Chunjiang is a famous big director in the TV circle, the hands of a number of explosive, but also the director of this harem Shang Fei Zhuan. Sitting on his left is a 27 or 18-year-old woman, a decent Chong Sam, elegant, magnificent, beautiful. It is the famous first-line actress Li Shangling in the TV circle. On the right-hand side sat the famous veteran actor Tang Xingdong, with a number of popular classic works, belonging to the old-timers who are the titans of the acting circle. Good day, Director Hu. Good day, Mr. Tang. Good day, Mr. Li. Shen Lang slightly owed his waist and greeted. Shen Lang, right, please sit down. Tang Xingdong amiably took the initiative to open the mouth. I want to listen to your analysis of this character first. Chapter 19, Take the Role. Shen Lang nodded and sat upright. I think that the character of Yongquan is actually very complex. His character is not static, and it is mainly divided into 3 stages: before, during, and after. Mouthful of words for more than 10 minutes, Shen Lang moderately stopped. The 3 teachers, this is a little bit of my shallow view of this character. Li Shangling's eyes are slightly bright, and her eyes are undisguised with appreciation. It seems that you have had a very deep study of this character. This male third has a lot of rivalry with her, so she personally attaches more importance to this role, and today she also came over to participate in the audition. Before, Shen Lang had auditioned more than a dozen people, including several well-known male stars in the acting circle, but in terms of understanding the role of Yongquan, they were all far from being able to do it as profoundly as Shen Lang. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your affirmation. Shen Lang is more or less a bit vain, he just has a better memory, plus a long time to cultivate the speculation of the character, so he can quickly from the complexity of the plot, to capture the character's personality color. Shen Lang, when the actor really depends on the acting skills, although you are more in place to study the character, but ultimately it is still based on your acting skills. Li Shangling said with a smile, next I will personally play with you, the East Palace bride kidnapping. That part of the scene you should remember. How about trying this part? Shen Lang said, of course. This scene is very representative. Shen Lang to audition for the male third Yongquan is an imperial general, the heroine of this crossing of the small courtesan love at first sight, love to death. In order to save her, he goes against the imperial order and mobilizes the imperial army to storm into the current state duke's residence and beat the state duke's foppish young master half to death. There are many other plots like this. In short, this is an ultimate dog-licking role, for the heroine can give up everything. But after all, it is the biography of fragrant concubine, no matter how much licking cannot suppress the plot momentum. In the end, the heroine still chose the East Palace prince. The scene of the Eastern Palace bride kidnapping is the ultimate emotional outburst of Yongquan chasing the heroine for so many years, which is full of points of view, but also more difficult to interpret the color. In the room, Shen Lang and Li Shangling stood opposite each other. Xiang, tell me, is it the crown prince who forced you? You love me, how can you marry him? Shen Lang emotionally roared lowly, his facial muscles twitched silkily, grief, anger and despair instantly erupted from his eyes. Oh! Hu Chunjiang and Tang Xingdong subconsciously sat up straight. There was something about this kid. The emotions were natural and just right, not many traces of acting could be seen. The lines were full of emotion, spat out clearly and with a hint of magnetism, very catchy. Li Shangling also froze for a moment, but quickly adjusted. I am sorry, brother Yongquan, I do not know what I did in the past to make you misunderstand. In fact, I have always treated you as a brother. Brother? No, I don't want to be your brother. Shen Lang looked flustered. With a few points of overwhelm, he impulsively grabbed Li Shangling's hand. Shen Xiang, I love you. For you can I give up everything. I know, must be the prince threatened you. I take you away, take you far away, go to a place where no one knows me. Speaking here, his eyes brought a ray of pleading, his body cannot stop shivering gently. Brother Yongquan, your grip hurts me. Prince did not threaten me, marry him as my voluntary, Yongquan brother. I am very grateful for your love for me, but I really just put you as a brother. I love only the prince. I know that so hurt you a lot, but I do not want you to continue to be wrong again and again. Haha brother, it turns out, all along, I am just a brother in your eyes, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Shen Lang was like a madman, his eyes instantly burst into tears, and a pair of eyes were covered with thick blood. Hu Chunjiang and Tang Xingdong looked at him with bated breath, and for a moment, they were all infected by his emotions. Clap clap clap. Soon, sounds of applause came from the room. Good, well acted. Li Shangling quietly wiped her tears and threw a smile toward Shen Lang. Shen Lang, you acted great, I almost couldn't catch it. You really haven't taken a big role before? Previously, most of them just took a little bit of small roles in web dramas. Shen Lang truthfully said. Hu Chunjiang affirmed, Xiao Shen, you are very talented in acting, just now this scene mood switching naturally, not pretentious, not exaggerated, and the emotions are particularly full, especially the tears that section, very colorful. Tang Xingdong also smiled and said, young man continue to work hard, now the young actors are too impetuous, only know the circle of money, do not know how to polish the acting, relying solely on a face can only eat a little youthful rice. I see you are very good, adhere to the polishing of the acting skills, the future of this circle will have a place for you. Shen Lang was flattered, thank you for the encouragement of the three teachers. Shen, go back to prepare for it, no accident, this role is yours. Hu Chunjian will rarely directly shoot the board at the audition stage, because a role involves too many human relationships. But just now Shen Lang's acting skill completely conquered him. Top-notch face value, top-notch acting skills, deep-line skills, such a unique young actor. The reason why he is not yet on fire is that there is someone behind the scenes to give him a push. He didn't mind being the push behind the scenes. Judging by Shen Lang's humble character, in the future, when he becomes a big bull, he will also remember this favor. Thank you Director Hu, also thank you Mr. Tang and Mr. Li. Shen Lang showed excitement at the right time. Coming out of the room, Shen Lang could no longer suppress his joyful emotions and made a fierce fist-clenching gesture. Taking this role, the paycheck alone was $3 million. If he could make a small fire with this role, he would never have to worry about not being able to get a movie to shoot in the future. So this role is crucial to him now, not only about whether he can earn money to cure Grandpa Li, but also about his entire acting career. Shen Lang. He was about to share this good news with Lu Jia when a familiar voice came from behind him. Ah, Ms. Li. Turning back to see Li Shangling, Shen Lang froze for a moment. Li Shangling smiled and said, at a microblogging, from the official start of shooting there is still a period of time, usually nothing to do when we can communicate more exchanges, and strive to interpret the role more colorful. Shen Lang brain a little confused, Li Shangling such a line of big names actually want to take the initiative to add his contact information, which makes him incomparably flattered. So he hurriedly took out his cell phone and added Li Shangling's WeChat. Teacher Li, please teach me more in the future. Li Shangling looked at his handsome face, don't call Li teacher, I'm not older than you a few years old, so called as if I was very old like, in the future call me Shangling's sister. I still have some things to deal with, when the time to WeChat chat. Take care, Mr. Li. I'm still calling you Mr. Li? Shen Lang face slightly red, Xiangling's sister. This is the right thing to do. Li Shangling giggled, walked away with a lotus step. Chapter 20 Western Restaurant encounters Su Miaohan. Who director shot the board, said to give the role to you? Lu Jia heard this news and asked with surprise and joy. Well, that's what director Hu said. Great. Shen Lang, I knew you could do it. Lu Jia excitedly hugged him, take this role, you will definitely be able to fire, and at that time, my sister will also be able to follow you into the light. Sister Lu, you. Shen Lang's face was red and he was a bit confused. Lu Jia also knew that she was overly emotional, and hurriedly let go of him, looking at his handsome face that was red to the roots of his ears, and giggled and said, all have wives, but still so shy. Walk, in order to celebrate you take the role, sister invited you to eat. The place to eat Lu Jia chose a Western restaurant located in the center of the city, the grade is quite high. After ordering something, Lu Jia said, the play will start shooting early next month, there are half a month to prepare, with your acting skills certainly no problem, but still cannot be slow, this time it is best to more polish. Well, I have an appointment with Sister Xiang Ling to exchange acting skills. What Xiang? Sister Xiang Ling? Li Xiang Ling? Lu Jia's eyes widened like a ghost, you call her Sister Xiang Ling? You're calling her Sister Xiang Ling? And you're meeting her to discuss acting skills? That's Li Xiangling. Don't look like she's nice on the surface, but she's actually quite hard to get in touch with. After so many years in the circle, she had heard many rumors about Li Xiangling. It was said that she had a good family background, a hot temper, and had slapped several directors and investors who wanted to subvert her in public. In the theater she was a big heroine, in reality she was just as much a queen. Such a strong woman with a prominent family and a powerful aura actually wanted to discuss the plot with Shenlang, a novice. What is wrong with this? Shenlang raised his head in puzzlement. Ah, no. Lu Jiao looked at Shenlang's face with a complex color and secretly thought, Li Xiangling, ah Li Xiangling, you look like a look of disinterest in all men, but in fact, you are also a vulgar person. Halfway through the meal, two people walked in at the door. The moment this pair of men and women came in, they instantly attracted the attention of everyone. The woman was dressed in a white small suit, her sideburns were pulled up high, revealing a polished white forehead, her beautiful face was as light as water, and a powerful aura came out. The man wore sunglasses and a mask, could not clearly see the real face, but the body is slender and well-proportioned, full of style. Alok is also a big handsome man. Miao Han, go to the window seat over there. Chu Gongzi smiled and looked at Su Miaohan beside him. Back this time, he invited Su Miaohan alone many times, but Su Miaohan every time shrugged off something, refused to eat with him alone. However, he was clear about Su Miaohan's behavior, a bit slow to warm up. After so many years of not seeing each other, there is still a bit of rustiness between each other. He believes that like back then the university is fervent pursuit of her, eventually will be able to impress this cold beauty, so he is not in a hurry. These days, he will let people send a bouquet of flowers every morning and evening, regularly let people send breakfast to Su Miaohan. WeChat booing is uninterrupted. In the afternoon he tentatively invited Su Miaohan to have dinner. I did not expect the other party actually agreed. Until now Chu Gongzi's mood is still very excited, seems to see the hope of the success of the strategy. The location that Chu Gongzi chose was just in front of Shenlang and Lu Jia. After sitting down, Su Miaohan turned her back to Shenlang. And Chu Gongzi happened to be face to face with Shenlang. This pair of eyes, both of them froze slightly. Immediately afterward, Chu Gongzi revealed a wisp of an impish smile. Miaohan, I really thank you for that movie. You also know that I'm just the illegitimate son of the Chu family. I don't have much status in the family, the Chu family's resources won't even be tilted towards me. If not for you investing in the play, the possibility of this male number one I want to get is very low. It's nothing, helping you is one of the things. This drama has been analyzed by our marketing department, it still has more investment value. Miaohan, do you still remember the college days, when you told me that you wanted to make me a top stream superstar? Chu Gongzi is full of love. If you did not take the resources of the family to hold me, I will not have the present achievements. 3 years ago, I was hot-headed, abandoned you. I heard Chen Meng said, you were sad for a long time. In fact, these years I also especially want you, especially regret the impulse at that time. I even more did not think that you are still willing to help me now. Miaohan, you are really too good for me. Su Miaohan paused for a few seconds. You also do not be presumptuous, you have the present achievements, with your own efforts are also inseparable. Shenlang does not want to listen to them tell each other their feelings here, but the position is too close, want to not hear is difficult, a burst of anxiety in the body. He thought to himself, Su Miaohan turned out to be able to speak very gently. It's just that this gentleness of his, only Chu Gongzi has this qualification to enjoy it. In front of himself, Su Miaohan was never in a lofty, condescending manner. Perhaps, this was the difference between treating an employee and a lover. Listening to them chatting in a cordial atmosphere, Shenlang's eyes were hollow, and the sizzling steak became tasteless. Right Miaohan, how is that thing I asked you for? Chu Gongzi asked, he is just a newcomer, I don't think he has the ability to fulfill the heavy responsibility of the third male role. You cast this movie for me, I can't let such a rat turd ruin this movie. I have already greeted Director Hu. Su Miaohan's tone was clear and cold. Shenlang's gaze was stagnant, and his body was gently trembling. Shenlang, what's wrong with you? Lu Jia sensed his abnormality. Shenlang looked flustered, stood up and said, Sister Lu, I'm a little uncomfortable, let's leave here. Good, let's leave right away. Lu Jia was startled by his ashen face and lost soul, she got up and was ready to take him away. Shenlang, you're eating here too? Chu Gongzi pretended to have only just discovered Shenlang's appearance and suddenly opened his mouth to call out to him. The moment these words came out, Su Miaohan immediately turned her head back, just in time to see this scene of Shenlang and Lu Jia standing up and preparing to leave. Her line of sight was fixed on Shenlang's face for a few seconds, and then moved to Lu Jia's face. Although Lu Jia's age was already over 30, she had a very good foundation, plus she was good at makeup, and under the exquisite makeup, she looked more than graceful and gentle, enough to attract the attention of most men. Working with Lu Jia for more than a year, although the other party has sent Shen Lang to the entrance of the district many times, but has never met with Su Miaohan, Shen Lang usually in front of her also pressed not to mention Su Miaohan's business, so she does not know Su Miaohan. At this time only feel very strange, vaguely can feel, this woman looking at their gaze, seems to carry a hint of hostility? Chapter 21 Playing So Flowery. Shen Lang didn't bother to look at Su Miaohan's scrutinizing gaze and didn't reply back, turning around and wanting to leave, as if this place was a vicious and deadly trap. He had always felt that he quite understood Su Miaohan, and had always thought that she was a kind woman. But now, he suddenly felt that this woman was particularly strange. So strange that it scared him. Also desperate enough to scare him. This role was his chance to turn the tables, the capital to raise targeted drugs for Grandpa Li, but now it was stripped away by a single word from her. The purpose, just to please her white moonlight. Shen Lang would never maliciously speculate about a person, even if his adoptive mother Chen Fong treated him so badly, he never went to hate and would think about her good side. However, when he needed help the most, the woman he was most grateful to in his heart mercilessly waved a knife and cut off his hope. Shen Lang, stand still. Su Miaohan said coldly. Shen Lang stopped his steps. Turned around. Shen Lang was stunned for a moment and slowly turned to face her, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. He pinched his nails into his flesh, trying not to act too out of character. In his heart, he was thinking, who am I to blame her? The drama was cast by her, it's her freedom to change who she wants, she doesn't owe me anything. Chu Gongza is her real boyfriend, she took out my role in order to please her boyfriend, isn't that normal? Su Miaohan met his bloodshot eyes and had a moment of disorientation. Having known him for so long, the Shen Lang in her memory had always been a warm and gentle image, with a warm smile hanging at the corner of his mouth at all times, and once she saw him, it seemed that the whole day's troubles were gone. Although sometimes unwilling to admit it, she enjoyed the time alone with him. She worked in her study while he busied himself in the kitchen or cleaned the house, humming a melodious tune on his lips. Even if she didn't have to be face to face, just the feeling of having this person in the house and his scent made her feel especially at peace. In the 3 years they had been together, she had never seen this kind of almost desperate look in Shen Lang's eyes, carrying a heartbreaking sense of brokenness. She had a slight tremor in her heart, and her tone eased. Shen Lang, I'm talking to Chu Gongza about something at work, come over and sit together. The reason why she agreed to Chu Gongza to come to dinner today was mainly because during this period of time Chu Gongza sent flowers to send breakfast every day, which brought her a great deal of distress. Many people in the company knew that she was already married, and Chu Gongza pestering her like this had already caused a lot of bad rumors in the company. She wanted to take this opportunity to have a good talk with Chu Gongza, and did not expect to run into Shen Lang here. In the past, with her arrogant and cool nature she would not bother to explain anything, but looking at Shen Lang's lousy to the extreme, Su Miaohan broke the mold and explained. No need Mr. Su, we have already eaten, there is nothing else, I will leave first. Shen Lang finished the sentence and almost fled as if he had left the scene. Out of the restaurant door, he seemed like a suffocating fish, open mouth breathing heavily, miserable pupils could not suppress the sadness. Shen Lang, what is going on, that woman you know? Lu Jia caught up and looked at him worriedly. Sister Lu, I'm sorry. Shen Lang felt ashamed of Lu Jia. He knows that over the years, Lu Jia has done her best for him, and has worried a lot about his career. In fact, there were several good opportunities before, but they needed to go out of the province to shoot a movie, and the time was still relatively long. He signed a contract with Su Miaohan, and he thought of putting her first, so that he would be worthy of the $5 million, plus he still needed to take care of Grandpa Li, so he gave up those opportunities. But Lu Jia has always respected his opinion and never complained. This time, when he took the role of Yong Quan, the first thing he wanted to do was to share it with Lu Jia, because it would not only bring him a career takeoff, but would also pull Lu Jia's career. But in the end, he let her down. Shen Lang's heart churned with thick guilt. Could why say sorry to me? Lu Jia does not understand. That role, it might be yellow. Lu Jia immediately stared wide-eyed, why? Shen Lang does not want to hide her anymore, just now that woman is my wife, she is very rich, but also one of the investors in the drama of Xiangfei biography. She is your wife? Lu Jia was surprised. Shen Lang laughed to himself, do you think I deserve her? In fact, she and I are just a fake marriage, signed a contract, there are still 2 months to go before this contract ends. Ah? Lu Jia was dumbfounded. She never thought that things would be like this. The man beside her just now, you should have recognized him, right, is Chu Gongza, that's her boyfriend. Now you know why Chu Gongza looks at me in the wrong way. Xin Lang laughed bitterly. She invested in this drama mainly for Chu Gongza. Let him play the male number one. Chu Gongza look at me so bad, and how will let me play the male third? Just now you also heard, they have decided to take out my role. The amount of information was too much. Lu Jia drifted off for a long time before coming back to her senses. Immediately after, there was boundless anger. They are too bullying. Forget it. Xin Lang sighed. The play was cast by her. It is her right to use what actors she wants. But how do you say that you have also been her husband for 3 years? Even if it is fake, it should not be so desperate. That woman looks quite beautiful. I did not expect the heart so vicious. The more Lu Jia thought about it, the more angry she became, and wanted to go up to scold Su Miaohan, but was pulled back by Xin Lang. Sister Lu, don't be impulsive. How can I not be impulsive? Lu Jia emotionally agitated. It is not easy for you to fight for a chance. What right do they have to veto all your efforts with a single sentence? What right do they have? Xin Lang lost his gaze and gently shook his head. No matter what, she helped me in the beginning. Without the 5 million given by Su Miaohan, Grandpa Li could not have survived until now. The orphanage may have been banned 3 years ago. This heavenly favor, Xin Lang always remembered. Lu Jia looked up at his blank eyes, heartbroken, and said, "You are too kind, everything is for others. If the opportunity is gone, then it's gone. Sis will go and help you find it again. I don't believe that they can cover up the sky with one hand. With your acting skills and talent, there will always be someone who appreciates you." Just as they left the restaurant, Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza walked out. Before this meal was served, Su Miaohan lost all appetite and hurriedly went downstairs just in time to see Xin Lang's departing back. Chu Gongza looked sideways at her lost beauty. A hint of cynicism flashed in his eyes, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Xin Lang to actually find a girlfriend without saying a word. Looks although quite beautiful, but seems to be older than him a lot. May know with your contract will soon be over, and seamlessly find a new rich woman. I didn't see it, he usually looks like a pure love, behind the scenes playing so flowery." Chapter 22. This is really great. Su Miaohan was silent, a hint of deepness brushed across her cold brows. A's, don't send flowers to my company again in the future. Chu Gongza was stunned. I am now still married to Xin Lang after all. This is something that many people in the company know, and your fanfare of sending flowers every day has already caused a lot of bad rumors. Su Miaohan said. Chu Gongza arduously said, "Miaohan, my love for you, you know, since you have waited for me for so many years, and also found Xin Lang as a substitute, now I'm back, you are involved with him again, is it unnecessary?" He really couldn't figure out what exactly Su Miaohan was thinking. On the one hand, she pretended to be deeply in love, guarded her body for him, and also specially found a double with a few resemblance to him, and at home, the things that she gave to her, she cherished them all, and a pot of monarch orchids were carefully taken care of. But after he came back, she is not as if it is, not salty. Su Miaohan was silent for a few seconds. Back then I told you, I like the platonic soul love. Originally these years I thought that this is how I feel with you. Maybe it is that obsession in my heart that is at work. I have been fantasizing and longing in my head, and I have been beautifying your image as much as possible. That's why I especially cherished those gifts you gave me. I thought that was especially romantic. Even when I knew that you were going back to China, I thought about running to you despite everything. Speaking here, in Chu Gongza's infinite expectant eyes, she paused a little and continued, "But after seeing you at the airport that day, I realized that I was far from that standard in my heart for you, and I didn't have much expectation or happiness." Why is that? When Chu Gongza heard this, his fists were clenched, the bottom of his eyes were full of unwillingness. Su Miaohan shook her head. "I don't know, in short, there is just not that feeling anymore." Chu Gongza gritted his teeth and said, "Is it because of Xin Lang?" Su Miaohan froze for a moment and did not reply. What is good about him? To have a career without a career, to have a family without a family, although handsome, but I am not more handsome than him, right, in the end, which point am I not as good as him? Chu Gongza almost hissed out. Su Miaohan looked up at him with hidden intolerance. "You don't have to be like this. Miaohan, I know that year as I am not right, should not intentionally use that kind of way to force you. You give me another chance, okay, I must respect you. You do not want to do things, I absolutely will not force you again." Chu Gongza begged. Su Miaohan didn't answer, turned around and walked towards the parking lot. Xin Lang. Damn mudblood. Chu Gongza gritted his teeth and cursed, "I'm not done with you. Director who, okay, I know. It's okay, I know there are some things you can't decide, I don't blame you, okay, I'll listen to your instruction again when I have the chance." On the way home, Xin Lang received a call from Wu Chunjiang. The other party sincerely apologized to him on the phone, saying that he thinks highly of him, this time because of irresistible factors really cannot cooperate, the next play if there is a suitable role, invite him to audition. Although I have long guessed that the role of Yellow, but really received the notice, Shen Lang is still a little disappointed. This opportunity was really good, but it's a pity that things didn't work out. Then next, he will have to find another way to hurry to earn the money to buy targeted drugs for Grandpa Li. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the famous Mingyue neighborhood in Shanghai. Just walked to the entrance of the neighborhood. A yellow-haired man walked up to us, followed by a whole team of people who looked as if they were on the air. It is said that the villas here, a set of minimum are more than 100 million, the front row of several sets of the king of the building, more than $1 billion have, iron, today this anchor will take you in to see. Shen Lang suddenly remembered that the former owner of this body also seems to be an up master on the shake music. His shake music account name is Ride the Wind and Break the Waves, and he is certified as an independent musician. Shen Lang took out his cell phone and looked at it. There were dozens of videos on it, and there were only 3 originals, and the vast majority of them were cover works. However, the original owner's character is similar to his, a little shy, so all the works did not show his face. Coupled with the KTV level of singing level, the video's number of likes is not high. The most out of the circle of a line is only 70,000 to 80,000 likes. Do you want to shoot a piece of original music and send it up? Shen Lang suddenly developed this idea. With his current curiosity, and then to find Shangfei biography of such an opportunity is very, very difficult. By filming to earn enough to target drug medicine is impractical. Perhaps to do a music net read is a good way to make money. What's more, in his previous life, he worked for a record company as an odd job man, and he is a graduate of a science class, so he is good at composing and arranging music, and he has a lot of memories of his previous life's works in his head. If he could transport it to this world, he might even be able to catch fire. As soon as this idea came out, it was like a crazy vine that grew and climbed all over Shen Lang's mind. After returning home, he immediately took out a pen and paper, and in less than 10 minutes, a complete tune and lyrics were perfectly reproduced. At the same time, he downloaded the software on the computer and started arranging the song. Until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a complete tune finally took shape. Lacking professional radio equipment and recording equipment, the video effect of the recording was not ideal, but this is the condition now. Shen Lang can't ask for more. Logging into the copyright registration website and registering the copyright first, Shen Lang then wove a piece of text and uploaded the video to Shake Music. Stretching his waist, Shen Lang looked at the time and realized that it was almost 6 o'clock, and hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen to cook. Not long after he had just finished cooking the meal, the sound of opening the door came from the front door. Su Miaohan came back. Back, let's eat. Shen Lang's gentle voice came over. Su Miaohan looked up at him and seemed to be observing his current state. Seeing that everything was as usual, she nodded and went to the bedroom, and after a while, she changed into a nightgown and walked out. Hair also from the high pulled up dry state, back to a lazy leather loose shape. The process of eating, as usual, was generally quiet. After eating, Shen Lang went to the kitchen to wash the bowl, and was about to go back to his room when Su Miaohan called him. Shen Lang, let's talk. Shen Lang was stunned, a surge of joy surged inside. Could it be that she wanted to talk about ending the contract? This is really great. Today's matter to say that there is not a little bit of resentment towards Su Miaohan that is impossible. After all, that role is really too important to him. But he also considered it. The drama was cast by her with real money. What she wants to use and what she doesn't use, that's her business. Furthermore, Chu Gongza was her real boyfriend. She loved him like her life, sweeping herself off her feet for him. From her point of view, it didn't seem excusable. What's more, back then, if it wasn't for the $5 million she gave to save his life, Grandpa Li would have long since passed away. This was a life-saving favor. Although there were regrets and dissatisfaction, but no matter from which angle, Su Miaohan was just a little indifferent to herself, and she couldn't pick fault with the rest. What qualifications did one have to blame her? Chapter 23 Backstabbing. Mr. Su, I know what you are going to say. It is the matter of lifting the contract, right? Good, I promise. Shen Lang jumped ahead and said, this way, tomorrow morning can you spare a little time? We go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce the marriage. When Su Miaohan heard this, her expression was stunned. She looked for Shen Lang as not for this matter, also did not think of early termination of the contract. Just a moment ago during dinner, saw his face tired, worried about his body, intended to ask about the situation, did not expect that he would actually raise the matter of divorce. At once, Su Miaohan's face darkened. Just now came back to see his expression did not change. Su Miaohan also thought that the things at noon he did not care. It looks like this is just his surface pretend. In fact, the heart is very concerned. Thinking of this, Su Miaohan had no reason to be somewhat annoyed. Shen Lang. Su Miaohan's marvelous eyes were serious, staring at Shen Lang. You don't have to be like this. When the contract was signed, we agreed that it was only a cooperative relationship, and that marriage license was just a formality. I don't want you to have extra thoughts. When I say this, can you understand the meaning? Shen Lang froze. In these 3 years, he had heard similar words from Chen Meng's mouth many times, and Xu Gongzi had also said the same words to him during this period of time, but it was the first time that these words came out of Su Miaohan's mouth. At that instant, he felt a heart suddenly draw tight, but soon, that feeling gradually disappeared until it was clear. As for Su Miaohan, after saying these words, she immediately began to regret them. She didn't know why she suddenly said such words, just that at that moment, she felt that Shen Lang might be jealous of Xu Gongzi, which made her annoyed, and subconsciously she wanted to dispel this thought of his, so as not to make trouble for herself. Please rest assured that General Manager Su, I know my own weight in weight, and I know my own positioning, and I definitely will not have any unorthodox thoughts. Shen Lang's expression was serious. When the contract is lifted, I will stay far away from you and Mr. Chu, and will definitely not bring you any difficulties. This point can be assured by General Manager Su. Hearing this, Su Miaohan only felt more irritated inside, said a sentence as you go and raised his steps into the study. Shen Lang's gaze followed her as she left, and was filled with self-deprecation when he retrieved it. He now also does not intend to hold on to the must leave this villa not let go. Originally he thought to hurry up and get out, as Su Miaohan and Xu Gongzi's intention this is one, the other is also to save their own face. After all, he took the initiative to leave, and was driven out, which is two different concepts. Since Su Miaohan must let him stay, then stick to the end of the last 2 months, during which even if humiliated in some loss of face, that also have to endure, who let himself take her 5 million it. The next day up. Shen Lang received a call from Lu Jia. Shen Lang, something big has happened. Shen Lang heard her tone anxious, heart thumped, asked, Sister Lu, what's wrong? Someone has placed a blocking order in the circle to block you. Shen Lang's face instantly turned pale. His first thought was Su Miaohan. The Su family was an old Shanghai family, with family assets approaching $100 billion, and their connections were even more extensive. Only they could do it to block a person in the entertainment industry. Originally thought that Su Miaohan just kicked him out of this drama of fragrant concubine, did not expect her to do things so absolutely, simply even smashed his own rice bowl. Shen Lang was breathing rapidly, a handsome face suffocated red, the thumbs of both fists were embedded in the flesh, oozing a trace of blood. Due to excessive anger and despair, he straight dare brain dizziness, coupled with the fact that he originally had some hypoglycemia, and in the morning, empty stomach, a breath did not come up, the sky and earth in his head, directly planted on the ground. A loud plopping sound woke up Su Miaohan in the master bedroom. Shen Lang. Su Miaohan's face changed greatly, came up and was ready to help him up. Don't touch me. Shen Lang waved away her hand, struggling to support the ground to get up, his face pale to the extreme. I will send you to the hospital. Su Miaohan prepared to go get her bag. Su Miaohan, am I a monkey? Shen Lang shouted. Su Miaohan was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. At this time, his pair of eyes were actually scarlet that she had never seen before, filled with endless anger and unwillingness. In Su Miaohan's memory, this big boy in front of her had always had a gentle and elegant appearance, and had never gotten angry in front of her in the past 3 years. He would also always call her respectfully with a mouthful of General Manager Su, and occasionally Su Miaohan could still see a trace of admiration and gratitude in his eyes. Su Miaohan always knew that the man in front of her actually especially admired her in the business world to win thousands of miles, strategizing. But now, he actually called her by her name, and that pair of eyes filled with humiliation was even more unfamiliar to her to the extreme. She wasn't sure what she had done to make him so angry. From today onwards, I don't owe you, Su Miaohan, Shen Lang, no longer owe you. Water mist lingered within Shen Lang's reddened eyes. At this moment, he was both desperate and agonized. In his heart, perhaps there is no love for Su Miaohan, but 3 years of living together, deep in his heart has long treated her as a friend. But only now did he realize the cruelty of this world. You treat her as a friend, while the other party can directly and without hesitation stab a knife into your heart. The original $5 million, let nearly 3 years, plus she now personally smashed his rice bowl, it is also completely will be this favor cancelled out. After the words fell, Shen Lang did not have any hesitation and directly slammed the door to leave. Su Miaohan stood there stunned for a long time, then frowned and sat on the sofa. She wasn't angry that Shen Lang suddenly showed such an attitude towards her, she was just wondering what had happened to force such an honest big boy into such a state. It's just that in these 3 years, she didn't pay attention to Shun Lang's things, didn't know what kind of friends he had around him, other than knowing that he was a small actor, she knew nothing else. Even if she intended to find out what happened around him, there was no way to find out. After thinking about it, Su Miaohan walked into Shun Lang's bedroom. Since Shun Lang had lived in this bedroom, she had never come in order to avoid suspicion. Even the last time she found Shun Lang secretly playing that piano she intended to give to Chu Gongza, she only stood at the door and rebuked a few sentences. The room was cleaned up very well, the bedding was folded neatly, all kinds of items were neatly organized, and there were not too many things, giving people a very fresh feeling. After walking in, one could also smell a nice odor, emitting a faint manly scent. Su Miaohan's gaze was first fixed on top of that piano. When Chu Gongza said that he liked this piano, it happened that during that time Su Miaohan was so busy for a project that she didn't buy it for him in time. Later, Chu Gongza gambled on going abroad for further study. Su Miaohan, in order to make up for her heart's indebtedness to him, bought this piano back and prepared to give it to Chu Gongza after he returned to China. For this reason, she treasured this piano very much. Chapter 24 Two Birds with One Stone. That day she came home from work early on a rare day, and saw Shun Lang actually sitting in front of the piano playing the piano. She was really angry at that time. This piano was her atonement, her debt to Chu Gongza. She wanted to see Chu Gongza play his first note on this expensive piano and feel his joy. But now this piano was actually touched by another man, which made her feel a sense of being defiled. At that time, she rebuked Shun Lang with an unprecedentedly harsh tone. To this day, she still remembers Shun Lang's terrified appearance at that time, constantly apologizing to her, saying that he would never touch it again. After that, she went home early many times, and since then never saw Shun Lang touch the piano. Not only that, this piano is like a nightmare for him. The whole room was clean and bright, only this piano cover cloth and body stained with a little dust. When the reprimand, Shun Lang has not dared to have any contact with this piano. Su Miaohan's eyes had a moment of disorientation. Did she go too far? She knew that Shun Lang was quite fond of music, many times she had heard Shun Lang practicing vocalization from this room, he just liked it, so what could he do by letting him play a little? It wouldn't damage anything. What's more, she is now on Chu Gongza, that kind of fantasy, that kind of hot pillow, since the airport after the first meeting, gradually extinguished. Also for this reason, up to now she also did not propose to give this piano to Chu Gongza's intention. With uncertainty in her eyes, Su Miaohan slowly moved her eyes away and fixed her sight on the desk. This is a script? Seeing that a script was placed on the table, curiosity rose in the bottom of Su Miaohan's eyes. She was also curious to know what kind of drama Shun Lang was currently filming. It just so happened that she had a movie and television company under her hand, so if she could, she might be able to secretly send Shun Lang some resources. Opening the script, Su Miaohan froze. Harem Fragrant Concubine Biography. It was actually this drama. This drama she was more impressed, it was a project that her film and television company led the main investment. 2 days ago, Chu Gongza suddenly found her, saying that he was very optimistic about this play and wanted to play the male lead. Su Miaohan did not agree at first. Instead, she found the project manager and the director to discuss together. Chu Gongza's acting skills are very ordinary, better than the kind of actor who only stares and reads numbers, but not much better. But he could not help but look handsome, very consistent with the positioning of the male lead, plus his popularity, after a few discussions, settled on him to star in the first male thing. Su Miaohan did not expect that Shun Lang was actually also in contact with this drama. Yongquan? It seems to be the male number 3 in this drama. Su Miaohan saw that Shun Lang used a red pen to highlight all of Yongquan's scenes, and her expression was very dismayed. Suddenly, she remembered something and took out her cell phone to dial Hu Chuanjiang's number. Mr. Su, hello there, what are your orders? Su Miaohan pondered for a while and asked, Who guide the role of Yongquan before, have you already chosen the actor? This Hu Chunjiang was puzzled in his heart. When that actor was personally vetoed by Mr. Su, why did he call over to ask now? He still decided to tell the truth, indeed selected that actor although has not received any important role before, but very spiritual, whether it is the understanding of the role, or acting skills are noteworthy. Su Miaohan was silent again. What is his name? Called Shun Lang. Su Miaohan's heart jumped, and she sat down powerlessly at the head of the bed. It was really him. At this moment, she suddenly remembered why Shun Lang was that lost in thought at noon yesterday. At that time, she and Chu Gongza had talked about the topic of expelling him from the crew, and Shun Lang just happened to be sitting next to her, so he must have heard all of it. He must have thought that he had intentionally taken away his role, and that's why he was displaying that look of despair. Su Miaohan's palms were slightly shivering at this time, and remembering Shen Lang's hysterical appearance just now, a heart was vaguely painful. This matter she did not know that the role of Yongquan was given to Shen Lang. This morning Chu Gongzi called her and told her with an angry face that there was a young actor who went through the back door and actually took the important role of the third male. This young actor, to acting skills without acting skills, to popularity without popularity, completely is a relationship. With him, this drama will definitely be yellowed by him. Su Miaohan usually the most disgusted is this kind of relationship, and then this drama she invested 100 million, certainly is thinking of making money, how can tolerate such a rat shit bad whole drama? However, she is not a biased person, called the project department to ask the people, to determine, before letting them contact Hu Chunjiang replacement. But she never expected that the person Chu Gongzi said was related would actually be Shen Lang. For a time, Su Miaohan's stunningly beautiful face gradually darkened. What kind of person was Shen Lang, could she not be clear? Where did he have any other relationship other than himself as his nominal wife? In these 3 years, Shen Lang had never made any request to her, even if he had a relationship. With his character, it was impossible for him to go and rely on a relationship to go through the back door. Realizing that Chu Gongzi was lying, a feeling of disappointment surged within Su Miaohan. Even though she no longer had the kind of bittersweet feelings she had fantasized about Chu Gongzi, and no longer thought about making it up to him, she still had some hope in her heart, to a greater or lesser extent. If he could make a career in the entertainment industry, if he could impress his family and get them to accept him, if he could move himself once again, it was not impossible to give him another chance. But now, in order to suppress an unwarranted love rival, he used this kind of dirty tactics to borrow his own hand to fire Shen Lang, which gave her a feeling of being insulted. Chu Gongzi's tactics could not be said to be not smart, not only fired Shen Lang, but also separated himself and Shen Lang. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If it wasn't for the accidental sight of Shen Lang's script today, perhaps this matter would have remained in the dark. That Mr. Su, I'll be honest, you don't mind? Hu Chunjiang suddenly said. Su Miaohan came back to her senses, you said. I do not know exactly where Shen Lang offended you, but dismissed even if, blocked I think it is not necessary, he is a very good seedling, so ruined really some pity. Not long ago, Hu Chunjiang just received a phone call from Lu Jia, asked him if he knew who was in the circle blocked Shen Lang, he first thought of Su Miaohan. After all, Shen Lang a small transparent usually did not offend anyone, other big families cannot do this kind of thing, only just kick Shen Lang out of the crew of Su Miaohan, only have this motive and strength. Hu Chunjiang also really appreciates Shen Lang very much, and for a moment did not hold back to say something on his behalf. Chapter 25 Who gave the sealing order? What did you say? Su Miaohan brought a few points of sharpness in her voice. Her nature is cool, joy and anger do not appear, even in the world of warlords and swindlers in the shopping mall, will rarely show excessive emotions. But at this moment, she rarely lost her temper. Dabbed and stood up from her sitting position. Shen Lang was blocked, do you think I did it? Hu Chunjiang was stunned and said, I am sorry, Mr. Su, it may be that I got the wrong idea. After all, the only one who has this ability and has this motive is. Su Miaohan heard and understood what he meant. It is difficult to block a person in the entertainment circle, and it requires a strong capital and network, even if Shen Lang is only a minor character. And the Su family had this ability. Plus, she had kicked Shen Lang out of the crew only yesterday, so that's why Hu Chunjiang suspected her. This matter is not my doing, I will find out. Su Miaohan paused, has the role of Yong Quan been finalized? Already settled your company Duyanza, yesterday afternoon signed the contract. Su Miaohan gave a hum and hung up the phone. With the cell phone cupped in her hand, she stood there in a daze for a long time before she gradually came back to her senses and drove her car to the company. Mr. Su, why did you come so late today? Chen Meng made a cup of hot tea and came over. This is Su Miaohan's preference, she does not love to drink coffee, only like to drink tea, and the tea is also very concerned, especially like Jiangnan's side of the Dragon Well tea. Chen Meng was a bit strange. Su Miaohan was usually very self-disciplined, a typical workaholic. She didn't love shopping, she didn't love chasing dramas, she almost put all her passion and energy into her work. Usually, even if something happened, she would give her a call in advance to arrange things in the company. Like today, the phone did not even call, dragged to 10 o'clock to come to work, very rare. Let Zhao Xingli from Green Barley Pictures come over. Su Miaohan took a sip of tea and ordered. Okay, I will arrange it right away. Chen Meng nodded and walked out. In less than half an hour, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in. Greeting with a face full of currying favor, Mr. Su, you're looking for me? Su Miaohan squinted her eyes and looked him up and down. Until Zhao Xingli's head was full of sweat, and his body was gently waving, he asked indifferently, Zhao Xingli, the company has treated you not thinly these years, right? More than not thin, he just came to Qing Barley Film and Television, or the marketing department of the ordinary staff, is Su Miaohan step by step will be promoted up, and now the salary treatment, in the whole industry is the top. Zhao Xingli wiped the cold sweat, crying and asking, Su General, you're good to me, I have always remembered in my heart, is not what happened? Su Miaohan lifted her eyelids and looked at him coldly, the actor in that role of Yongquan, it was you who personally went to investigate, right? Zhao Xingli was abruptly startled, didn't Chu Gongzi say that Su Miaohan would not go to investigate? Who instructed you to do this? Su Miaohan's voice grew colder and colder. Zhao Xingli cried and lost his face, this time he was really victimized by this guy Chu Gongzi. Because of the relationship of the profession, he has some daily interactions with Chu Gongzi, and also knows that Chu Gongzi is closer to Su Miaohan. So Chu Gongzi let him help this favor, he did not hesitate to agree. He didn't think that such a big person like Su Miaohan would be held accountable for this small matter. General Manager Su, this is none of my business. It was Mr. Chu who found me and said that you arranged it. Zhao Xingli was busy putting all the blame on Chu Gongzi. Go to the finance office and collect this month's salary, you don't have to come to work tomorrow. Su Miaohan said coldly. Mr. Su, I don't want to say my words a second time. Zhao Xingli's face was miserable, in his heart he carried out Chu Gongzi's 18 generations of ancestors and cursed them all, it was this damn thing that caused him to lose his job. Wait a minute. Mr. Su? Zhao Xingli turned back in surprise. The ban on killing Xinlang, who gave it? Zhao Xingli froze, shook his head and said, Mr. Su, you think highly of me, I'm just a small manager, how can I have this authority? Su Miaohan waved her hand, signaling that he could leave. Sitting forlornly on the chair, Su Miaohan stared blankly at an exquisite motorcycle ornament in front of her. Remember that in college she especially loved to play with this kind of motorcycle that boys like to play with, thinking that it was especially cool, especially windy. Especially when the mood is bad, riding a motorcycle for a ride, what worries are gone. Chu Gongzi know this, spend a high price from abroad to customize this motorcycle model, and a little bit of piecing together a good gift to her. The real value of this gift is not enough to mention, but the heart is priceless. Su Miaohan has been precious properly stored, placed in the most conspicuous position on the desk, accompanied her countless days and nights. But now, seeing this model, her heart has an unspeakable bitterness. The man in her heart who was glowing with light and kindness and sunshine had now turned into a sinister villain who relied on means to suppress others, which made her unable to accept for a while. The huge discrepancy even caused her heart to infarct for a moment. She picked up her cell phone and wanted to call Chu Gongzi, but she quickly put it down again, picked it up again after a few minutes, and put it down again. After repeating this for an unknown number of times, Su Miaohan finally dialed that number. Miaohan? Chu Gongzi's surprised voice came from the opposite side. Do you have time? Yes, of course, you look for me, even if there is no time, but also to squeeze out time. Are you in the company? I come over to find you now? Su Miaohan looked stagnant, slowed down for a while before saying, Maple Leaf Cafe, I will wait for you there. Good, I'll be right there. At noon, Xinlang returned home with the things he bought back. Foxtrot Solo 3 sound card with Audio-Technica at 2020 microphone, plus a guitar, inside and outside spent more than 10,000 yuan on him, almost all the deposits on his body are empty. To do a good job, you must first make good use of your tools. Yesterday's rough recording Xinlang was very dissatisfied, so today he simply pulled out his savings and replaced it with a brand new set of equipment back. This set of equipment is certainly not how high-grade equipment, can only say that it will be used, but the effect of the production is definitely a few notches higher than yesterday. As for why he relies on here and hasn't he left. In the morning when he went out in anger, Xinlang also thought of doing this. But then thought about it, instead of pulling with Su Miaohan, it is better to endure, quietly finish these 2 months, and stand the last shift. Waiting for the end of that day, both sides do not owe each other, each go their own way. I don't know how that video yesterday, how effective it was. After returning the equipment to its place, Xinlang sat on the bed and opened shake music with a hint of curiosity. Chapter 26 Such a you, what qualifications do you have to make me like? Maple Leaf Cafe. Miaohan, this is the first time since I came back that you took the initiative to ask me out. Chu Gongzi was dressed in a straight shirt, tall, typical clothes rack, handsome features with a few feminine beauty, is the current little girl's favorite boy's style. He held a bouquet of blue goblin, smile, as if from the dream out of the Prince Charming, alone this manner and appearance, indeed enough to attract the attention of the vast majority of girls. This is your favorite blue goblin, for you. Chu Gonzo walked to Su Miaohan in front of her, smiled and handed her the flowers. Su Miaohan's clear eyes slightly converged, hesitated for a moment to take the flowers, casually placed it on the sofa behind her, and said thank you. Miaohan, I remember that your favorite place to go is also the tea house. Why did you invite me to the cafe today? Chu Gonzo settled down in front of her and asked with a soft smile. Do you still remember when we first came out on a date? Su Miaohan asked. Chu Gonzo was stunned. This is 4 or 5 years ago, where would he still remember? Su Miaohan glanced at him. At that time it was at a cafe outside the school. Oh yes, I remember. Chu Gonzo's mood was extraordinarily excited. Su Miaohan suddenly took the initiative to ask herself out today, and was also here to reminisce about the past, mentioning the scene of the first date. Could it be that she had completely thought about it and wanted to get back together with herself? Miss, your coffee. The waiter came over with 2 cups of coffee. This is my favorite Americano, Miaohan. I didn't expect you to remember my taste even now. Seeing the coffee served on the table, Chu Gonzo was pleasantly surprised. Su Miaohan hung her head and slowly added half sugar to the coffee, holding a spoon and gently stirring. Just this simple picture is like a painting. Su Miaohan's hair hangs lightly, her soft white cheeks seem to glow under the coffee's halo, and she actually has a stirring sense of beauty. Chu Gonzo gazed at her face, his heartbeat missed half a beat. In addition to her cold personality, this woman was impeccable in every way. Her looks were stunning, her talent was outstanding, and her family was noble. She was like a fairy on the clouds, unattainable. Thinking that he had once possessed such a woman, a touch of pride naturally arose within Chu Gonzo. After drinking this cup of coffee, don't contact me again in the future. Su Miaohan suddenly said. Chu Gonzo was violently stunned, and his pupils instantly widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Why? At this instant, his voice was tinged with broken tones. Su Miaohan indifferently said, I don't like people who deceive me. When did I deceive you? Chu Gonzo's voice was dry. Su Miaohan stared at his eyes, her beautiful eyes became more and more disappointed. By this time, he was actually still lying. What has been done, you think about it yourself, I will leave first. Su Miaohan has always done things cleanly, do not want to chatter for this matter, quarrel endless. At this time the cafe guests quite a lot, she does not want to become a monkey for everyone to watch the show. Is it because of Xinlang? Chu Gonzo stood up, almost gritting his teeth and asked. Yes, I did it, but who is it because of? You know that I like you, I love you, and you have been waiting for me for the past few years, but why, did your attitude change after I came back? That Xinlang is just a soft-eat mudleg, he's just a stand-in for you, as your boyfriend, I don't want to see you so close to him, what's wrong with that? But you know I don't like it, you know I hate him, and you still keep him at home, what do you want me to think? I just can't stand to see him bouncing around in front of me and want to get rid of him. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. It's your attitude that keeps wavering, giving me hope and not giving me hope at the same time. These words have been bottled up in my heart for a long time. Chu Gonzo also did not care about the many dismayed gazes in the cafe, and was determined to vent all of his inner dissatisfaction. Miaohan, I want you to make a choice right now, do you want me or do you want him? You are truly incorrigible. Su Miaohan turned around and left. I'm incorrigible? I like you, I pursue you, where did I go wrong? It's that Xinlang who can't understand himself and has to be pestered. What right does he have to be a mudblood? Even if you are willing, have you thought about your family, your parents, your grandparents willing? Chu Gonzo chased after her side chatter. Although Chu Gonzo is only the illegitimate son of the Chu family, but after all, it is also the son of the Chu family, with a certain inheritance, is it still no better than a mud-legged son? Miaohan, you listen to me, give up that mud-legged son, let us start. Over again enough. Su Miaohan let out a rebuke. Chu Gonzo stiffened all over. I did give you hope, but to the kind and sunny Chu Gonzo in my heart, not a calculating and vicious Chu Gonzo. I originally thought that you are a very enterprising boy, will be in the entertainment industry to fight a career, so that even if at that time my family opposed, you also have the capital to let me give you a few good words. But what have you done? Although fame has gone up, but you have no ambition, only comfortable in being a flow star, acting is not good, singing does not go to improve, and now you are jealous of a small actor, to give him a blocking order. The more Su Miaohan said, the colder her face became. Tell me about you, such a you, what qualifications do you have to make me like you? Moreover, Shenlang and I are only in a contractual relationship. To put it bluntly, we are roommates, we are clean and innocent. What exactly are you jealous of? He has been working hard to take care of me all these years, and has never asked for anything. You want to be my boyfriend, and you don't go to repay the favor for me, even if it's not enough, you still want to ruin other people's careers. How can you be so vicious? Chu Gongza's face is iron blue. I don't know you in the future. Su Miaohan pulled her leg and was about to leave. Chu Gongza finally panicked. Miaohan, as I did wrong, at that time I was afraid of losing you, lost my mind, only to do these wrong things. That's because I like you too much. You give me another chance, I can go to Shenlang to apologize and lift his blocking order. Su Miaohan stopped and frowned. With your ability, how did you manage to block him? This Chu Gongza opened his mouth, not knowing how to speak. It was Su Chen, right? Chu Gongza was taken aback. Su Chen was Su Miaohan's younger brother, a year younger than her, and was very close to Su Miaohan. Back then, he learned that Su Miaohan unexpectedly married a powerless orphan. On the spot, angry to beat Shenlang, was Su Miaohan sternly warned and only then subsided. But over the years, Su Miaohan does not know, although this brother of hers did not beat people again, but secretly tripped the whole yellow Shenlang many jobs, but also gave him a lot of embarrassment. Chapter 27 Divination. Don't follow me anymore, and also, you are not allowed to approach Su Chen again. Su Miaohan gave him a stern look. This is her code of conduct: dare to love, dare to hate, love must love to death, hate must cleanly clear all relations. Miaohan, have you forgotten, you once promised me that you would give me 3 chances? Chu Gongza suddenly shouted from behind. Su Miaohan's body was stunned, and this memory slowly surfaced in her memory. This stems from her senior year riding a motorcycle on a mountain road accident. That section of the road is very remote, calling the sky and the earth, but the phone is broken. Su Miaohan thought she would die there, but did not think that in the middle of the night Chu Gongza brought people to find over, so that she recovered alive. Su Miaohan's character will not easily show her feelings, but this time she is from the heart to thank Chu Gongza, and in Chu Gongza jokingly asked if one day he made a mistake, Su Miaohan can look at this life-saving grace to forgive himself? Su Miaohan remembers that she firmly nodded her head at that time and told him that she would give him 3 chances in the future no matter what mistakes he made. Miaohan, I swear I will change, I really love you, you give me one more chance, just one, okay? Chu Gongza said tenderly. Su Miaohan slowly turned to look at him, after a long time before gently nodded. I talk to count, 3 chances a time will not be less, but you have already used 2 chances. Leaving without saying goodbye 3 years ago was the first time, and today is the second time. Well, I promise that this is definitely the last time. Chu Gongza was ecstatic. I still have things to do, you go back first. Su Miaohan looked tired, she could never do that kind of iron heart. She recalled that night, the frogs and insects in the mountains, not being able to reach out, countless mosquitoes biting on her body, the fear of the dark night, coupled with her serious injuries, she once faced a collapse. In her most desperate time, it was Chu Gongza who knew that she liked to race cars in this area and brought people to find her, giving her a chance of life. At that moment, she was infinitely grateful. After that, Chu Gongza left in anger, and she felt guilty, also based on the fact that she had not been able to repay this life-saving favor. Perhaps, he is still the same kind boy back then, it is his own failure to grasp the proportion with Shenlang, only to let him have jealousy, so as to cause wrongdoing. However, Shenlang only has the last 2 months of life left, and she can't do the thing of leaving him behind. After all, after living together for 3 years, even a cat or dog has feelings. What's more, he is so gentle, kind, 3 years for her to take care of all the worries of life, she can let go in the business world. Now letting her cross the river and tear down the bridge, she couldn't do such underhanded things. Take a step and see what happens. Su Miaohan sighed inwardly and returned to the office. The office was divided into 2 rooms, the outside was Secretary Chen Meng's office, and the bigger one inside was Su Miaohan's president's office. To enter Su Miaohan's office, one must first pass through Chen Meng's office. When Su Miaohan walked in, Chen Meng was eating her work meal and listening to a song. Su Miaohan, you're back? Didn't you go on a date with Chu Gongza, why did you come back so quickly? Chen Meng chewed her rice in her mouth and asked vaguely. Just drank a cup of coffee. Su Miaohan walked straight to the office, just arrived at the door, she turned back and asked, this song you just listened to is quite good, what is it called? You said this As soon as this was mentioned Chen Meng became interested, and the meal was not eaten. This is the original song of an uploader called Ride the Wind and Break the Waves on Shake Music, called Divination, which can be very good. Look, he only sent the song yesterday, today it is almost 100,000 likes, a lot of people in the following message said that it is good, but the sound quality is too bad. Su Miahan opened Shake Music and searched for this uploader called Ride the Wind and Break the Waves, and was greeted with a paragraph of text. I would like to use 3 lives to redeem, divining your life of good and bad luck. The text is very simple, but it gives people a desire to click in. Click on the video. The vocals hummed. Bells entered, giving the song an ancient and pious flavor. The wind blows the sand, the butterfly loves the flower, a 1,000-year-old story. It seems like the moon in the water, and the love is obsessed with the flowers in the mirror. Su Miaohan usually likes to listen to songs, and she does not have any special feelings about the arrangement creativity of this song, including the lyrics and music, which is in the middle of the road. But the melody is really very catchy, easy to understand, basically listen to a few times can probably hum out. This is the basic premise of a big fire song. Just by listening to it twice, Su Miaohan knew that this song would definitely catch fire. Miaohan, do you feel that this uploader's voice is familiar? And the floor tiles in this video, how is it somewhat similar to the ones in your home? Chen Meng suddenly said. Su Miaohan did not pay attention to the beginning, listening to her so say, specifically pay attention to look at the floor tiles, is really exactly the same. This tile is her special customized pattern, is her own hand drawn out, there is no other number. Su Miaohan was stunned, subconsciously listened to the voice of the uploader. She can be sure, this uploader called Ride the Wind and Waves, is Shen Lang. Su Miaohan was indeed somewhat surprised by Shen Lang at this moment. She knows that Shen Lang likes music, once also in the Wave Bar resident singer, but she did not know that the other party in the music actually so talented. Just look at the lyrics of this song, as if the lyrics and music arrangement are all his hand. Back to the office and sat down, Su Miaohan rarely did not put her mind on work, but clicked on the comments and read them. I feel like my ears are pregnant. The uploader's voice is so gentle and magnetic, but it's a pity that he didn't show his face. This song is to tell those who have eyes without pearls, don't let down the person who was good to you, some love once missed will not be there. Only later did I realize that spiritual support can be music, work, mountains, rivers, or the sea, but only not people. The sound quality is too poor, seriously affect the sense of hearing, kneeling for studio version. Su Miaohan looked at the comments also some of the trance, do not let down those who are good to you? She thought of Chu Gongzi, but next, the shadow of Shen Lang crossed her mind. In fact, truly speaking, and Chu Gongzi together that more than a year, they do not have much too good memories. Except for that time when Chu Gongzi brought someone to save her life, most of the dates were just watching movies, eating and drinking coffee, and by now, those memories had long faded away. At that time, she had gradually taken over the management position in the company and was too busy, while Chu Gongzi was also busy with his acting career. There was little getting together and much separation. On the contrary, in these 3 years with Shen Lang, although he hadn't done anything romantic and hadn't accompanied her to go shopping, go out to eat, see a movie, and the things that couples can do, Su Miaohan had been avoiding. But he is in the life of the little bits and pieces, to help her arrange a clear, meticulous. The wind is silent, and the wind is silent, and the wind is silent. It is this kind of moist things into the night, noiseless care, can leave indelible marks in people's hearts. Thinking of this, Su Miaohan cannot help but feel a little ridiculous. Himself and Shen Lang is nothing more than the relationship of hiring and being hired, with the status gap between the two sides, it is never possible, how could he suddenly think of him? Quietly discarded this shadow in her mind, closed her cell phone, and re-entered the work state. Just not a moment later, she couldn't help but open her cell phone again, clicked on that video, clicked a like, and followed the account of Ride the Wind and Waves again. Chapter 28 The first time into Su Miaohan's office. This is 100,000 likes? The moment he clicked on the shaking music, Shen Lang looked a little dumbfounded. He thought that this song would be fire, after all, in his previous life in the Blue Star this song was more out of the circle, and there were a lot of people who liked it, only that he did not expect that in just one night, there were actually 100,000 likes. He swiped for a while and finally realized the reason why. It turned out to be a food scouting V Orange, who accidentally found that the song was very good and forwarded it for him. Wow, Tai ZZ, found a super good sounding original work, share it with everyone at Ride the Wind and Waves. This orange video Shen Lang also brushed to, the fan base of more than 20 million, long petite and cute, often visit some expensive stores, like what Private Imperial Chef, Top Seafood, etc., every video heat is very high. Shen Lang did not expect such a big V will actually unconditionally for their own publicity, the heart suddenly grateful, concerned about her account, sent a thank you private letter over. The amount of fans actually broke 200,000. Just now did not pay attention to see, so will look only to find that overnight rose 78 million fans, and look at the momentum, it seems to be growing rapidly. This also makes Shen Lang realize that this is an opportunity. Must hurry to take advantage of this wave of heat, and then send a new work to maintain the heat. More than 8 o'clock in the evening. A brand new piece was finally rushed out. With the new equipment, it was true that the quality above was much better, barely able to satisfy Shen Lang. But this new song he did not rush to send. The heat of divination is still fermenting. Wait until the potential of the song is exhausted, then send a new song, in order to maximize the benefits. After moving his somewhat stiff torso, Shen Lang walked to the kitchen to boil up the medicinal porridge. Su Clan Building, in Su Miaohan's office. She was anxiously looking at his statement. Su's group's main business is the piece of food and beverage. Now in the summer, was originally the peak season for beverage sales, but the group's main several fist products, year-on-year actually have different degrees of decline. Mr. Su, this year, Zhang's group is raging. Several drinks have spent a lot of money on popular celebrity endorsement. In advertising is endless investment, a variety of activities are endless. I think we also have to hurry to keep up with the pace, or else the market is sure to be eaten up by them quite a lot. Zhang Shanshan, the vice president in charge of the market, said helplessly. Su Miaohan looked at the statement and didn't say anything. This Zhang's group and Su's group is the most direct competitor. The two operating industries basically overlap, especially in the beverage food this piece. The competition can be described as fierce. The two families have been feuding for a long time, and they both want to kill each other with all their might. This summer vacation, the Zhang family took the lead in the major platforms to invest a huge amount of advertising. The company's several best-selling drinks all invited a line of popular celebrity endorsement. All kinds of activities are also in full swing. This once let the insufficient preparation of Su's group is very passive, and even the market has been swallowed a lot. Su Miaohan a little pondering. The heart has a countermeasure. Xianqi Mountain Spring, Fragrant Orange, Weihu, Ice Spring Cola. These four products go to find the top of the stream to talk about the cooperation program, specifically looking for who. You guys come up with a plan to take to me to look at. The candidate must be in line with the brand standards. Looking for advertising companies, redesign advertising words, in addition to major television stations and online media platforms to talk about advertising. First talk about it, the time period must be good. As for the event planning, let the planning department to study, must be different from Zhang's group, to have their own advantages and characteristics. Zhang Shanshan nodded, I will go and do it. Miaohan Chen Meng walked in. Su Miaohan helplessly said, call me Su, general manager in the company. Hey, it is not that no one else is there. What is it? Shen Lang came to send you medicine porridge, waiting in the hall. Su Miaohan froze for a moment. She was busy all day today, putting Shen Lang's matter behind her. Originally thought that he was blocked by the circle, such a big thing. This time, he might have to put down his face and persuade him to obtain his forgiveness. I didn't expect that he actually acted like nothing, and continued to come to deliver medicinal porridge without fail. Su Miaohan's eyes were a bit complicated. Go get it. Wait a moment. Seeing Chen Meng turn to leave, Su Miaohan called out to her again. What's going on? Su Miaohan paused. You invite him up. Ah? Chen Meng stared incredulously. She remembered that Shen Lang had delivered the medicinal porridge for 3 years, and Su Miaohan never seemed to let him into the office. What was wrong today? Although there is some reluctance, but since Su Miaohan has opened her mouth, Chen Meng can only go down and call Shen Lang up. The first time back to Su Miaohan's office, Shen Lang was also a little surprised. He came here to send 3 years of medicinal porridge. Su Miaohan seems to want to avoid suspicion, even his face refused to see, has always been Chen Meng downstairs to get. Today actually invited him into the office, which made Shen Lang wonder what the other side really wants to do. Chen Meng, you go out first. Su Miaohan said as she saw Chen Meng standing still. Chen Meng pouted her lips and gave Shen Lang another wary look before she turned around and walked out of the office and took the door with her. Mr. Su, did you call me here for something? Shen Lang put the thermos box on the desk and asked. Things I already know. Su Miaohan opened the door and explained, the role of Yongquan, it is Chu Gongzi in conjunction with the marketing manager of my company lied to me. They did not say your name, lied to me that a small actor with no acting skills and no fame went through the back door to get the role. I didn't do it when you were blocked either. It was Chu Gongzi and my brother Su Chen who were behind it. Speaking here, she looked at Shen Lang, who was full of shock, and said solemnly, I will give you an explanation for this matter. Yongquan, that role has signed a contract with other actors, cannot be changed. I will find a way to help you in another drama to ask for a more important role. Also, the blocking order, I made a call and it has been cancelled. Shen Lang did not expect things to be like this, so to say, is he wronged her? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel some guilt in his heart. Su Miaohan has always been a kind person, and she is so proud. How could she do such a desperate thing? At that time, he was completely enraged and didn't think about verifying it at all. It was really irrational. Mr. Su, no need. Shenlang hurriedly said, this is also none of your business. That role is gone, you do not need to compensate me. As long as the blocking order is lifted, my agent will help me find another role, but I still have to thank you for your kindness. Hearing these words, Su Miaohan frowned lightly and looked at him with some surprise. She subconsciously remembered Chu Gongza. Back when they were still in a relationship, Chu Gongza would regularly sidestep her in various ways to ask for roles and resources, and it was the same during this time after returning to China. The male first in the fragrant concubine legend was him taking the initiative to ask for the past. Shenlang is also an actor, he should know that a role more important than the fragrance princess biography of male third How Much Gold, put in other dramas, it is likely to be male second, or even male first. Maybe with a play can be a big fire. But such an opportunity, he actually refused. Chapter 29 The Best of Both Worlds. Before auditioning for the fragrant concubine biography, it seems like you've been acting in supporting roles in web series, right? Because of this matter, Su Miaohan deliberately investigated Shenlang's past resume, and more or less knew what his current situation was. Acting are some side characters, not many roles, the payroll is naturally pitifully small. Do you know, this opportunity may be able to directly let you star in a star drama of the male number one shot to fame, such an opportunity you do not want? Su Miaohan's eyes dark as an ancient well, seems to want to see Shenlang's innermost thoughts. Shenlang lowered his eyes, soft tone, Mr. Su, of course I want to play an important role. Just this matter has nothing to do with you, you do not need to compensate me, if I received your favor, I cannot pass on my conscience. This is Shenlang's heartfelt words. Grandpa Li has always taught him to take what he should take, don't reach out for things that don't belong to him. He has always firmly remembered this sentence of Grandpa Li. Even though Su Miaohan was his nominal wife, Shenlang had never thought of asking for any benefits from her that did not belong to him. Su Miaohan was a little stunned, not sure how much credibility his words had. In this world, there really is this kind of fame and fortune in order to keep the heart of the red pillow, and abandoned as nothing? Mr. Su, drink the medicinal porridge while it's hot, I won't bother you if there's nothing else. Shenlang turned around and prepared to leave. Although the misunderstanding had been resolved, now Shenlang was even more desperate to escape from her as soon as possible. Chu Gongza, this person is extremely jealous, he just temporarily lived with Su Miaohan, let him become crazy with jealousy, not only took away his role, but even wanted to destroy his career. This kind of person is simply too scary. If he tangled with Su Miaohan again, this kind of thing would never be the last time. Shenlang's eyes were obscure, he didn't want to speculate about others with a malicious mind, but what Chu Gongza did this time had touched his bottom line, and inwardly, he had a strong physical discomfort towards this person. Wait a moment. Su Miaohan's clear and cold voice sounded. Shenlang turned back to look at her blankly. It just so happens that I am also ready to go back, together, you also save a taxi. Shenlang was stunned, the time was already almost 9:30. Usually at this point Su Miaohan would sleep directly in the company. On the top floor of this building, there is a suite that belongs exclusively to her. How did you think of going home to sleep today? Shenlang did not say anything, helped her carry the medicine porridge piece downstairs. You drive, I'm a little tired, squint a little. Su Miaohan handed the car keys to Shenlang. Getting into the car, Shenlang started the car, did not hold back to remind, Mr. Su, your stomach is not good, the daily medicinal porridge should be eaten on time. Su Miaohan opened her eyes, lightly sat up straight, opened the thermos box, and ate it in small bites. In the evening, because of work matters, she had even just hastily dealt with a few bites of dinner. And then a bellyful of tea afterward. The long-lost stomach spasms tugged at the painful nerves, vaguely aching. After a bowl of medicinal porridge went down, it warmly wrapped around the stomach, and it seemed that the discomfort of the whole day was dispersed quite a bit. Su Miaohan sat in the back seat, lightly glancing at Shenlang's handsome side face. The lights in the car are dim, the neon of the city shines through the window, shining on his face, making Su Miaohan have a mesmerizing trance. It was as if she had returned to that night when they first met. He was draped in the neon colors of the bar, playing the guitar and singing softly and lowly. With just a thought, she had spent 3 years with this man who was not supposed to live in the same class. Shenlang, do you have any wishes? Shenlang's expression was slightly stagnant, and he raised his head to meet her brimming eyes from the center rearview mirror. The color of her eyes was clear and written with sincerity. If memory serves, this seems to be the second time she asked this, right? Shenlang could read from her clean eyes that she wanted to make up for her heart. After all, he had done his best to take care of her life in these years. As a $10 billion female president, a rich family's daughter, she has her own principles, and this time the role was taken out, and being blocked by the industry was also because of her, to say the least, and it is normal for her to want to make some compensation. After all, a big person like her does not like to owe others. The line about not having a desire curdled on her lips. She just wanted to pay off this debt and make her heart feel better. It seemed a bit unkind to reject her like that. And it also seemed like she wouldn't be a human being, and perhaps it would leave a bad impression in her heart that she didn't know how to get ahead of herself and was insatiable. Since she had already given a step, then go along with her. Thinking of this, Shen Lang opened his mouth and said, I came out of the Hope Children's Welfare Institution. This orphanage now has a dozen children, most of whom are at school age. The government's support for this orphanage is very small, and a lot of funds have to be raised by themselves or donated by members of the community. The children grew up without parents, and the only way for them to get ahead is to study. I don't have any other wish, I just want to see these children grow up healthy and well, and preferably to be able to study. Unfortunately, my own ability is limited. At present my biggest wish is to be able to buy a number of school supplies to these children. Finished in one breath, Shen Lang's heart was also quite satisfied with this speech. Su Miaohan usually likes to do good deeds, and this time just implied that she donates some school supplies, which does not cost a few dollars. Both satisfy Su Miaohan's idea of making up for the shortfall, but also does not make her hemorrhage. The best of both worlds. This is your wish? Su Miaohan's gaze was a bit dull. She once again asked this question, just that momentary whim, remembering his 3 years of dedication, but also thought that his days are numbered, do not want to let his life leave regrets. Unexpectedly, he did not think about himself at all, but remembered the dozen children in the orphanage. Su Miaohan heart some touched. These years he seems to have never understood each other, this big boy who has been together for 3 years, simply kind some excessive. Moreover, she also heard the potential meaning of Shen Lang's words. Just to have a batch of school supplies, only a dozen children, that could cost a few dollars? Maybe if she casually bought a bag, it would be far more than that. By saying this, he allowed himself to make amends without giving too much. No matter what, he had always been careful to maintain his emotions. Su Miaohan, slightly sour at the eyebrows, lightly pursed red lips, no longer speak. The car drove into the villa, the two silent and speechless, each to their rooms. Just returned to the bedroom, Su Miaohan dialed a number. Mr. Su, what are your orders this late? You go purchase a batch of school supplies early tomorrow morning, with a budget of $50,000. Also, buy another batch of children's clothing, a batch for all ages, boys and girls. And toys, buy a batch for all ages. After a pause, she added, prepare another 500,000, no, 1 million, tomorrow directly to the Hope Children's Welfare Center's account. Chapter 30, The Past of the Orphanage. Mr. Su, everything you want has been bought. The next morning early to the company, Chen Meng came over and said, buy so many things, today is to go to the orphanage to see the children? She had already seen this kind of thing before. Over the years, Su Miaohan donated dozens of Hope Elementary School and often went to orphanages and nursing homes to do good deeds. Chen Meng also followed quite a few times. Is there any important work in the morning? Su Miaohan asked without lifting her head as she dealt with the matter at hand. Chen Meng took out her record book and flipped through it. There was a product seminar at 10 o'clock. Move it to the afternoon. Yes. Su Miaohan grasped the time to finish the work in hand, and after 9:30, brought Chen Meng to the Hope Children's Welfare Center. Why is this place so remote? The car drove all the way to the outskirts of the country, almost out of the province, before seeing a brand new 3-story small building in a deserted place. A small courtyard of less than 100 square feet was built in front of it, and the iron gate in the courtyard was tightly closed, with a sign that read Hope Children's Welfare Institution hanging on the top. Chen Meng replied, I checked, this orphanage was founded by an old couple. It is considered a semi-civilian nature of the orphanage. The government support is very small. This piece of land is still owned by the old couple themselves. In addition, 3 years ago there was a fire here. The fire was very serious. The entire orphanage was burned. The director was also burned into a serious injury. It is said that still in the hospital for treatment. 3 years ago? Su Miaohan could not help but think of Shen Lang. At that time, she heard the owner of the wave bar say that he was very short of money, working 3 jobs a day, day and night to make money. At that time, she did not think there was anything. In Shanghai, there are a lot of people like him who are drilling into the eyes of money and desperately trying to make money. But in conjunction with the orphanage fire 3 years ago, things didn't seem to be what they thought they were. Go knock on the door. Chen Meng nodded and walked forward to knock on the iron door. Not long after, the iron door opened a crack. revealing the face of an 11 or 12-year-old boy with a dirty face, timidly asking, "Sister, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for your grandmother Zhao, is she in?" Chen Meng asked with a smile. "In, I'll go and ask Grandma Zhao to come over." The little boy said, gulped and wiped his nose, and ran away with bare feet. A few minutes later, the little boy led an old woman with a head full of silver hair and a face covered with age-old grooves over, followed by a group of curious little boys and girls. "It's Dean Zhao, right? Hello there, we're from the Su Group, this is our boss, Ms. Su Miaohan." Chen Meng took the initiative to go forward and shake hands with Grandma Zhao. "Today we came over with the intention of donating a batch of supplies, I hope we didn't disturb you." Hearing that they were here to donate supplies, Grandma Zhao showed great enthusiasm and hurriedly invited them in. Chen Meng was also rushing to direct the staff to carry out the school supplies, clothes, and toys that they had brought with them. "Mr. Su, Assistant Chen, there isn't any good tea in the courtyard, so you guys can just enjoy it." Grandma Zhao personally made a cup of tea for Su Miaohan and Chen Meng. "President Zhao, you are too polite." Chen Meng smiled and said, "I heard that this orphanage was founded by you and your husband, it must not be easy to take care of so many children." "Indeed, it's not easy." Grandma Zhao showed a kind smile on her face. "These children have no father and no mother. The hardest time is when they miss their father and mother. They cry so much that they can't even be coaxed. The most afraid of is the chain reaction. A child caused a large number of children, that is really called people crazy." Su Miaohan held a cup of tea and walked around the room. The room is full of photos and trophies, and the walls are plastered with half a wall of awards. Walking over to take a look, almost half of the awards were Xinlang's. Su Miaohan froze. "Dean Zhao, is this child called Xinlang very good, winning so many awards?" "That's not true." As soon as she heard Xinlang's name, Grandma Zhao instantly danced with her eyebrows, her eyes were filled with pride, and she didn't mince words about her favoritism. "This child is the most outstanding child I have ever seen." Chen Meng was also surprised at this time and came over, messed up. "This orphanage is actually the orphanage where Xinlang once stayed. No wonder Su Miaohan suddenly wanted to come over to send supplies." In the past, no matter where she went to do good deeds, it was all planned a few days in advance, only this time she was caught off guard. This child was picked up from the garbage by his grandfather Li. When he was first picked up, he was covered in ulcers and had a high fever of 40 degrees. It was a miserable I really don't know what kind of pig dog worse than the parents, threw their own children into the garbage. Now that the old story has been revisited, Grandma Zhao is still full of indignation. Luckily, this child is very competitive, from childhood than the same age of the children know how to do. Other kids are just naughty and cause trouble, but since he was 3 years old, he has never made a fuss, and often helps his grandfather Li and me do what we can. His grades are even better, and he's been number 1 in the school every year. Speaking of this, Grandma Zhao's eyes suddenly darkened. If not for that fire 3 years ago, he could have become a very good person. It was his grandpa Li and I who were useless and dragged him down. Su Miaohan and Chen Meng glanced at each other. The latter asked curiously, "What exactly happened 3 years ago?" Grandma Zhao sighed heavily. "The electric wires short-circuited, causing a huge fire. That fire engulfed the entire orphanage. It was that old man in my family who ignored the danger and rescued the children inside one by one, but it also led to extensive burns all over his body." After Xinlang knew about this, he resolutely withdrew from the Shanghai Theater Academy and worked 3 jobs a day to raise money for his grandfather's surgery. Speaking of this, Grandma Zhao shed tears. "This child since childhood loves to perform, often told me and his grandfather Li said, when he grows up to be a big star." But in order to cure his grandfather, he did not hesitate to give up his dream. Su Miaohan and Chen Meng were also very touched at this time. Unexpectedly, Xinlang is actually a student of the famous Shanghai Theater Academy. In order to cure his grandfather, quit school and work, this must be how much filial piety and perseverance. Fortunately, the heavens had not even failed such a sensible child, allowing him to meet a noble person. Grandma Zhao smiled again, and that day the boy came back to me with a happy face and told me that a nobleman had recognized his ability and lent him $5 million. The brand new orphanage you see now was rebuilt with his money, and his grandfather's treatment costs have always been covered by him. Over the years, he has regularly remitted money every month, and now the children are doing well, all thanks to his silent efforts behind the scenes. These words were like a hammer hitting Su Miaohan and Chen Meng in their hearts. Chapter 31 Achievement Explosion. "Miaohan, the nobleman," he said, "it can't be you, right?" Chen Meng's eyes widened. All these years, she had been looking down on Xinlang because of this matter, thinking that he was just a white boy who ate soft rice. She didn't realize that he didn't do all this for himself, but to rebuild the orphanage and help his grandfather. This is also too sentimental and righteous. Su Miaohan's eyes were a little dazed, she really didn't expect it either. Having spent 3 years with Shenlang, she knew that the other party was not a money-grubbing person, and every month, she would put $50,000 of living expenses in the drawer in the living room. She didn't eat much at home, most of the time Shenlang ate alone, so basically every month there were $20,000 to $30,000 of living expenses left over. And the vast majority of these $20,000 to $30,000 that were spent on helping her buy medicinal herbs for the medicinal porridge, and the expenses that Shenlang himself consumed were at most $2,000 to $3,000 a month. She intended to spend not finished living expenses Shenlang can keep their own, but Shenlang not only did not do so, but also kept an account of how much money spent each month, where it was spent or clear. It can be said that these 3 years, in addition to the beginning of the 5 million, as well as the most basic living expenses, Shenlang did not take a penny from her. Previously she did not know this, see Shenlang have 5 million savings, but also often run out to work, the heart is still a little unhappy. Only now did she realize that he had always been short of money. All the money he earned was put into the daily expenses of the orphanage as well as helping his grandfather with his illness. Mr. Isu, could it be that you are the nobleman who helped Shenlang? Grandma Zhao heard the words from Chen Meng's words and excitedly went forward to hold Su Miaohan's hand. Really thank you, back then if not for your help, these children do not know what to do, my family that old man could not have survived until now, you are really a living god. Su Miaohan busy, Jiaodin, you do not have to be like this, at the time to help him is also to see him talented, can help me a lot of favor, these years he also works very hard. Xiaolang can meet you, really lucky. Grandma Zhao lamented, this child's life is too bitter, abandoned by his parents since childhood, adopted by a family at the age of 6, and then abused. When he was sent back that year, he was covered with scars from being beaten. Now he can meet such a good boss as you, it is also regarded as a blessing in disguise. Su Miaohan and Shen Meng's hearts are pumping tight, so Shenlang also has such a bad past. Dean Zhao, this time I came to Shenlang is also known, recently his work performance is very outstanding, so our company board of directors in order to recognize him, unanimously decided to donate 1 million to your hospital. Su Miaohan said, behind us will continue to pay attention to your hospital, if you encounter any problems, you can also call my secretary, I will try to help you solve. Speaking here, Chen Meng was very eye-catching and handed over her business card. Hearing that she was going to donate $1 million, Grandma Zhao was also taken aback, and quickly said, how can this be, you have already helped us so much, I can't ask for more money from you. Dean Zhao, this 1 million is considered to be a reward for Shenlang's hard work, but also a token of our company's appreciation, it is for all the children, I see that the conditions here still need to be improved, so don't excuse yourself anymore. Su Miaohan patted her parched palm and said in a warm voice. Grandma Zhao's heart was both touched and relieved, she was also relieved that Xiaolang had met such a good boss. At noon, Su Miaohan and Chen Meng left by car after having a noon meal under the strong request of Grandma Zhao. Miaohan, I really didn't expect Shenlang to be so sentimental. Chen Meng lamented, I just asked, many of the children who went out from the orphanage over the years were raised by this couple since they were young, and usually this couple treated them equally. But the orphanage accident, these people have a little conscience at most is to give a little money on the ignore, only Shenlang 3 years as one day never leave the care. In the past, I was wrong to blame him, I thought that he was the kind of white boy who did not work for money and thought of eating soft rice, and I never had a good face to him. Speaking of this, Chen Meng couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Thinking carefully, in the past it seemed like no matter what face she gave him, Shenlang always maintained respect and friendliness towards her. Such a man who had an unfortunate fate and was able to maintain a kind heart, that she had done such excessive things to him, Chen Meng felt that she was a bit wicked. Su Miaohan's expression was stunned, her mind couldn't help but conjure up Shenlang's face that always maintained a gentle smile that was kind to others, and her heart ached a little for no reason, he had cancer. What? Chen Meng slammed her foot on the brake. He found out a while ago that he has advanced lung cancer, he may only have 2 months left to live. Su Miaohan gently sighed. Chen Meng froze for a long time, released the brake and continued to drive, silent all the way. 500,000 likes now. When he got up early in the morning, Shenlang couldn't wait to click on the jitterbug, and when he saw the number of likes of this video of divination, he directly froze. A night of fermentation, I did not expect this video to fire like this. Not only that, the amount of his fans increased by 300,000 overnight, and he had already exceeded 500,000. He hurriedly clicked on the comments section. Meow Meow recommended it, and it does sound good. Ma, I've been looping it for a day now, it's much better than those slobbering songs on the Shake music charts. Brother Long hurry to send a new song this old song is almost listening to vomit. New song plus 10,086. Shenlang found several big V's name from these comments. Click on their accounts to see. Sure enough, there are several Vs are free to help him recommend. No wonder the number of likes will increase so quickly. Shen Lang wrote to them one by one to express his gratitude. The next full day, Shen Lang continued to create songs at home. During this time, Lu Jia came with a phone call, telling him that although the blocking order was lifted, the influence was still there, and many companies and directors were afraid to use him for the time being for fear that something would happen. If it was before yesterday, Shen Lang might have been worried and nervous. But now he was completely indifferent. The new song has good results, and according to this rhythm, the next song, as long as it maintains this level, it will definitely not be wrong. And releasing works on the short video platform does not require favors, does not need to look at people's faces. As long as the quality of the work is hard enough, the fans will buy it. This was undoubtedly the best job for him, a shy person with a slight social phobia. Lyrics, composing, arranging, recording. It lasted until more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and only after enough to get out 2 new songs did Shen Lang stretch his back in satisfaction. Click. The door of the room opened. The next moment, the footsteps came this way. Su Miahan stood in the doorway, a long flowery dress set off her petite body in a graceful and beautiful way. Chapter 32 Seeking Buddha. Su Miahan was a little distracted all day, and rushed back after work. For some reason, she desperately wanted to see Shen Lang. After entering the door, feeling the movement of Shen Lang in the room, her restless heart magically settled down. Coming to the door of Shen Lang's room, she noticed at a glance that there was more equipment inside. She has a film and television company under her banner, which is also engaged in this aspect of short videos, so she naturally knows what these equipments are used for. The desk was a bit messy, and it was piled with all kinds of scattered and disorganized manuscripts, and from afar, one could see the lyrics and 5-line scores on it. There was also a guitar placed under the desk. "Mr. Su, you are back? Sorry, I forgot to clean up just now. I'll clean up the room right away." Shen Lang was a little flustered. Su Miahan has a slight cleanliness fetish, so he mops the floor and cleans up the house every day, cleaning up the house, and his own room is also neatly cleaned up. Today, he was mainly too tired and wanted to take a rest, and he didn't expect Su Miahan to come back so early. Looking at his hands and feet tidying up the room, Su Miahan's pair of bright eyes followed his figure, bright and obscure, not knowing what she was thinking. "Mr. Su, have you eaten? I will go and cook for you." After cleaning up the room, Shen Lang prepared to go to the kitchen. "Shen Lang, there is no need to be so polite in front of me," Su Miahan suddenly said. Previously, she didn't feel anything. As a hired employee, it seemed normal for him to remain humble to himself. It was just that now, when she heard him say "one mouthful of you, one mouthful of Mr. Su," carefully not daring to do a single thing wrong in front of herself, she only felt a blockage in her heart. Shen Lang's expression was stunned. His side head saw her clear and cold face, and wanted to not understand what she meant by this. "These 3 years have not always been so down? Today I went to the Hope Welfare Center." "Ah." Shen Lang again stunned. He thought Su Miahan will only symbolically send people to send some school supplies over, did not expect her personally actually went in person. "When I gave you that $5 million, you have taken to rebuild the orphanage and give your grandfather treatment?" Su Miahan asked. "Aha." Shen Lang did not hide. The situation was more critical. If not that money, the orphanage may have to be dismantled. The dozen children cannot be placed. "And my grandfather is seriously ill and needs expensive surgery costs." "Mr. Su, thank you very much for that money. It not only saved the children, but also saved my grandfather's life." "No matter what, you are my benefactor. Unfortunately, my ability is limited. I can't help you with anything, but in the future, if there is anything I can do to help, I will be obliged to do so." Shen Lang was full of sincerity and expressed his gratitude. "Su Miahan Ice Complex, you do your best to take care of my life all these years, just to repay the favor?" Shen Lang did not answer, because this was the truth. He suddenly realized what Su Miahan meant by that sentence just now. Since she had gone to the orphanage, she should have learned something about her past from Grandma Zhao. She might have acted out of pity and sympathy for herself, which was why she showed unprecedented gentleness. Thinking of this, Shen Lang's heart was incomparably difficult. Even though there was a difference in status between the two of them, after all, they had been together under one roof for 3 years, and he still very much hoped to become friends with Su Miahan. But this sudden sympathy and pity was like a condescending handout from the superior to the inferior. It also made him realize that he was just an insignificant, nanny-like stranger in her heart. Shen Lang, you do not look at your own identity, actually still fantasize about being friends with others. Do you have this qualification?" Shen Lang sighed inwardly, and remembered that the guarantee just now, maybe in her heart is just a joke. People are 10 billion female president, luxury family big thousand gold, want money, want contacts have contacts, you a bottom of the small roll, can help people what? The kitchen is filled with the aroma of vegetables. Su Miaohan sat on the chair in the study, in front of the open computer, but delayed to put into the work state. She is usually rarely affected by the outside world, the only time was 3 years ago when Xu Gongza left without saying goodbye and got drunk. But this time, just because of Shen Lang's words, it made her inexplicably annoyed. Ding dong! A WeChat was sent over, and the one who sent the WeChat was none other than Chen Meng. Miaohan, that Ride the Wind and Waves has sent a new work again, it's too good. Su Miaohan froze and subconsciously opened Jitterbug. She usually didn't play jitter music much, the account she followed used to be only one Xu Gongza, and now there was one more riding the wind and breaking the waves. In the follow, she quickly found Shen Lang's newly released video. The time of release was 5:32 p.m., which was 10 minutes before she came back. The first and foremost was a paragraph of text: I seek the Buddha, not for the next life, only for the fate of this life, to be able to see each other again. It seemed quite similar to the last divination song. Su Miaohan raised her eyebrows and clicked on the video. The vocals chanted and the electronic piano made an entrance. A leisurely and sad atmosphere came out. After the prelude, Shen Lang's powerful voice sounded. When the moonlight pours on my face, I think I'm about to change my appearance. There's a soup called Torn Heart, and drinking it has magical powers. The melody was ear-catching and full of emotion. Su Miaohan's expression also became serious. In her opinion, the magic of this song was even better than the last divination song. Soon, the singing reached the chorus part. Shen Lang's more and more exuberant voice was wrapped in endless sad feelings and resounded in the study. Can we still meet again? I have been begging in front of the Buddha for thousands of years. I am willing to exchange a few lifetimes for our one lifelong love, hoping that I can move the heavens. The sense of images came at once. Su Miaohan vaguely saw a man kneeling in front of the Buddha praying devoutly. The years are lost day by day, while he is like a stone looking forward to kneeling in front of the Buddha. The years took away the spring, summer, autumn and winter, but cannot take away his full of hot pillows, just for the extravagance of that a tiny sliver of hope. Shen Lang's voice perfectly interpreted this bone-deep love, touching the heart and moving people. Only then did Su Miaohan realize that Shen Lang's singing skills were very powerful. A true singer can only incorporate his own feelings into the song and touch the hearts of the people, not like many singers who only know how to dryly pull high notes to show off. That kind of sound is extraordinarily harsh to the ears. Can we still be able to see each other again? I have been begging to the heavens for thousands of years. Let me kiss your face again before I step across this bridge of Naya. A trace of coldness suddenly crossed the corner of Su Miaohan's eyes. Can a person's deep love really go to this extent? For the sake of one's beloved, one bitterly begs the heavens for thousands of years. Even if you go to the Neho Bridge, you only want to kiss your lover's face at the end. This is how touching. For Su Miaohan, who was looking forward to a platonic perfect relationship, this feeling simply poked her heart, making her especially touched by it. Chapter 33: Musicians with Attitude. Subconsciously, Su Miaohan inclined her head, and although she was separated from the wall, she still seemed to see the figure that was busy in the kitchen. Was this a reflection of his inner feelings? Does it mean that he also expects a love that is engraved in his heart? Su Miaohan looked back and repeatedly listened to the song a few more times. The quality of the song this time was obviously much better than the last one. It seems that those devices this guy bought back last time are still effective. Pursing her lips, Su Miaohan clicked on the comments section again. Brother Long's new song is so good. Whoa, finally waiting for the new song. This song didn't make me wait in vain, my ears are getting pregnant. Ha 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 ha, Brother Long is going to carry out the metaphysics to the end, again to seek Buddha and divination. Poor people's love relies on metaphysics, rich people's love relies on money. Seeing this, Su Miaohan couldn't help but snort a laugh. These water friends can be really interesting. Suddenly, she thought of Shen Lang again. This guy was a typical poor man. Could it really be the same as what this water friend said, that he was relying on metaphysics in anticipation of his share of love? Mr. Su, it's time to eat. As she was thinking, Shen Lang's voice came from outside. Quickly turning off the shaking music, Su Miaohan tried her best to let her emotions return to the ancient well, hanging a clear and light look, and walked out. Halfway through the meal, Shen Lang opened his mouth and said, General Manager Su, are you coming back tomorrow? What's going on? I may have to go out for a day. Not coming back even at night? Shen Lang nodded. I will not come back tomorrow. Su Miaohan hung her eyes and continued to eat. There had been many times like this before. Every once in a while, Shen Lang would disappear for a day or two, but at that time, she wasn't too attached to Shen Lang and didn't put it on her mind. Now, however, she couldn't help but wonder, what exactly did he want to go for when he took a day off? If it was to go back to the orphanage, the round trip would only take 2 or 3 hours, not to spend the night there. After eating, Shen Lang brushed the dishes and mopped the floor again before returning to his room. Opening shivering music, Shen Lang almost screamed out in shock. Good guy. The video has been uploaded for less than 3 hours, and the number of likes actually broke 100,000. This is the sign of a big fire. Afraid of annoying Su Miaohan, he suppressed his voice and walked back and forth in the room several times before calming down his excitement. And at the same time, the Imperial Capital Shivering Music Building, the music department. This month's performance was fully crushed by Penguin Music. The ring actually dropped 15 percentage points. What the hell are you doing for food? The company gives you such a high salary. Is it for you to come and eat dry rice? In the conference room, Minister Chen Jianmen had an iron face and heavily slammed a statement on the conference table. No wonder he was so angry. Although Shake Music was not established for a long time, but with the unique advantage of short video platforms, the performance has been rising over the years, and it has already had the potential to compete with Penguin Music. But with the power of Penguin Music in the past few months, it has signed a number of big-name singers, and tapped a number of new stars, not only the positive reviews, but also the performance of the crushing trend. On the other hand, Shake Music has made almost no progress, and has been eating its own words. If this continues, I'm afraid that Shake Music will have no chance of catching up. Vice Minister Wang Yin smiled bitterly and said, Penguin Music's side is indeed very lucky. Among the newcomers they've unearthed, 2 potential stocks have appeared, and they've created several popular hit songs in a row in the recent period, plus there's also the strong presence of Heavenly King Zhou. On the contrary, this batch of newcomers unearthed on our side is lackluster, and there are not many explosive short videos, which is why we have fallen behind. Chen Jianmen knuckles tapped the desktop. I am not asking you to come to find reasons and excuses. Hurry up and think of a way for me. Everyone present, each person give me 3 suggestions. Tomorrow morning meeting will be taken out for discussion. Adjourn. Minister. The crowd packed up their things and were preparing to leave. Assistant Lu Tingwan jogged in with an excited face. What's with the staggering behavior? Chen Jianmen, still angry, glared at her. Minister, good news, there's an original singer on the short video platform, and the 2 songs that were created consecutively have exploded. Really? The crowd was stunned. Of course it's true, this original singer's net name is Ride the Wind and Break the Waves. Everyone can click in to listen to his work. Lu Tingwan said excitedly, I briefly checked his information, was stationed on our platform 5 years ago, the first 2 years sent some works, but most of them are covers. After that, he stopped working for 3 years, and only recently began to continue creating. With her words, everyone couldn't wait to take out their cell phones and find Ride the Wind's account. For a moment, the entire conference room was filled with the sounds of the 2 songs Divination and Seeking Buddha. It's so good. Very good indeed, much better than the original works of those 2 newcomers from Penguin Music. It was just that the sound quality wasn't too good. It seemed that it was recorded at home without too good conditions. After listening to it, the crowd was excited. Wasn't this the quality original singer that everyone was looking for so hard? The crowd had searched for him for 1,000 times, but they didn't realize that the person was just beyond the lights. Wang Yin said excitedly, this latest video has only been released for less than 3 hours and it actually has 100,000 likes. This song is definitely going to be a big hit. Minister, we have to hurry up and sign this person, otherwise we will be cut off by other companies. Chen Jianmen, as if waking up from a dream, Wang Yun, you are personally responsible for signing this person. What kind of treatment? Wang Yun asked. The musicians of Shake Music are roughly categorized into 4 grades of S, A, B, and C. The vast majority of the general newcomers are signed in the C grade, a small number of B grades, and only those singers with a certain amount of fans will be given A. As for the S, this is the treatment of the heavenly kings and queens, and Shake Music has only given 3 S-grade contracts so far, and they are all the kind of superstars known to all the people. Chen pondered for a moment and said, give it an A. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. This musician was very talented. Chen Jianmen explained, you guys only listened to his 2 most recent songs, I just went through his past videos, and a few of the originals can only be said to be just getting started, and his singing skills aren't great. You guys listen to these 2 new songs again, not only have his creative skills increased greatly, his singing skills are also very good. He stopped working for 3 long years, these 3 years must have gone for further training. Speaking of this, Shin Jianmin said with a confident look on his face, "This is a musician who has a very strong attitude towards his music, and I believe that he will continue to produce a steady stream of good works afterwards. Give him an A, and he will create benefits for the company far beyond this contract." "Okay, I'll contact him later." Since the decision was made, Wang Yun was ready to personally go to Shunlang City to talk about the signing of the contract face to face to show her sincerity. Chapter 34 S-Class Contract. Early the next morning, Shunlang was about to go out with his bag on his back when he received an unfamiliar phone call. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Shunlang?" A gentle female voice came from the opposite side. "It's me, may I ask who you are?" Shunlang was a bit puzzled. He knew very few people on a regular basis. This person's voice was unfamiliar, and he didn't know what he was looking for. "Hello Mr. Shin, I am the Deputy Minister of Shake Music, Wang Yun, may I ask if you are in Shanghai?" Shunlang was stunned and immediately thought of the videos he had posted on Shake Music. As of this morning, the number of likes of that newly posted video of his had already exceeded 300,000, and it was still climbing with a rapid momentum. "This Minister Wang, I'm sure he's here for this." "So it's Minister Wang, hello, yes, I am in Shanghai." Shunlang's voice softened a few points. The other party knows his phone number and location. This is not strange, he has written it when he authenticated his real name on Shake Joy. "That's great, Mr. Shin, we have listened to those 2 new songs you posted on Shake Music and think you are very talented." Wang Yun said with a smile, "I flew to Shanghai before dawn, can we meet?" Shunlang frowned, he still had important things to do today. "Mr. Shin, it won't take too much of your time." "That's fine." People came all the way here, Shunlang could not afford to turn away, and gave her a cafe location. In less than 20 minutes, Shunlang met Wang Yun, who hurriedly came in the cafe. 30-something years old, a black wraparound skirt, full of charm. "Mr. Shun?" Wang Yun walked to Shunlang and looked at his handsome face full of surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so handsome." Last night they were still discussing, Shunlang's videos never show his face, could it be that he is not too good looking? Now at a glance, where is this not good? She had been in the music department for so many years, she had seen many handsome men, and she had not seen any more handsome than Shunlang. Shunlang smiled and made an inviting gesture. "Minister Wang, I have important things to do later, let's open the door." Wang Yun hurriedly nodded her head. At this time, her heart was leaping with joy. If Shunlang is average looking, even if he is talented, I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to make it big in the future. Nowadays a lot of girls are face value parties, if you don't look good, it will be hard for people to fan you. But Shunlang is not only talented, but also exceptionally handsome, and now seems to be very kind, almost has all the conditions for a big hit. This time she came over, she prepared 3 contracts, one was B-rated, one was A-rated, and one was S-rated. If Shunlang was really the ugly type, she would first take out the B grade, and then switch to the A grade if Shunlang sat on his hands. But at this time, Wang Yun didn't even bother to take out the A grade, and directly took out that S grade contract. Such a super potential stock, fully deserves an S grade contract. "Mr. Shin, I think you must have guessed my intention." Wang Yun said with a smile, "Under our Shake Music, we not only have Shake Music as a music platform, but also a music company. After our evaluation, you deserve a top S-level contract." Hearing this, Shunlang was also a bit surprised. He was in the entertainment industry, so he naturally knew that an S-level contract was already the top in the industry, and usually only those first-tier stars could get it. He didn't expect them to be so generous, directly giving himself a newcomer a top contract. This sincerity simply can't be said. Let me briefly introduce this S contract. The signing fee will directly give you $10 million. In addition to the fixed share of the music platform, the rest of the like variety arts, commercial performances, endorsements are divided into 37, U7 We3. The contract time is a total of 3 years. In the future, if you can become a heavenly king, you will also get a certain share of the company. Shunlang seriously looked at the contract. To be honest, he was incredibly moved. Other than that, the $10 million signing fee was what he desperately needed right now. But Shunlang still put down the contract with regret. Mr. Shin. Wang Yun looked at him in surprise. "Minister Wang, I'm very grateful that you value me so much, but I can't sign it." Shunlang shook his head. "Why?" Wang Yun was very puzzled. Shunlang said, "I cannot leave Shanghai for the time being, sign this contract, I cannot help it." He is a very heavy commitment and feelings of people. The contract with Su Miaohan still has more than a month. Since the promise to continue to maintain the relationship, it is necessary to fulfill the duty to the last day. In addition, Grandpa Li was seriously ill, so he couldn't leave his side at this time. Once this contract is signed, I'm afraid that he will be distracted for the rest of the days. After all, the company is not a charity. After all, after giving you such a big favor, it is natural to double it and earn it back from you. After that, he can almost imagine his life, traveling around the country in a row, running commercial shows, taking on variety shows. There is no time to take care of Su Miaohan and Grandpa Li again. Minister Wang, to tell you the truth, my grandfather is seriously ill and bedridden. I'm afraid he doesn't have a few months left. I'm the only one who can take care of him. At least for a short time I won't sign a company. I can only let you down. Wang Yun did not expect it to be like this, but in his heart, he also admired Xin Lang's filial piety. In order to take care of his grandfather, he willingly gave up such a coveted fat contract, which is not something everyone can do. Mr. Shin, I can understand your difficulties. Wang Yun said, but our company also sincerely hope that you can join this big family. Since you have difficulties, how about this? This contract you sign as usual, but before your grandfather's 100 years, we will give you the work will be limited to the scope of Shanghai, at most a few cities around. If there are other jobs, we'll also consult your personal opinion. Do you think this will work? Shenlang froze and looked at her. Minister Wang, you guys really think so highly of me? Wang Yin slightly smiled. Of course, before I met you, maybe I wouldn't think so highly of you, but your filial piety infected me. I think a person like you will never fail the company. Thank you. Shenlang was also infected by her full of sincerity. Minister Wang, I was actually an actor previously, and now I have an interpretation contract signed in Lu Jia Studio. This will not conflict, right? Wang Yin asked, just the contract in terms of film and television, or? Just in terms of film and television. Wang Yin was relieved. That's okay, I signed with you on the music side. This is not a conflict. Now a lot of 2 lines of development of the star are signed by different companies. This is very normal in the industry. Just, in the future, you need to regulate your own time. Chapter 35. Choose a graveyard for yourself. Did you kid wake up in the wrong position? What nonsense did you say to me in the morning? Shake music with you to sign S-level contract, 10 million signing fee? Before signing the contract, Shenlang, in a responsible attitude, went out and dialed a phone call to Lu Jia. People are still in the Buren Cafe. How can I joke about this kind of thing? Shenlang is a bit speechless. You wait, I'll be right over. Do not sign the contract, in case there is a trap. Your kid is waiting to die. Lu Jia hurriedly finished a sentence, immediately hung up the phone. Not long after, Lu Jia walked in with a middle-aged man. Minister Wang, this is my agent and the boss of Lu Jia's studio. Lu Jia, Sister Lu, this is the deputy minister of Shake Music, Wang Yun. Shenlang introduced the 2 men. Minister Wang, hello. How are you, Boss Lu? The 2 shook hands politely, and Lu Jia introduced the middle-aged man, a lawyer friend of hers, called Tan Junjie. I have read this contract and there is no problem. Tan Junjie carefully read the contract a few times and said with certainty. Lu Jia immediately smiled. Minister Wang, thank you very much for being so optimistic about my family. Shenlang, in the future I will ask you to take care of him in terms of music. She was also sincerely happy for Shenlang at this moment. Recently, she had also been working hard to help Shenlang find a movie, but because of the impact of the last time, she could only take some small roles on the side, which were completely meaningless. Now this kid has come out of another path without saying a word, and the starting point is not bad. In the future he will make a certain reputation in music, and then it will be much easier to help him look for a play. However, in order to be cautious, Lu Jia still led a reprint of the contract. Before Grandpa Li's 100 years, the scope of his work was limited to Shanghai or the surrounding area. After all, verbal promises are not reliable. Of course, Shenlang also issued a diagnostic report of Grandpa Li. Okay, you kid actually have this ability. Counting sister underestimated you. Sent away Wang Yun and Tan Junjie, who were anxious to go back to report. Lu Jia deliberately listened to Shenlang's 2 new songs on Shake Music, and was immediately impressed by him. These 2 songs, they are really top-notch, even she has fallen in love with them. Sister Lu, I still have something to do later, so I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Shenlang looked at his watch. After this delay, it was already after 11 o'clock. I drove here. Where are you going? I will send you. No need, that place is relatively remote. I take the bus on the line. I'll take the bus. Alright, I'll be waiting for your dinner. More than 1 in the afternoon, the bus bumped all the way to a cemetery area in Shanghai adjacent to Zhejiang province. When he appeared here, Shenlang was holding a bunch of stars in his hand, as well as a large pile of snacks and beer. He slowly went up the hill and came to a cemetery. A slightly yellowed photo was affixed to the tombstone. On the photo, a sweet and cute young girl was smiling brightly, just like the rising winter sun. Shenlang moved gently and placed the full sky star in front of the tomb, rubbing his palm over the photo, a doting smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Shallow, I came to see you again. Today, I brought your favorite starry sky, and your favorite snacks, you little greedy cat. Recently this period of time did not come, you in heaven must have craved it. He vaguely crossed the elf-like delicate figure in front of his eyes. Brother Shenlang, do not cry, Shallow give you snacks. Shenlang brother, your parents beat you again, they can be really bad, Shallow grow up must help you teach them a lesson. Pust. Shenlang opened a can of beer. Know that you are most afraid of loneliness, today I can accompany you all day. Oh, open or not happy? Your body is not good, beer you cannot drink, I drink, you eat snacks. While talking, he tilted his head and finished a can of beer. I've had a pretty good time this time, don't worry about me in heaven. By the way, I have recently created 2 songs, I will sing them to you. Shenlang took out the guitar he was carrying and slowly played and sang. When the moonlight sprinkles on my face, I think I am about to change my appearance. Singing and singing, the tears unknowingly fell all over my face. The voice choked to the point that it could no longer be sung. After a long time, he suddenly murmured, Shallow, you say, if I also ask the heavens for a few thousand years, can he let us see each other again? Even if it's just one side? Summer nights come especially slowly. Shenlang drank beer and slowly told the tomb people about the events of this period of time. Directly the sky completely darkened. He curled up and leaned against the tombstone, as if that elfin maiden had snuggled back into his arms. This one night, he slept exceptionally well. When he got up in the morning, he looked at the young girl on the tombstone and smiled. Asahi, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? I have to go, recently there are more things, next time I strive to come over earlier to see you. Carrying his guitar on his back and packing up the empty cans on the ground, he took 3 steps and slowly walked towards the bottom of the hill. Suddenly, those starry eyes became dim. Huh, isn't that Shenlang? At this time, on the other side of the cemetery, Zhao Yiding accompanied her family over here to pay homage to their ancestors and happened to see Shenlang's forlorn back. Dad, I'll go over there to take a look. Zhao Yiding quickly stepped after Shenlang. Shenlang stopped in surprise. Zhao Yiding looked at his face in surprise, his eyes were red and a little swollen, obviously he had cried. Ms. Zhao, why are you here? Shenlang turned his head sideways and inadvertently wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of his eyes. My grandmother is buried here, today is her old man's memorial day, our family has come. Zhao Yiding explained, not knowing how to say the next words. She probably figured out why Shenlang was here and why he was crying. He had a terminal illness and his days were numbered, most likely he came over here to see the cemetery. Cemeteries in Shanghai were expensive, and here in the suburbs, cemeteries were much cheaper. With Shenlang's financial strength, it is only possible to afford a cemetery over here. You. Zhao Yiding wanted to say a few words of comfort, but did not know how to speak. Ms. Zhao, if you have something to do, go ahead and get busy, I should also go back. Shenlang was not in the mood to chat with her much. Zhao Yiding nodded her head, her eyes looking intolerantly at his back as he walked further and further away. After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and dialed Su Miaohan. Yi Ting, what is it? Miaohan, do you know who I saw? Didn't you go over to the Silver Mountain area to visit your grandmother's grave? Who did you see? Zhao Yiting said mysteriously, I saw Shenlang. There was silence on the other side of the phone for a while. What was he doing there? He was wandering around the cemetery early in the morning, he must have come over here to look at the graveyard. Zhao Yiding said, he is really pitiful, still so young, he has to choose a cemetery for himself. Chapter 36 The first time. He went to choose a cemetery? Su Miaohan's voice abruptly increased a few decibels, are you sure that's really him? That can still be false, I have called him to say a few words. Zhao Yiding said in a sympathetic tone, he is really pitiful, an orphan with no one to rely on, even to buy a cemetery to see for himself. And he has no money on him, so he can only run to such a remote place to buy a grave. Speaking here, she was full of intolerance. Sister Miaohan, although you and he are only in a contractual relationship, but after all, we have lived together for 3 years, and you don't lack of money, or else you can simply help him to buy a piece of graveyard in a better location. Su Miaohan sat in the office in a daze, only feeling that her heart was pressed by a big stone. How could she not expect that Shenlang took a day off and actually went to the Silver Mountain area to look at the cemetery? In a trance, she seemed to see the desolate figure of Shenlang wandering in the cemetery alone and lonely. A heart gradually suppressed and suffocated. Miaohan, are you listening to me? Su Miaohan delayed not saying anything. Zhao Yiting urged to ask. Su Miaohan regained her concentration. I know, I will arrange this matter. Also, isn't he only 2 months left? I think you can take him out for a trip. His life is so miserable, he definitely hasn't had a good time out. Zhao Yiting continued to say his own suggestions. General people will want to see the country's great mountains and rivers. If you do not have time, I can help you accompany him to go. In addition, usually more to buy him some good food and drink. Su Miaohan silently listened to the good girlfriend put forward a pile of suggestions, hung up the phone, cannot help but consider the feasibility of these suggestions. Perhaps she is right. In these years she only saw Shenlang silently paying for others, and never seemed to consider himself. Now that he only had the last month or so of his life left, and he was still so young, he would definitely want to eat food that he hadn't eaten before, and enjoy the great mountains and rivers of his country. Chen Meng, at noon, help me book a private room at the Bridge Garden Hotel. Su Miaohan called Chen Meng in and arranged. Okay, I will arrange it right away. Mr. Shen, 10 million has been called to your account, received it? Shen Lang, who had just arrived home not long ago, received a call from Wang Yun. Already received, thank you Minister Wang. Shen Lang was in a particularly good mood at this time. With this 10 million, Grandfather Li's targeted drugs will never have to worry about. The biggest heart disease ago, his whole person has become lighter. Oh, there is no need to thank me, this is what you deserve. Wang Yun's cheerful voice came over, and then asked, right, you have time in the afternoon, right? What's going on? This is the case, divination and seek Buddha. These 2 songs results are very excellent. I see the comments section many fans are strongly requested to come out of the studio version, so the company decided to help you to record these 2 songs, sent to the music platform. Wang Yun spoke out to explain, it just so happens that we have a branch office in Shanghai. If you're not doing anything this afternoon, I'll arrange for someone to contact you, and we'll strive to record these 2 songs earlier. Hearing that it was this matter, Shen Lang readily agreed, no problem. After ending the call, Shen Lang couldn't help but open the text message again, looked at the arrival text message, saw the long string of numbers, and happily grinned. It had really been a long time since he had been so happy. With the money, he planned to make a trip to the hospital first, and pay Grandpa Li's treatment fee and the money for the targeted medicine first. Half an hour later, Shen Lang appeared in Gu Wanxia's office. Shen Lang, you haven't been here for a few days. Gu Wanxia was writing a report and looked up to see Shen Lang walk in. Sweeping away the fatigue on her face, she smiled like a flower and stood up to greet him. Sister Wanxia, these days to raise money to go. Shen Lang sat down on the chair opposite her, his face was full of smiles. Fortunately, good luck, the money is enough, the treatment fee came when I have paid, and the targeted drugs have to please Sister Evening Summer you and Dr. Jiang's side contact. Gu Wanxia poured him a glass of water. That's good, don't worry, as long as the money is in place, I'll arrange other things. She had actually hinted several times that she could help Shen Lang out with this money, which might look like a lot in the eyes of ordinary people, but it was just a very small amount to her. But Shen Lang ignored it every time. She was clear about Shen Lang's behavior and did not want to owe others a favor, so she had to give up. But this also made her appreciate Shen Lang's character more and more. By the way, Sister Evening Xia, do you have an arrangement for noon? Shen Lang asked shyly. Gu Evening Xia's willow eyebrows slightly raised, lifting a trace of joy. No, what's wrong? I want to invite you to have a meal, is it okay? Shen Lang was a bit nervous, this was the first time he took the initiative to invite a girl to dinner. Gu Wanxia heart thumped chaotically, such as flowers like jade pretty face flooded with 2 touch of moving redness, why would suddenly invite me to dinner? She raised her head to meet Shen Lang's slightly reddened handsome face, snorted a laugh and said, why are you still blushing, is it the first time you invite a girl to dinner? Shen Lang nodded his head in embarrassment. Sister Evening Xia, I am really grateful to you for taking care of me and my grandfather all these years. There were not many people in this world who really cared about him. He could feel that Gu Evening Xia was treating him as a friend from the bottom of her heart, and he was always grateful inside. Now that I've earned a sum of money, in addition to leaving my grandfather's treatment and medication money, I still have a surplus, so the first thing I wanted to do was to invite you for a meal and thank you properly. Gu Yiming Xia's heart was soft, her beautiful eyes contained water waves, and she asked with a slight urgency, the first thing you want to invite, shouldn't it be your wife? Shen Lang was stunned. She and Su Miaohan have what to invite? The two were only in a contractual relationship. Even if Su Miaohan had feelings for herself, it would only be pity and sympathy. When the contract was over, everyone lived in two different worlds. I'm afraid that not to mention being friends, it would be difficult to see her again. Besides, even if he wants to invite her for dinner, she may not agree, right? Evening Summer's sister, don't joke, I'm not in the same world as her. Are you going or not? LOL. Good evening. Xia saw his shy and embarrassed look and laughed daintily. Your first time to invite a girl to dinner, of course I have to give you this face, at noon even if there is a heavenly thing, this meal I am going to eat. Shenlang heard this and stood up happily. I booked a place in the Bridge Court Hotel, I will go to see my grandfather first, and I will come over to you at noon. Chapter 37. Only the state officials are allowed to set fire, not the people are allowed to light the lamps. The Bridge Court Grand Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and compared to other 5-star hotels, the food here is one of the best. Expensive seafood, palace feasts, everything. The main focus is an expensive word. Come here to eat a slightly decent meal, at least 5 figures to start. Now that Shenlang had money, the first meal he invited Gu Evening Xia to, of course, had to find the best hotel. Shenlang, it seems that you've really gotten rich recently, actually inviting me to the Bridge Court Hotel. Sitting in the lobby by the window, Gu Evening Xia looked at the handsome and compelling man across from her, her eyes saying inexhaustible tenderness. She had seen countless times when Shenlang was in a hurry for money, and had even seen him squatting at the foot of the wall and crying red-eyed, and how much she wanted to give a hint of help at that time, but Shenlang had always refused to accept it. Now see his face with a heartfelt smile. I believe that this time to earn a lot of money, at least for a while, is no need to worry about money. She is also particularly happy for Shenlang. Evening summer sister, I toast to you, thank you for these 3 years of care. Shenlang picked up the wine glass. Eyes sincere, in this world, really good to me. Only 4 people, Grandpa Li, Grandma Zhao, my agent Sister Lu, and Sister Evening Xiaoyu. Grandma and Grandpa are good to me, that is natural affection. Sister Lu is good to me, there is a relationship of interest. Only Sister Evening Xiaoyu, we have no relatives, but you silently take care of me for 3 years. This sentiment, I always keep in mind, late summer sister, no matter what happens in the future, as long as I can help, I must be obliged. Gu Evening Xia met his sincere eyes, filled with affection filling her chest, her watery eyes filled with intense love. Miaohan, it seems to be Shenlang? At the entrance of the hall, Su Miaohan and Chen Meng walked in side by side, and just after a few steps, Chen Meng inadvertently saw the position by the window on the left side, and immediately was stunned. Su Miaohan followed her line of sight to look over, only to see Shenlang and a woman sitting opposite each other, were raising their glasses and chatting about something, and on their faces was a heartfelt smile that had never been seen in her place. Good thanks to you ran here to personally try the food, good intentions to help him prepare delicious food, he is good, behind your back to meet other women. Chen Meng was furious. Even if Shenlang and Su Miaohan are only contractually married, but after all, they have received a marriage license, Shenlang dating other women during the marriage stage, that is betrayal. Miaohan, I will go and help you teach him a lesson. Su Miaohan was still in a daze. Chen Meng quickly walked to Shenlang. Shenlang, you shameless man, you ate Miaohans and used Miaohans, and now that you're not divorced yet, you're in a hurry to rendezvous with other women, do you still have some conscience? Shenlang and Gu Wanxiao were chatting and were a bit confused by this sudden scolding from Chen Meng. Secretary Chen, why are you here? Of course you don't want me to be here, disturbing your good deeds. Chen Meng had a sneer on her face. Chen Meng, public place, don't make a scene. Su Miaohan walked over, her eyes looking deeply at Shenlang and Gu Wanxia. At this time, she also recognized that this beautiful woman sitting opposite Shenlang was the same woman who sent him back last time when Shenlang was drunk. Her heart was a bit blocked, but her lofty personality made her pull no punches to accuse anything. Mr. Su, you guys also come here to eat? Shenlang stood up and greeted with a smile. He came over today just to invite Gu Evening Xia to have a meal and express his gratitude. He had a clear conscience and didn't feel anything. But Gu Evening Xia is a little flustered, there is a kind of feeling of being a junior caught by the original match, and quickly explained, Miss Su, Shenlang, and I have nothing, just have a meal together. You are alone and widowed and have dinner together, but still call it nothing? Chen Meng coldly laughed, then what else do you want? You woman really don't know shame, he has a wife, you are still pestering him, do you want to be shameless or not? Secretary Chen, please watch your words. Before Gu Wanxia could say anything, Shenlang rebuked with an annoyed face, I'm just a friend with Sister Wanxia, she helped me a lot, I'm treating her to a meal out of gratitude, what's wrong with that? He could tolerate Chen Meng humiliating himself, but he couldn't sit back and watch him humiliate Gu Evening Xia without doing anything about it. Listen, Sister Evening Summer, how affectionate the call is. Chen Meng was infuriated by Shenlang's tone, this man who was usually gentle in front of her, when had he ever spoken to her in this tone? Now in order to defend this woman, he chided himself in public, and this is still called nothing? Miaohan, this man is a scum, usually good at performing in front of you, now the tail of the fox is finally showing. What do you care what he does? Let him die. Chen Meng's rather large chest rose and fell violently. Shen Lang looked at Su Miaohan, and he did not want to explain anything. There was only the last month and a half left in the contract, and he was only a passerby character to Su Miaohan, and she also had such an excellent boyfriend as Chu Gongza by her side, so even if he was really with another woman, she probably wouldn't pay much attention to it. Explaining is just making a fool of herself. There is absolutely no need for this. Shen Lang, aren't you going to explain your relationship? However, to his surprise, Su Miaohan actually opened her mouth to question. Originally, she didn't intend to ask, but after hearing Shen Lang affectionately call Gu evening xia sister, and defending the other party with unprecedented anger, she didn't bother to make any explanations in the face of herself now. This made her heart very uncomfortable, with a feeling of having her own things snatched away from her. She was flustered in her heart, unprecedentedly flustered. Shen Lang's expression was a bit dumbfounded. He did not expect Su Miaohan to open her mouth to let him make an explanation. She is a high cold and lonely 10 billion female president. How could she care about her own explanation? Besides, when they signed the contract, Su Miaohan said to him, he can go to find his favorite woman, but in the 3-year marriage period, cannot be too blatant. Didn't she herself look for Chu Gongza when her marriage wasn't over? Is it because she is the employer, can only state officials set fire to the people, not allow people to light the lamp? Shen Lang can also understand Su Miaohan's current mood. She has this question, just in the maintenance of her female president's face. After all, he is still nominally her husband, but with other women out to eat, she face pulling is also very normal. Shen Lang gently sighed, was about to explain. Not far away came a surprised voice. Miaohan, what a coincidence, you are also eating here. A few people followed the direction of the source of the sound, only to see Chu Gongza and 3 or 4 men and women walking over towards this side in one piece, their handsome faces full of surprise. Chapter 38 Surprise. Chu Gongza was actually a male mistress who interfered in other people's marriages? Shen Lang almost instantly recognized that the ones who came were a few core actors of the Fragrant Concubine Tale crew. Miaohan, I was saying that I wanted to invite you to come together to get together. I did not expect such a coincidence. Chu Gongza walked to Su Miaohan's side with a surprised face. Mr. Su. Mr. Su is good. Several other actors greeted Su Miaohan, the beautiful investor, with an attitude of respect. Hello, are you guys here for the gathering? Su Miaohan nodded her head in a cool manner. Yes, the weather has been hot recently, everyone is having a hard time filming, this is why I purposely invited everyone here for a small gathering. As Chu Gongza spoke, his gaze glanced at Shen Lang's side from time to time. Miaohan, it looks like you guys don't have any food either, why don't you have a piece of it? There are many people and it's lively. Su Miaohan had not yet replied. Li Shangling surprisingly walked to Shen Lang. Shen Lang, you are also in awe. Although Shen Lang did not participate in the drama of the Fragrant Princess, but during this period of time the two were still often chatting on WeChat about the drama. Li Shangling also got a lot of inspiration from Shen Lang here. The role of the color has increased a lot. Sister Xiang Ling. Shen Lang returned a smile. Li Shangling looked to the others and introduced, I'll introduce everyone, his name is Shen Lang, almost starred in the role of Yongquan, but unfortunately because of a little accident failed to perform. But don't look at him as young, his acting skills are absolutely top-notch. Shen Lang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sister Xiang Ling also lifted herself up too much. Only he could see that the others had a disdainful attitude towards him, so he didn't rush up to put a hot face on other people's cold asses. Shen Lang, see that your dishes are not yet served, a piece of it, it just so happens that I have something I want to talk to you about. Li Shangling very cordially sent an invitation to Shen Lang. Su Miaohan frowned lightly. Li Shangling, of course she knew, the famous big female lead in the entertainment circle, not only is she pretty, but she has always been single, and she didn't know how many people were salivating over her beauty. She couldn't figure out how such a big name star would hook up with Shen Lang, and Li Shangling's attitude toward Shen Lang was a little too intimate. This made her heart very uncomfortable. Shen Lang is a little difficult, your crew get together, bonding, we participate in this is not good. It is not a good idea for us to participate in this. What's wrong with this? We are all in the same circle, we don't see each other. Li Shangling is very quick to say, is not to give sister this face off. Shen Lang smiled bitterly, consulted Gu Wanxia's opinion, but also had to agree, after all, Li Shangling is really good for him. He later heard from Lu Jia that at that time, after his role was taken out, Li Shangling also quarreled with director Hu Chunjianghu for him. The group of people came to a luxurious private room. When seated, Su Miaohan sat in a seat on the left-hand side, on her left was Chen Meng, and on her right-hand side was Lu Yuan, the female number 2 of the play Fragrant Concubine Legend. This resulted in Chu Gongza's real boyfriend not being able to sit next to her. "Chu Gongza, you sit here with me." Lu Yuan immediately reacted, smilingly stood up and said, "It's all my fault for being ignorant. I wanted to get close to Mr. Su, but I forgot that you were Mr. Su's boyfriend, hee, don't be offended." Where, horizontal and vertical a position only. Chu Gongza was satisfied with her attitude, and took the seat next to Su Miaohan without any hesitation. Everyone else didn't have much of a reaction. Now the crew has spread the word that Chu Gongza is in a relationship with Su Miaohan. Even the play Fragrant Concubine biography was specially created for Chu Gongza, so it can be seen how rare Su Miaohan is to have this boyfriend of hers. Shen Lang also did not react, lowered his head and played with his cell phone silently. But Su Miaohan was the first to look over toward Shen Lang, wanting to see what his reaction was, and seeing his calm face, as if it was none of his business, her heart was a little annoyed for no reason. "Mr. Su, what do you mean?" Gu Wanxia suddenly stood up, her face full of frost. She was simply stunned. Su Miaohan, as Shen Lang's wife, actually had a boyfriend, and actually did not avoid Shen Lang at all? This was simply stepping Shen Lang's dignity into the mud. Is there such a bully? At this moment, she was heartbroken. No wonder Shen Lang had been reluctant to mention him as his fiancé, so she was actually this kind of woman who was a human being. This sudden accusation caused the eyes of the crowd to focus on her in dismay. Gu Wanxia's eyes stared sternly at Su Miaohan. "You are Shen Lang's wife, so blatantly looking for a wild man outside, can you stand up to him? What exactly do you take him for, hooking up with wild men outside in front of him? Do you have any shame?" When these words came out, the scene instantly exploded. What? Su Miaohan actually got married? Married and looking for a man outside? In front of her husband? Do all women from rich families play with flowers like this? For a moment, the crowd's eyes towards Su Miaohan became odd. Su Miaohan looks at as the kind of hard-to-contact cold iceberg type of woman, did not expect that actually has a hot heart, when it is really people cannot be seen. Shen Lang raised his head in shock, first looked at Su Miaohan who was frowning tightly, then immediately said, "Evening summer sister, you don't say it." He really didn't expect that Gu Wanxia would stand up for him, and his heart was both touched and anxious. Because he didn't want to make the matter of contract marriage known to everyone, this was what he had agreed with Su Miaohan when he first signed the contract. Gu Wanxia looked at him with a face of pain. "Shen Lang, I know you have a good heart, but I can't watch you being bullied by others like this. Mr. Su, I know that your family is rich and Shen Lang is just an orphan with no money and no power, but as a woman, since you are married, you have to stick to the ways of a woman, and you are playing with his feelings like this. Can you live with your conscience? Since you don't have feelings for him, you can get a divorce, and then with your looks and wealth, you can find any kind of man you want, so what gives you the right to bully a kind man like this? I need you to give me an explanation." A needle fell on the scene. This, after all, involves Su Miaohan the investor. They can't say anything, but in their hearts they are also very offended by Su Miaohan's behavior. With a husband at home, you go out to play just to play, but also bring a man in front of her husband. This is too outrageous. This young lady, you misunderstood Miaohan. Chu Gongza's face did not look too good. Seeing that Su Miaohan's face was ancient and had no intention of speaking, he could not help but stand up. This matter was not only about Su Miaohan's reputation, but also about his own reputation. In case it spreads out, I'm afraid that the internet will blow up tomorrow. He even thought of what tomorrow's headlines would read. Shocked. Chu Gongza is actually a male mistress who interfered in someone else's marriage? Su Group's beautiful president cheats on famous actor Chu Gongza in marriage. It's outrageous. The beautiful president even brought the popular actor to show love in front of the original spouse. Once this news detonated on the internet, the blocking would not be so bad, but it would be an absolutely devastating blow to his career. Chapter 39, Striking Iron While It's Hot. A's. Su Miaohan realized what he wanted to say and stopped him with a stern look. The matter of contractual marriage with Shen Lang, the only ones who knew about it were those few people, one Chen Meng, one Jia Yiding, one Chu Gongza, and one Shen Lang. The reason for the contract marriage in the first place was to avoid the family union. Once this matter was exposed, she could imagine the thunderous anger of the elders, and it was even likely that they would immediately arrange for a divorce between her and Shen Lang, and arrange for her to go to the marriage union. Chu Gongza did not go to see her. He knew Su Miaohan's difficulties, and he was also clear about how much trouble this matter would bring to her if it was exposed. But he cared more about his own interests. Miss Gu right, the reason in this maybe Shen Lang did not tell you clearly. In fact, the reason why Miaohan married Shen Lang 3 years ago was to avoid the family's marriage. The two of them signed a contract marriage, married for 3 years, also sleep in separate rooms. There is no affection, of course. Miao Han did not treat him poorly before the marriage of a one-time compensation of $5 million. To put it bluntly, their relationship is an employment relationship, not a real couple. I say this, you can understand, right? It's actually like this. The crowd reacted at hearing this. Marriages between powerful families are commonplace. The more powerful the family, the more difficult it is for their children to make their own decisions about their marriages. The Su family being one of the 4 great families in Shanghai, and Su Miaohan herself being so outstanding, there were unknown numbers of magnates who coveted her, and based on the interests of the family, her marriage had already been doomed a long time ago. So then, she made a strange move with her sword and used a contract marriage to avoid the fate of the union, which made sense. Gu Wanxia also froze. I didn't expect things to be like this. Suddenly she thought of the scene 3 years ago, when she and Shenlang were still just an ordinary doctor-patient relationship. After Grandpa Li was brought to the hospital, he only paid a few tens of thousands of dollars for treatment, and in the face of severe burns, this money was just a drop in the bucket. Not to mention the skin grafting surgery, just the usual treatment fee was far from enough. During that period of time she could see Shenlang tiredly appearing in the hospital every day, and hurriedly and tiredly leaving, and only later did she hear people say that he was working 3 jobs a day for 20 hours a day in order to raise money for the operation. As the attending physician of a large hospital, this kind of failure to pay the surgical fee can be seen almost every day. Gu Wanxia certainly sympathize, but also love cannot help. But suddenly one day, Shenlang excitedly found her office and told her that the surgery fee had been raised. It was a cost of millions. At that time, Gu Wanxia didn't know what he had used to raise the money, and didn't ask later until now. It turned out that he had signed a contract with someone to get married in exchange for $5 million. At this moment, instead of looking down on Shenlang, Gu Wanxia's heart was filled with pain and sorrow. She knew very well what kind of person Shenlang was, and everyone could guess that he was trying to get something for nothing and was eating soft food, but she knew that Shenlang must have done this to save Grandpa Li. This meal was quite depressing, and after it ended hastily, everyone hurriedly found an excuse to disperse. Shenlang, I'm sorry, was I too impulsive just now? After leaving from the hotel, Gu Eveningxia saw Shenlang thinking about the problem without saying a word and said with an apologetic face. Sister Evening Summer, why apologize to me? I know you are also to defend me. I am grateful to you can't even come, how can I blame you? Shenlang raised his head and met her good-looking eyes. I did not expect that you and Mr. Su were actually contractually married. Gu Wanxia said, you must have suffered a lot of grievances over the years, right? Shenlang shook his head. Mr. Su is actually a very good person, and usually takes care of me, and also, that Xu Gongza and Mr. Su were in love in college, and this is something I have known for a long time, and she did not hide it from me. Gu Eveningxia nodded. Just now I was too impulsive, wrongly blamed General Manager Su. Find a time for me to make amends and apologize to her. At this time, she was a little bit happy in her heart. In the past, she had always thought that Shenlang had a wife, and even if she knew that she had feelings for Shenlang in her heart, she had always suppressed them and did not dare to make any transgressive moves. But now that she knew that Shenlang and Su Miaohan were only contractually married, and had been sleeping in separate rooms for 3 years, and that Su Miaohan also had a boyfriend, she felt that her chance had come. Suddenly, the whole sky seemed to become bright. Evening Summer sister, today is really sorry, eat a meal is not peaceful, today this meal does not count, next time I will invite you. Shenlang is a little helpless, originally wanted to properly invite Gu Eveningxia to have a meal to thank her for her help over the years, did not expect to get into this situation. I don't think it will be like this. Gu Wanxia gladly agreed. Do you have time tonight, or the night? Shenlang thought about it. In the afternoon he was going to record a song, and he didn't know what time it would get. Besides, although the contract marriage thing is not leaked out by him, but it is also because of him, this matter still has to give Su Miaohan an explanation. At night he is ready to go home early. There might not be time tonight, how about tomorrow at noon or in the evening? No problem. Gu Wanxia tone charming, the removal of the shackles of the heart. She spoke with Shenlang's tone has changed, with a hint of girl's unique charm and pampering. Just returned to the hospital office, good girlfriend Zhou Yanting walked in, saw Gu Wanxia face happy sitting there giggling. Zhou Yanting was surprised. Eveningxia, are you a nymphomaniac? Gu Wanxia raised her head and saw that it was her, and glared at her without a good reason, going. He. Zhou Yanting asked with a gossipy face, what good thing share it. I went to lunch with Shenlang at noon, met his wife and a few other friends, which realized that he and his wife are contractually married. Gu Wanxia did not begrudge sharing her joy with her best friend. They have been married for 3 years and have been sleeping in separate rooms, and his wife has a boyfriend outside. Really? Zhou Yanting's eyes widened. Of course it's true. No wonder you're so happy, so it's a chance. Zhou Yanting also followed the excitement, only she knows her good girlfriend how much she likes Shenlang, now finally keep the clouds and see the moon. Evening summer, you listen to me, strike the iron while it's hot, Shenlang such an excellent man, that woman even with his contract marriage, you are not afraid of 3 years together, she will fall in love with Shenlang? Raising a dog for 3 years has feelings, let alone a living person, or a man who is so outstanding? Hearing this, Gu Wanxia's good mood vanished and she became nervous. When you say that, it seems a bit reasonable. After this matter was shaken out by that Mr. Su's boyfriend today, I found that her face was particularly ugly. Gu Wanxia recalled Su Miaohan's expression at that time. And during the meal, always intentionally or unintentionally looking towards Shenlang's side, is it really like what you said, 3 years of getting along with each other has made her have feelings for Shenlang? Chapter 40 What's done is uncooked. Listen, there is a problem. Zhou Yanting said staggeringly, don't look at her as some kind of golden lady, 10 billion female president, but she is always a woman, and she is just as likely to have feelings for a handsome man. Think about it, there are so many men in the world, why she chose Shenlang contract marriage? It's not because he's handsome. Since she chose Shenlang, she would have an innate good feeling. Plus after so many years together, I can guarantee that she will never give up easily. Gu Wanxia immediately panicked a bit after hearing this, Ting, then what should I do now? Zhou Yanting looked at her with a grave expression. Evening Xia, I have to solemnly ask you now, are you in love with Shenlang, or are you thankful that he blocked the knife for you back then? This question must be clarified, otherwise you will regret it later. Gu Evening Xia did not think twice. I know what you want to say, all these years I am also asking myself, now I have an answer in my heart. Maybe at first it was just gratitude, but a little bit of time together over the years, I watched him take care of his grandfather so patiently, watched him mingle with the patients in the ward. He was courteous to everyone, he was filial, hardworking, brave, positive and sunny, never giving in to adversity, he seemed to be glowing all over, and every bit of him attracted me. I am very sure that I really like him. Zhou Yanting giggled, I didn't expect that our courtyard flower also has such a deep love side, if those boys chasing their hearts will be broken all over the place. Go to you. Gu Wanxia hit her, so what do you think I should do now? Simple Shenlang, this person is actually very simple, you also said he is an orphan, orphans innate lack of love, as long as you seriously good to him, he will give a positive response, do not need to do anything more. Zhou Yanting came up with the idea. In the past, you put too much energy on his grandfather, he may mistakenly think that it is the help between friends, will only be grateful to you, next, you have to put more energy on him personally. Gu Wanxia thoughtfully. You learn more about his preferences, hobbies and so on, to throw in his favor, but also to increase the appropriateness of chance encounters, to create more opportunities to meet. You are now only occasionally meeting hastily in the hospital, how can this cultivate feelings? Gu Wanxia sighed quietly, you think I don't want to? In the past, knowing that he had a wife, I could only try to restrain myself from staying away from him. TSK, this Shenlang doesn't know what kind of luck he's had, actually letting our Gudeji engine think about him like this, he can't stop thinking about it, his life is worth it. Zhou Yanting snickered, then came up with a bad idea. Didn't you just say that his contract with Mr. Su is almost over, your family also has money, why don't you also follow her, directly sign a contract to adopt Shenlang, to have a marriage before love? What kind of bad idea is this? Gu Wanxia was exasperated by her, Shenlang is not that kind of person, the reason why he accepted Mr. Su's contract in the first place was because he needed that money to cure his grandfather. Now that the money problem was solved, there was no way he would agree to it again. Moreover, I don't want to tie him up in such a way. Zhou Yanting added, I remember you told me last time that he would often go back to the orphanage to visit those orphans, showing that he is a very caring person. Then he must also like loving women, I think you can go to the orphanage more often, it's best to mingle with the children there. Gu Wanxia brightened up. Also, isn't he an actor? You usually pay more attention to the entertainment industry, and watch more TV dramas, so that when the time comes, you two will have something to talk about when you communicate, and you won't have to stare at each other dry-eyed. Aha! Gu Wanxia nodded her head, I will pay attention. Zhou Yanting looked at her dainty face and suddenly got a little closer and said colorfully. In fact, I have another idea, maybe it can be effective in one hit. Oh, do you want to hear it? What? Find an opportunity for us to ask him to your home to drink, directly to him drunk, at that time you two raw rice cooked rice, in order to Shenlang's character, surely will be responsible for you in the end, jia. Gu Evening Xiao white tender cheeks, instantly red to the root of the neck, Zhou Yanting, you want to die Don't follow over. Su Miaohan stopped Chu Gongzi, who was following behind, with a stern look. She was really disappointed in this person. Saying that he loves her, but completely disregarding her feelings. When you think about it, knowing Chu Gongzi for so many years, including the year and a half in love, except for that time when he brought someone to the mountains to save her, his love has always stayed on his lips. Sweet words come out of his mouth, but never see the actual action. On the contrary, Shenlang, he seldom said caring words to her, but had been silently putting them into action. Miaohan, just now it was my fault, my mouth missed the point all of a sudden, I apologize to you. Chu Gongzi accompanied with a smile. Yes, Miaohan, at that time, Chu Gongzi may be to see that woman denigrate you, can't see eye to eye, a moment of impatience before revealing it, may really not be intentional. Chen Meng spoke for him. Su Miaohan coldly laughed, are you really heartless? Chu Gongzi, don't let me look down on you. Chu Gongzi's heart was a bit stifled. This time when he came back from further training, he actually looked at Su Miaohan a bit displeased. Obviously these 3 years she has been thinking about herself, in order to see a double, even found a double. The gifts that he had sent her, she had collected them like treasures. Listening to Chen Meng, she even bought the Kuhn Bessendorf piano that she had been eyeing in the beginning, preparing to send herself a surprise. He returned home with full of enthusiasm, and thought that he would be able to successfully hold a beautiful woman. But this woman, seems to have changed, like, invited her to eat a meal or pushing back. Does she really think she's not wanted? As a top streamer, his fans can be lined up from Shanghai to the imperial capital. There are also a lot of young ladies who have made advances to him. If it wasn't for the sake of marrying Su Miaohan and obtaining the shares of Su Group in her hand, he wouldn't have wasted too much energy on Su Miaohan at all. Strongly suppressing his inner fire, Chu Gongzi squeezed out a smiling face. Miaohan, how am I treating you? Aren't you still clear? Do you still remember that year when you had a bike accident in the mountains? I was so anxious that I drove my car all over the world looking for you, running 4 or 5 red lights. Finally, I thought you might be in the mountains, but it was so late and the area was so remote that no one was willing to come out to look for you, and it was only when I begged them one by one that they were willing to come. At that time, I ran too fast, and even fell down, and got a big cut on my leg, 5 stitches, do you still remember? I've always been consistent with you, just now I really cared too much about you, afraid that you would be bullied, and my words didn't go through my head for a while. You can punish me any way you want, but don't ignore me, okay? Seemingly also remembering that incident back then, the expression on Su Miaohan's face gradually soothed. Perhaps she really misunderstood him? She recalled that she was in the mountains in the dead of night, and it was Chu Gongzi who was the first to look for her. Through that beam of flashlight light. At that time, Chu Gongzi's face was full of anxiety, and his eyes were bloodshot with worry and exhaustion. A long cut was made on his thigh, dripping with blood. But he seemed to feel no pain, only the extreme joy of having lost and found. It was at that moment that struck her ancient heart. Just now my words were a bit heavy, Ace, don't take it to heart. Su Miaohan's tone was soft. Chu Gongzi revealed his signature warm smile. I know that you are also momentarily angry, of course I will not blame you. Right, Miaohan, there are still 3 days as my birthday, at that time I will organize a birthday banquet, invite a few friends over to get together, do you have time that day? Su Miaohan pondered for a while and nodded, I will go. Chapter 41. You are not far away from becoming a big singer. At more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shenlang received a call at home from the manager of the Shanghai branch of Shake Music, Xianyuezhu. The branch was located in Xujiang district, only a 20-minute drive from Mingyue neighborhood. After cleaning up a little, giving himself a look, and changing into a set of clothing that is on the casual side, Shenlang went out and took a taxi to the company. Once at the door, Xianyuezhu personally stood at the door to greet him. It is Mr. Shen, right? Xianyuezhu is in her 40s, a decent summer short-sleeved small suit, looks unusually competent and confident. Before calling, she learned some information about Shenlang from her good friend Wang Yun. Very handsome, humble, and very talented. Now at a glance, what Wang Yun said was still a bit on the conservative side. Where is this very handsome? She has brought a lot of stars, never seen more handsome than Shenlang. Let her, a woman's heart of more than 40 years, have produced a girl's spring-like throbbing. Manager Qian, hello. Courtesy shook hands. Qianyuru led Shenlang to walk inside. Although it is a branch, but after all, it is a wealthy and powerful shivering music production, and the scale of this branch is not small. According to Qianyueru's introduction, now the company has more than 20 artists, several of which are famous stars in the domestic sound circle. Walking into the recording studio, there were several staff members busy inside. Manager Qian, bringing newcomers here again? The seedlings this time are not bad, this look is much better than the previous batches. A middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses, after seeing Qian Yuru, greeted him with a smile. Shenlang, this is our company's music director Zhao Zhang, is a very famous domestic music producer, you should have heard of his name, right? Shenlang was busy to go forward and shake hands with Zhao Zhang. Director Zhao's name is as famous as Thunder, The Fate of Love, Warm Sun, Kite, these several popular Big Fire songs I also often listen to. Ha, just a false name. Zhao Zhang was very happy that Shenlang could name the songs he wrote in one breath, which was a great compliment to a behind-the-scenes worker. Nowadays, listeners only pay attention to the person who sings, who cares who wrote your songs. Shenlang, are you the creator who wrote the two songs Divination and Seeking Buddha? These two songs have been very hot lately, I have been listening to them, they are really good. Zhao Zhang gave a thumbs up. Manager Qian, you brought him here today, are you preparing to record these two songs? Qian Yuezhu smiled and nodded her head. Old Zhao, I'll leave the rest of the work to you, I still have some things to deal with on my side. Chang, leave it to me. After Qian Yueru left, Shenlang took out a stack of paper from his accompanying bag. Director Zhao, this is the music score, please. Zhao Zhang took it and looked at it. Ho, even the scores of the accompanying instruments were written. This saved him a lot of work. In the next recording, Zhao Zhang was even more impressed with Shenlang. This young age, he knew quite a lot of instruments, as if he could play a few hands of any instrument, and if the musicians made a slight mistake, he could capture it at once. The whole recording process was surprisingly smooth. Director Zhao, I have another new song here, it's still early, can you help record it as well? When the two songs, Divination and Seeking Buddha, were recorded, Shenlang pulled out another stack of paper from his bag. There is a new song? Zhao Zhang came to be interested, took the sheet music and hummed it. Soon, his eyes glowed. It's good, too good, how did you kid come up with it? It's indeed ear-catching, I memorized it after listening to it once. This song is released, absolutely can be fire. 3 consecutive songs on fire, Shenlang, you are not far from becoming a big singer. The other staff members laughed and joked. At more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the bright sun receded, leaving behind the remnants of the sun in the sky. Shenlang dragged a tired body back home. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it. Su Miahan sat in front of the coffee table, with a laptop in front of her, as if she was watching a movie. Shenlang froze. Together for 3 years, this seems to be the first time she watched a movie in the living room. Looks a little absent-minded, that posture is not like watching a movie, on the contrary, it is specifically here to wait for their own back. Shenlang nodded, I will go to cook. Aha! More than 7 o'clock, Shenlang made the meal and greeted Su Miaohan to come over to eat. The living room was quiet, only the occasional sound of chopsticks hitting the rice bowl. After eating, Shenlang went to brush the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen. Su Miaohan was still sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a copy of Western Economics in her hand and reading. Shenlang thought for a moment, walked over to her side and sat down, taking the initiative to speak. Mr. Su, I apologize to you on behalf of my friend for what happened today. She didn't know the situation, so she thought to stand up for me. This matter is because of me, I know it will bring you a lot of distress, I thought about it, I can send a statement. Su Miaohan put down her books and looked at Shenlang with some consternation. Originally, after the incident, she had called and explained to those few actors one by one, telling them to keep their mouths shut. But still, someone had stirred the matter up. After an afternoon of fermentation, coupled with the rivals' push and pull, the internet was now in an uproar. When the stock market just opened in the afternoon, the shares of several listed companies of the Su Group dropped in response and suffered heavy losses. But Su Miaohan does not care about this, the stock market has up and down, such a small thing, the netizens eat a few days melon on the back of the mind, cannot shake the foundation of Su's Group. On the contrary, Shenlang is a person in the entertainment industry, stained with such a reputation, extremely unfavorable to his future career. She came back so early, originally wanted to comfort Shenlang a few words, and give him a little more resources. After all, this matter is Chu Gongza stabbed out, and this person is her ex-boyfriend, she can't absolve herself of the blame. I didn't expect Shenlang to not only take the initiative to apologize to her, but also to release a statement. I have seen all the news on the internet. Shenlang continued, this matter must have a great impact on your company's share price. I can release a statement on the internet, just say that I saved you before and used this favor to force you to get married. In this way, those netizens' fire will be transferred to me, and will not give you a hard time, and your company's stock price should not go down again. This matter he thought for a long time, and finally made up his mind, as a repayment of her $5 million of grace. He is a person who keeps his word. When he signed the contract, he promised Su Miaohan that no matter what, he would not put this relationship out. In the end, although it was through Chu Gongza's mouth, the most fundamental reason was that it was because Gu Wanxia helped him out that Chu Gongza had this opportunity. Moreover, if two people were exposed to the internet, it would be better for him to suffer alone, and he is not famous now anyway. When he finished paying back this favor, he would no longer owe Su Miaohan anything. Chapter 42 Su Family's Attitude. Su Miaohan was full of stunned, incredibly looking at Xin Lang. Do you know what it means to do this? You are an actor, and this statement, once released, will probably ruin your career. Xin Lang nodded with a bitter smile. I know. You know and still do this? Su Miaohan was even more difficult to understand. This matter should always be someone out to take responsibility. In comparison, I will carry the responsibility loss as the smallest. Xin Lang did not avoid her intimidating gaze. At first you found me, give me 5 million, is to let me to solve the problem. Now the contract is not over, something happened I should shoulder up, I cannot be sorry you gave me that 5 million. Su Miaohan's heart tastes unspeakable. She thought of Chu Gongza, regardless of whether he is sincere or false, but after all things are due to him, but he is there to shirk his responsibility. In the afternoon the news was fermenting on the internet, he also did not listen to it. And this matter has nothing to do with Xin Lang at all, but he is willing to for that paper contract, for a vague promise, at the expense of giving up the love of acting career, resolute resistance to this responsibility. Su Miaohan's eyes surged with inexplicable emotions, and her whitened knuckles were tightly pinched in the palm of her hand. She also had to admit that Xin Lang's approach was the optimal solution now. But she was clear that Xin Lang loved performing, and she couldn't be so selfish as to ruin his entire career. Xin Lang, I will find a way to solve this matter, releasing a statement is unnecessary. Xin Lang shook his head and smiled, statement I have already released. He had guessed that Su Miaohan would not agree. It was not that Su Miaohan cared much about him, but her high-minded and proud character did not allow her to do such a thing. So Xin Lang simply came with a preemptive statement. What? Su Miaohan abruptly changed color and hurriedly took out her cell phone and clicked on the news. The shock. The truth turned out to be like this. The white boy held a favor in return. The beautiful president endured humiliation for 3 years to repay the favor. Penguin reported that today, the news of Su's group's female president Su Miaohan's adoption of a white boy is clamoring for attention, and with the person concerned, Xin Lang's micro-statement, the truth of the matter has been revealed. Su Miaohan's face turned pale, and she even clicked on Xin Lang's microblogging in an uninterrupted manner. A top microblog is reflected in the eyes. Statement, today, a rumor that Su Miaohan, the president of the Su Group, has adopted me has exploded on the internet, and I would like to express my regret. About me and Su Miaohan marriage thing is true, the reason is that 3 years ago I saved Su Miaohan once, I used this hostage to seek revenge, forcing her to marry. These 3 years Su Miaohan treat me not thin, out of conscience found that I cannot bear Su Miaohan so good people exposed to the net, specially issued this statement. I hope the netizens sassafras bright eyes, do not be some ulterior motives of people with rhythm. Below is a row of pictures, are Su Miaohan these year's donations of Hope Elementary School certificates. These certificates were all requested by Xin Lang from Chen Meng. Su Miaohan looked at this statement with a dull gaze, and the palm of her hand holding the cell phone was slightly trembling. Clicking on the comments section, it was a piece of unpleasant cursing comments. Dog thing, too nasty, saved people once, forced people to be your wife, why don't you go to death? I've seen one of this dog's web series, he looks like a human being, his acting is like shit, just like his character. Get out of showbiz. Still count on this dog thing a little conscience, maybe people Su is too kind, sensitized him, no to come out to clarify for Su. Oh, Mr. Su is sorry, I also scolded you before, it turns out that you donate so many Hope Elementary School without saying anything, I'm really not a thing. Now think about it, Mr. Su is really amazing, for a little favor, do not hesitate to endure the humiliation of marrying this dog for 3 years, but also secretly donated so many schools, before actually did not burst out at all. Online with this statement of Xin Lang instantly changed the wind direction. Before most of the netizens were scolding Su Miaohan for being shameless and supporting a white boy. Now with these certificates of Xin Lang's sunshine, evolved into a piece of praise, but Xin Lang became a street rat, everyone shouted. Su Miaohan looked at these comments, but did not have the meaning of half-happy. The bottom of her heart was blank and sour. She raised her head to say something, but realized that Xin Lang had long left. Ding bell. Just at this time, a phone call came over. Su Miaohan looked at the caller ID, her eyebrows could not help but frown, and waited for more than 10 seconds before connecting. Su Miaohan, you immediately go and divorce your marriage with that country bumpkin. A woman's angry voice came from the opposite side. This son of a bitch actually held a favor and forced you to get married. Why didn't you say so in the first place? You've really disgraced the Su family. Mom, I'm coming back now, let's talk about it when I come back. Su Miaohan pinched off the phone and lay on the sofa for a while. Getting up and walking to the door of Shen Lang's room, there were 1,000 words in her heart, but she did not know what to say. Things have already happened, it seems that saying more cannot make up for it. She sighed softly and carried her bag out the door. Su Jiaoyuan was situated on the east side of Qingpu district, covering an area of more than 50 acres, with luxurious internal facilities including a private swimming pool, an artificial lake, and a tarmac. There were several small 3-story villas just like the Mingyuan neighborhood. When Su Miaohan rushed to a luxurious villa in the middle of the manor, at this time, several people were already sitting in the hall on the first floor. Su Miaohan's grandfather, Su family head Su Lin, has sat in the center of the sofa. The 70-year-old man was hale and hearty, not angry and authoritative. On the left side was a middle-aged man with an elegant and handsome appearance, precisely Su Miaohan's father Su Jinha. On the right side is an old woman with a kind face and an unassuming temperament, which is Su Miaohan's grandmother Su Xiuhua. Su Miaohan's mother, Fanny Sheng, as well as her younger brother, Su Chen, 2 people, but did not sit, stood in the living room anxiously waiting. What Su Miaohan did not expect was that Chu Gongza was actually also there. Why are you here? Su Miaohan looked at him in surprise. I was the one who invited him over. Fanny Qing snorted coldly, her finger pointed over, almost poking Su Miaohan's face. What's wrong with you, girl? Are you out of your mind? Just because of that hillbilly's threat, you're marrying him? Are you out of your mind? Su Miaohan wrinkled her eyebrows. Can you stop talking about a hillbilly? What, am I wrong? Isn't he a hick? Fanny Sheng, face full of ridicule. I really taught you so many years in vain. You are the Su family's eldest daughter. What kind of man you want? No, but chose a father-born and not mother-raised loser. You were so hungry. See a man good-looking, want to fall on it. Chapter 43, Su Miaohan's tough attitude. Is this something a mother can say to her daughter? Even if the old man Su Linha hates this granddaughter, at this time, he can't listen to it anymore. It's not a good idea. He stopped the momentum of Fanny Qing's chatter, then looked sternly at Su Miaohan and said in a tone that brooked no comment. Tomorrow morning, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get divorced, and then get a license with Chu Gongza. Su Miaohan was abruptly stunned. 4 years ago, when she first fell in love with Chu Gongza, the family knew, just from the old man to the parents, all disapproved of this relationship. Because Chu Gongza is only the illegitimate son of the Chu family, there is no family inheritance, at most can only share a sum of money. Such Chu Gongza is not worthy of Su Miaohan at all, nor is he worthy of being the son-in-law of the Su family. At that time, the whole family was against it, taking turns to persuade, but Su Miaohan is full of iron bones, how can they wish? Time has changed. When Su Miaohan's feelings for Chu Gongza gradually faded, they in turn made Chu Gongza their guest of honor and allowed themselves to be married off, which made Su Miaohan a little bewildered and didn't understand what they were really thinking. Miaohan, we have discussed this matter for a long time. Su Jinha had always loved his daughter, and seeing her in this state couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Now that things have happened, in order to try to salvage the losses and the face of the Sun family, you combining with Xiao Chu is the best way now. Now that the boy's surname Shen has released a statement, we are ready to add another fire, call the police and send a lawyer's letter to sue him for forcing women. And all you have to do is to play a bitter drama with Xiao Chu. I've prepared the script for you. You love each other in college. Xiao Chu for the acting career had to go abroad for 2.5 years, although people across the ocean, separated from both sides of the Taiwan Strait, but the heart is always connected. His surname Shen, this kid maliciously separated you. Now this kid evil, you this pair of bitter lovebirds, this can finally become a couple. In this way, your reputation will not only be restored, but will instead be elevated, and even the group's stock will follow the rise of a cut, 2 birds with 1 stone. These gentle words were clearly for her good, for the good of the Su family, but Su Miaohan listened to them with a face as pale as an ice cellar. She knew very well what the consequences of doing this would be. It would completely step the originally notorious Shen Lang into the abyss of 10,000 abysses. Su Miaohan's gaze swept over Su Linha, Su Xiuhua, Fanny Sheng and the others, and it was obvious that they also meant the same thing. What are you looking at us for, dead niece? We are not doing this for your own good. Still not quick enough to agree to your father's request. Fanny Qing glared at her without any good reason. The more she looked at her, the angrier she became. Back then, if it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't made the first move and found a mudblood to marry, the Su family would have had a chance to marry the Wang family, the #1 family in Shanghai. In fact, they also could not see Chu Gongzi, but Su Miaohan had already become second-hand goods, and the Wang family could not possibly accept her anymore, so they could only retreat to find Chu Gongzi to take over. After all, even if Chu Gongzi is just a bastard, that is still a million times stronger than that orphan Shen Lang. If you guys have to do this, I will go online and post a statement. Su Miaohan's tone was icy cold. I will tell the netizens that I was the one who adopted Shen Lang. Snap. When these words came out, Su Linha slapped his hand on the sofa, so angry that his lips trembled. You rebellious daughter, what nonsense are you saying? Are you trying to gaslight me? Su Miaohan, your bitchy bones are itching again, aren't you? Fan Yiqing angrily rebuked, we are all doing this for your own good, do you have a conscience or not? Su Miaohan said coldly, I'll do what I say. Miaohan, what is this all about? Chu Gongzi's face was hard to see. Isn't that Shen Lang just a body double that you found? You contradicted your grandfather and parents for him, is he worth it? Su Miaohan gave him an expressionless look because my heart is hot. Shen Lang went out of his way to destroy his own reputation to release that statement, and if I stabbed him in the back, I would have a bad conscience for the rest of my life. Su Linha sighed, if you really cannot pass this hurdle in your heart, the police, and send a lawyer letter we cannot do, but you must immediately divorce him, and then marry Xiao Chu. Chu Gongzi looked at Su Miaohan with an eager face. Others may care about Su Miaohan and other men have received a license, but he does not mind, because he knows that Su Miaohan these 3 years never let Shen Lang touched, or a clean body. I can't divorce him. Su Miaohan shook her head. Su Linha covered his chest with a look that he was going to have a myocardial infarction at any time. Fan Yishang sarcasm up, a good-for-nothing poor guy, in the end, what is it that deserves you to die? Could it be that he is particularly powerful in that area and serves you? Yishan very comfortably. Listening to her speak more and more unlike words, Su Jinha couldn't even listen to her anymore, there is no such thing as a mother. Fan Yishang coldly hummed, Dad, this dead niece is a love brain, by a poor boy cheated dizzy, the family's little industry sooner or later, she was all given to that little white boy. I think she is no longer suitable to be the president, why not let Su Chen take over? Su Miaohan pursed her lips. Since childhood, Fan Yiqing has favored Su Chen, but Su Chen is a playboy, uneducated, Su Jinha has little talent for business, drunk on flowers and grass. The old man had no choice but to let Su Miaohan take over the company. But Fan Yiqi refused to be satisfied, thinking of letting Su Chen take over all day long. Mom, I don't want to take over the company, my sister is a business genius, she takes care of it quite well. Su Chen weakly interjected. You shut up. Fan Yishang hated iron and steel loudly rebuked, she is a girl, a woman married out is like splashing out water, Su Group is our old Su family's industry, how can she be handed over to an outsider to take care of? Su Chen apologized and looked at Su Miaohan with a look of love. Su's group president this position, I will not let out. Su Miaohan was also a little chilled in her heart at this time. How can she say that she is also the daughter of the Su family? In her mother's eyes, she is even an outsider. Xiao Qin doesn't have experience in this area, and the company has been facing a lot of problems lately, so it's easy to change someone rashly and have big problems. Fan Yiqing hooked up her lips and sneered, after all is said and done, you still cannot give up the right? Are you pondering there, how to transfer the company's property so that you can fly with your little white boy? Well. Su Linha frowned, the company is still Miaohan to take care of, Xiao Qin does not have this ability. Fan Yishang opened her mouth and gave Su Miaohan another hateful look. However, this marriage you must divorce. Su Linha looked at Su Miaohan with stern eyes. My Su family is a prestigious family in Shanghai, you are with such a discredited person, how many people are looking at our jokes behind our backs? You don't want face, we still want face. Chapter 44 A Memorial of Love. This marriage, I will not divorce. Su Miaohan met the old man's eyes with a strong attitude. Dad, you see, she's already disowned all her relatives for that little white boy. Fan Yiqing seized the opportunity to give Su Miaohan eye candy in front of Su Linha. Our Su family has raised her for so many years for nothing, she doesn't know how to be thankful at all, now that you're still around, you can still hold her down, when you're 100 years old, won't she still turn over the sky? I think in the future the Su family group will have to change its name to Shin family group. Su Linha was also very angry when he heard this, do you still think I am your grandfather? Su Miaohan was silent for a moment, Grandpa, you give me another half a year, after half a year, I will give you an explanation. She had called Dr. Jiang not long ago to inquire. Xin Lang had recently been taking target drugs imported from abroad, and with good results, he might be able to support himself for another half a year. At least during this time, she would not divorce Xin Lang and give him another heavy blow. But this is something she doesn't want to talk about and make a big deal out of it. Dad, Nyohan has always been measured in her actions. She would not joke with the Su family's interests. Sujin has still loved his daughter after all, and could not bear for her to be condemned again, and spoke kindly. Let's give her another 6 months, I believe she will handle it. It's just a matter of time, I'm tired. Su Linha sighed, waved his hand and walked straight upstairs. Su Xiuhua hurriedly went up to help him. Dad, Mom, I'm also going back. Su Miaohan also didn't want to stay in this depressing space. Xiao Chu, you see Miaohan off? Su Jinha nodded. Su Miaohan hesitated for a moment, thinking that there were still words she wanted to say to Chu Gongza. She did not refuse. Miaohan, do you like Xin Lang? Walking out of the villa, Chu Gongza asked with a face full of reluctance. No. Since there is no, then why are you not willing to divorce him? I have my reasons. Chu Gongza unforgiving, you told me before, as long as I fix your family, let them loose agree to us together, you are willing to marry me, have you forgotten? Now they all agree with you, why are you still not willing to marry me? Su Miaohan's footsteps lurched, a pair of brilliant starry eyes staring straight at him. Do you think we are still like 3 years ago? What do you mean? 3 years ago I did think so, and I meant it. In my heart, I gave you 2 goals, either you can truly enter my heart and make me fall in love with you uncontrollably, and if you can do that, even if the whole world opposes us, I will still be unwavering with you. But I know it's hard, and I also know that the love I'm pursuing is too harsh, and maybe it only exists in fantasy, no one can do it in this life. So, if you can conquer my family and make them loosen their consent, I will agree to you all the same. Su Miaohan turned around, but you didn't do a single thing. But I have done it now, you just heard it. Your grandfather, your parents are willing to let us get married. Chu Gongza said eagerly. But it is already too late. At first I mentioned these 2 goals, that is based on my still strong feelings for you, but now, I'm not sure if I still have the same feelings for you at the beginning. Su Miaohan's tone was flat, so flat that Chu Gongza was somewhat breathless. Why, obviously these 3 years you have been thinking about me, but also found Xin Lang this double. I sent you a model, you placed in the most prominent position of the desk. I also heard Chen Meng said, I sent you those gifts, you all bought an expensive gift box for safekeeping. Chu Gongza unwillingly said, you obviously love me. Su Miaohan's eyes flashed with a trace of bewilderment. Perhaps she was a business genius, but was slow and confused when it came to love. Perhaps she had always fantasized about a love affair that lasted from the beginning, so she forced herself to lock onto Chu Gongza as her first love. She treasured every gift from Chu Gongza, went to places where they used to date alone, and went through their chat messages over and over again. This is not a kind of brainwashing to oneself. Until 3 years later at the airport again met, she suddenly felt insisted on 3 years of beautiful fantasy, in that moment burst. It turned out that when she saw this man that she thought she loved deeply, her heart unexpectedly did not have a half fluctuation. Skimming her head to see Chu Gongza's heartbroken appearance, Su Miaohan couldn't bear it in her heart. Zhe, you know that I am very slow to warm up, maybe it's these 3 years of separation, let us have a rusty feeling between us, but also diluted the feelings that were there in the beginning. I need time. Chu Gongza rekindled hope. Miaohan, don't worry, I respect your opinion, I will definitely give you enough time. Thank you. Su Miaohan did not drive, sitting in Chu Gongza's car, she was a little tired lying on the passenger seat. Clicked on the phone, looked at the news on the internet. After the fermentation of time, Xin Lang's heat is getting higher and higher, the network is a voice of crusade, and everyone is shouting. Su Miaohan guessed that there might not be no Su family behind the scenes. She subconsciously clicked on Jitterbug and clicked on Xin Lang's account, but found that Xin Lang had updated a video not long ago. The accompanying text, 10 years of life and death, do not think about it, since it is unforgettable. A piano song, Memorial of Love, is sent to everyone. Clicking on the video, a pair of white and slender fingers like dancing, elegantly playing on the black and white piano keys. The melodious and soothing melody overflowed the screen. It was like a mellow and rich wine, intoxicating people and making them unable to extricate themselves. The mind was like soaking in a hot spring and getting baptized. Su Miaohan felt that her disturbed and restless heart gradually settled down as the tune progressed. Closing her eyes, it was as if she saw her childhood, remembering all those wonderful things and wonderful people in her memories. What kind of tune is this? It's so beautiful. Chu Gongza suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Opening her eyes, Su Miaohan actually found herself shedding tears without realizing it. Right, Mayahan, mentioning the tune, I heard Chen Meng say that the piano in your home was specially bought to give me, right? Chu Gongza held the steering wheel with one hand and turned his head to make a deep affectionate gesture. I really did not expect, you can do this for me, when I said I wanted, even if we broke up, you have to buy back for me. My birthday the day after tomorrow, you don't prepare another gift, just give me this piano, okay? I want to use this piano to play a song for you in public. Hearing this, Su Miaohan's heart felt as if it had been stabbed with a needle, and her breath froze. Subconsciously, she recalled the scene where Xin Lang played that piano and was caught and reprimanded by her. It turned out that he was really good at playing the piano and had this amazing talent to create such beautiful and melodious piano music. This piano in the video was of average quality, obviously not the one at home. Obviously there was a piano worth millions at home, but he didn't dare to touch it again, preferring to go outside to find an ordinary piano to record the video. Su Miaohan's heart surged with a burst of unspeakable acidity. It was self-blame, it was guilt, and there was also a kind of indescribable panic. Chapter 45 Chu Gongza Dengmen. In the villa, Xin Lang was ready to go to bed and fall asleep after releasing the video. This song, Memorial of Love, was recorded in the studio when he was recording a new song, touched the tear ducts and the beautiful memories of the past, and had a feeling, and casually found a piano and recorded it. It was released and went out pretty well, getting a ton of nods and shouts of approval right off the bat. Toot! The sound of the car's hooter woke up Xin Lang, walked to the window and looked down, just in time to see Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza come down from the car together. It turned out that she left in a hurry at night and was going on a date with Chu Gongza. Xin Lang thought silently. It was already so late, it looked like Chu Gongza would most likely sleep here. He hurriedly turned out the lights and lay down into the quilt. It's better to have the sense to pretend to be asleep, so as not to disturb the two of them on a date. After a few minutes, two footsteps walked into the living room. Miaohan, I want to go see that piano. Can I? Back to China for so long, really have not played the piano for a long time, the craft is rusty. Su Miaohan was a little helpless. She did not want Chu Gongza to enter the house, because she knew that Xin Lang would be very embarrassed. But the other party excused himself to come up to drink water, so she could no longer refuse. Chu Gongza's words just fell. Before Su Miaohan agreed, he walked straight to the door of Xin Lang's room and turned on the light. Yo, Mr. Xin slept. Sorry I didn't know, and disturbed you so late. Xin Lang was speechless in his heart. The smile hanging at the corner of Chu Gongza's mouth told him that he clearly did this on purpose. But the parasites, this is Su Miaohan's house. Even if he is angry, he is not good to be angry in front of Su Miaohan. Nothing, I just laid down. Are you up to something? Tonight listen to a good piano song, hands itchy. Just this piano is Miaohan specially for me to buy. Since I came, I am ready to try the piano. Will not disturb Mr. Xin, right? Xin Lang simply from the bed down. Talk about not disturbing, I am also a tenant here. Mr. Chu, want to try as you wish. Said, he went straight to the living room. Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza obviously want to show love here. He is also very interested in giving them space. If not, time is too late. He is ready to go to the hotel to stay a night. Where are you going? When passing Su Miaohan, her arm was grabbed by her and pinched very hard. Xin Lang was surprised to look at her, and from her flowing eyes he could feel her nervousness and uneasiness at the moment. Could it be that her old problem was back, wanting to leave herself here and watch them show their love? I'll go sit on the sofa for a while. Don't you like playing the piano? Since you like it, then stay, just so you guys can communicate more. Sure enough. Xin Lang inwardly sighed. The more beautiful a woman is, the more quirks she has. Oh? Mr. Xin also likes to play the piano? Chu Gongza's face did not look too good. This piano was placed in Xin Lang's room. It is hard not to be often played by him. Thinking like this, he had a disgusting feeling of having eaten shit in his heart. This was a gift given to him by Su Miaohan. Being played by such a mudblood every day was like his woman being played by him, making him sick to his stomach. This piano is worth millions of US dollars. Only 100 units were issued in the world. Every part is handcrafted. Since Mr. Xin has played it, how does it feel? Xin Lang heard his strings, busy saying. Mr. Chu, don't misunderstand. In the past I didn't know the value of this piano, and I didn't know that it was specially bought by General Manager Su to give you, and I did play it a few times. But since that time when I was stopped by Mr. Su, I never touched it again. If you feel that I have defiled this piano, I can apologize, or pay compensation. In his heart, he also cursed his own cheap hands and reminded himself that in the future, the things in this house should not be touched if they can be touched, so as not to cause more trouble. Su Miaohan looked at his panicked explanation. The heart is more and more difficult. Originally she also quite liked this piano, but now how to see how to look bad. Oh, Mr. Shin is overstated, apologies and compensation are not necessary, I am not that petty. Chu Gongza cheered inwardly. Miaohan really still likes herself, the piano that she bought to send to herself, was touched by this mudblood, and then she drank it away. He had previously thought that Su Miaohan liked Shen Lang, but now he seemed to have overthought it. If she really liked it, how could she not even let him touch the piano? Then you guys chat, I'll go out first. Shen Lang, as if pardoned, quickly walked out of the room. Walking to the sofa on the first floor and lying down, it wasn't long before the sound of the piano came from the second floor. It was a piano song from this world, Love Declaration. A love piano song. Chu Gongza was using this opportunity to express his love to Su Miaohan. Shen Lang put on the headphones and tried not to eavesdrop on people's privacy. After being busy in the recording studio all afternoon today, coupled with being exposed to the internet, he was physically and mentally exhausted, and he fell into a deep sleep in no time. I don't know how long it took. Shen Lang was pushed awake by a soft little hand. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Miaohan's bright and moving ascetic and absolutely beautiful face. Mr. Su. Shen Lang wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth and said in embarrassment, sorry, I fell asleep. Go upstairs and sleep. Mr. Chu. He is gone. Shen Lang was a little stunned, looking at his watch. This will already be 11 o'clock, Su Miaohan did not leave anyone behind? Tonight, I went home for a trip, and I happened to run into him, so I took his car and came back. Originally did not want him to come up, he said that he was thirsty and wanted to drink water, and I could not refuse. Su Miaohan did not know why she had to specifically explain this sentence, and Shen Lang did not expect it either. For a while, both of them were silent, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Then I'll go up and sleep, good night Mr. Su. Shen Lang took the initiative to break the silence, climbed up and headed upstairs. Shen Lang, do you like that piano? Su Miaohan suddenly asked. Shen Lang was stunned and froze in place. If you like it, I will give you this piano. Su Miaohan's voice was translucent, and vaguely there was a little bit of nervousness, as if she was afraid that Shen Lang would not accept it. No, no, no. Shen Lang stunned, Mr. Su, I know that I sent that statement, you feel bad in your heart, feel that you owe me something, in fact, it is not necessary. Really, I did it just to find a peace of mind, and you have nothing to do with it, you do not have to compensate me to send me such an expensive thing. Besides, that was the gift you were going to give to Mr. Chu, I can't take it away from him. He was really a bit stunned. That was a luxury item that was more than $1 million, a few million dragon coins. Although it was nothing compared to Su Miaohan's worth, he couldn't in good conscience accept such an expensive gift from someone else. Moreover, what confused him even more was that Su Miaohan clearly valued this piano extremely highly, and he had been severely reprimanded for just playing it. Tonight, Chu Gongza had again expressed a strong interest in this piano. At this juncture, she instead wanted to give this piano to herself. What on earth was she thinking? Chapter 46. Can you, a big man, not be so pretentious? When Shen Lang was confused in his heart, Su Miaohan was also a little angry in her heart. She just felt that Shen Lang's talent in music was very much appreciated by her, and being able to create such an excellent piano song as Memorial of Love, it was evident that he was extremely talented in this area. Her original intention was that a BMW with a good saddle, with the gain of this piano, how can the piano songs created in the future be taken to another level? He also did not have to run out to rent it again. Whether it is a contract marriage or not, the marriage certificate is real, the family obviously has a piano, this nominal husband still have to run outside to rent, which makes her face cannot hang. This is out of a good intention, but this guy does not think directly rejected, that look, as if he heard something that makes him extraordinarily shocked. Especially his slightly flustered eyes, as if he was facing a flooding beast. Su Miaohan couldn't help but feel a fire welling up from deep inside. In the past, when Shen Lang was respectful in front of her, as humble and small as a full-time nanny, she didn't think anything of it, and even thought it was normal. But now, the more polite and cautious Shen Lang was to her, the more angry she became. Stand still! Just as Shen Lang was about to slip upstairs after finishing his words, Su Miaohan stopped him with a clear cry. Turning back his head, he met the other party's pair of frosty and icy tantalizingly beautiful eyes. Shen Lang was stunned. Is she angry? Mr. Su. I don't want to say my words a second time, and I have never taken back what I sent out. Su Miaohan said coldly. But haven't you already given it to Mr. Chu? Shen Lang touched his nose. Su Miaohan was silent for a moment and raised her eyes to look at him again. When I first bought this piano, I did have this intention. But now there is no longer this idea, give it to you and you take it, can you a big man not be so pretentious? After saying that, she lifted her step towards the upper floor in a bad mood. Just halfway there, she suddenly thought of something, turned around, and condescendingly looked down at Shenlang below. The day after tomorrow is Chu Gongza's birthday, you come with me. Ah, this. Shenlang was stunned, and his palms were swung into stumps. No, Mr. Chu did not invite me, it's not good for me to go, so I won't bother you. You must go. Su Miaohan's attitude is tough, now everyone outside knows that you are my husband, this time I go to his birthday party alone, how will the outside rumors? I will have someone prepare the dress for you. Shenlang is dumbfounded, he really does not want to go. But think about what Su Miaohan said also has a few points of truth. The statement he sent out to take the initiative to take Su Miaohan out, this time if she makes a little scandal, it is very unfavorable to her reputation. It's just go, at most find a corner to stay, as a transparent person. Early in the morning, Su Miaohan came to the office. Zheng Shanshan walked in with a stack of statements. Mr. Su, good morning. Mr. Zhang. Su Miaohan nodded, how is it going with those traffic stars? Zheng Shanshan's delicate face had a few tired colors. Jiang Menong had long been guarding against this hand, and several of her beverage and food brands had preemptively signed exclusive contracts with those popular traffic. I had someone organize it, and now there are 3 traffic stars that can take on them and have yet to sign a contract. The popular young flower Zheng Yuqing, Wu Yaofan who came out last year with An Ancient Myth, and the other one is Chu Gongza, one of the returned 4 sons. Su Miaohan raised her eyebrows slightly, she had forgotten about Chu Gongza. Chu Gongza had stayed in Goryeo for nearly 3 years, and although he had not returned to China for a long time, he was already a quasi-top stream in the country under the company's strong support. Mr. Zhang Yuqing and Wu Yaofan signed you to contact, no matter how much it costs, must be signed. As for Chu Gongza, I'll take care of it. Zheng Shanshan smiled ambiguously. Not many people in the company know about Su Miaohan and Chu Gongza, but she is one of them. Mr. Su, I beg you to do something, I am also a fan of Chu Gongza, can I trouble you to help me get an autograph photo? Please. Su Miaohan gave her a blank look in a bad mood, work time, talk about business. Zheng Shanshan hurriedly sat upright, a board said, contacted a few advertising companies, here are a few AdWords and ideas, you have a look. Said, handed a document over. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on a new product. Kid, Mom, I'm thirsty. Mom, come on, kid, drink Xianqi Mountain Spring. Child, wow, it's so sweet, Mom, I want more? This is a noble and pure mineral water, a gift from nature? Su Miaohan, the more you look at the face the more black, pick up the file and flung on the ground, this is all what change a few advertising agencies. Zheng Shanshan awkwardly picked up the file. Now there are too many water sales on the market, it is not easy to think of good ideas in a short period of time. Then you have to think of it too, a good advertising slogan is vital for a product, if one company doesn't work, find 10, 20, and choose until you're satisfied. Xianqi Mountain Spring is the main product of Su Group's Xianqi Mountain Spring Company. It has been selling quite well over the years, and is the main force carrying the company's performance. John's Group's main functional drinks, but from last year also began in the natural water this piece of strength, to create a Tianshan ice spring, to this summer, but also smashed into the main focus on this product, eating up a lot of Xianqi Mountain Spring market. Now Su Miaohan's top priority is to make this main product, stabilize the brand, which is not to the overall collapse. Zhang Yamonon, this woman is amazingly talented, sensitive sense of smell, since childhood loved to compete with her, anyway, Su Miaohan have she also want to have, but also better than her. This habit has continued until now and is still going on, Su Miaohan does not dare to underestimate the other party in the slightest. A full day, Su Miaohan morning meeting, afternoon to the factory inspection. When she dragged her tired body back home at night, she did not see Shenlang. She could not help but frown. It would already be more than 7 o'clock. Usually when Shenlang returned home late, he would WeChat to tell the reason, but today he did not receive any message from him. It suddenly occurred to her that Shenlang was a patient with terminal cancer with only a month or so to go. He shouldn't have had something happen to him. Thinking of this possibility, Su Miaohan instantly became nervous and took out her cell phone to prepare to dial Shenlang's number. But before she could start dialing, the sound of a car came from downstairs. Su Miaohan was stunned, who would come to visit at this time? The villas in the Mingyue district are widely spaced, and the villas are surrounded by lawns and gardens, so even if they are disco dancing at home, they won't affect the neighbors. And Su Miaohan's set of villas was in the front row, leaning against the corner. it was impossible for any of the neighbors' cars to pass by her. Only those who came to visit her could possibly drive their cars to this side. Chapter 47 Straight to the Heart. In the morning, Shenlang waited for Su Miaohan to go to work, and also packed up and went out. He bought a bunch of fruits and went to the hospital to visit Grandpa Li. He wanted to invite Gu Wanxia to have lunch at noon to make up for the last time, but he didn't expect that Gu Wanxia was off duty today and didn't come to the hospital. He sent a WeChat to Gu Wanxia, and he didn't see a reply for half a day. So, he went to the mall to purchase a bunch of gifts, and took a taxi to the Hope Orphanage. Brother Shenlang. Everyone come out quickly, it's Brother Shenlang who has come to see us. The iron gate opened, and a tiger-headed little boy poked his head out, and when he saw that it was Shenlang outside, he immediately cheered in surprise. Tiger, have you studied hard lately? Shenlang smiled and touched his somewhat solid brain. Aha! Brother Shenlang, I can work hard, the teacher said that I have made progress. Tiger face happy. The two were talking, a large number of half-sized children greeted, and a few 4 or 5-year-old little guy, milky voice called Shenlang brother, intimate around him. Today is Sunday, Shenlang also specially took this time to come over. Tiger, take these gifts and give everyone a point, I wrote my name on it. Shenlang handed the gifts he brought to Tiger. Grandma Zhao didn't go out, did she? Orphanage days are tight. Grandma Zhao opened a vegetable field under the nearby mountain. Usually the children eat fruits and vegetables most of her hands to grow out. No, today came 2 beautiful big sisters. Grandma Zhao was accompanying them to talk. Shenlang was stunned. Could it be that some kind person came over to donate to the orphanage? This was not an uncommon thing. He had been in the orphanage for more than 10 years, and occasionally there were kind people who came over to visit. However, most of them were just going through the motions, sending a few leftover clothes, donating a batch of unwanted old books, sending a few school bags, and donating hundreds or thousands of dollars, rarely making large donations. Generally, this kind of large donations are the chips for enterprises to earn fame, and they will cooperate with the local government. The orphanages selected by the government are also government-organized child welfare institutions. Private organizations like the Hope Children's Welfare Institute are generally unattended. Since there were guests present, Shenlang did not bother and accompanied the children to play in the courtyard. Miss Gu, Miss Shou, on behalf of all the children in the Hope Children's Welfare Institution, I would like to thank you once again for dedicating this love. Outside Grandma Zhao's room, 3 people walked out together. Dean Zhao, you are too kind. Gu Wanxia smiled and said, these children are not easy, especially Grandma Zhao, you, for these children to work all their lives. Wanxia heartily admire you, to be able to make a small contribution, this is also our good fortune. Yes, Dean Zhao, we will often come to visit the children in the future. If there is any need, you can also contact us directly. Zhou Yanting also smiled. Grandma Zhao sighed in her heart, she had really met a good person. The orphanage's new house looked similar to the school, 4 stories high, and the outside was painted in a childlike manner. On the first floor was the kitchen, dining room, and there was also a table tennis room and a small library. On the second floor, there is housing, 1 room for each of the older children and 2 rooms for the younger ones. The home also has an aunt who cooks, a nanny who takes care of the children, and an aunt who cleans, all of whom live on the 4th floor with Grandma Zhao. Grandma Zhao's room was in the far corner of the 4th floor, and when they walked out, they first heard the laughter in the courtyard below. Looking down through the corridor, a group of children in the yard were playing the game of eagle catching chickens under the leadership of Shenlang. Shenlang opened his arms and pretended to be an old hen, guarding the dozen or so children behind him. A piece of joyful childish laughter came up crisply. He was laughing so happily. Zhou Yanting looked blankly at Shenlang's sunny face. The sunlight was just right, spilling over his handsome face, and it actually had a glittering feeling. Gu Wanxia was also looking dumbfounded. Having known Shenlang for so long, although she had also seen him smile, she had never seen him smile so easily and from the heart. At that moment, there seemed to be a sharp sword hitting her directly in the depths of her heart, and her heart could not stop thumping wildly. Shenlang, who was playing games below, also saw them the moment he looked up. His gaze was slightly stunned. He lowered his head and said to the children, and quickly walked up the stairs. Sister Evening Xia, Dr. Zhou, why are you here? Shenlang asked in surprise. He called Gu Wanxia his sister Wanxia, called me as Dr. Zhou. This person to person, really cannot be compared. Zhou Yanting skimmed her mouth, her words were full of mockery. Shenlang made a big blush, embarrassed, Yanting's sister. This is more or less the same. Zhou Yanting giggled, finally satisfied. Along, you know these 2 ladies? Grandma Zhao was obviously a little surprised to see them looking familiar. Xinlang nodded. Grandma Zhao, these two are doctors from Nanya Hospital. Sister Evening Xia is Grandpa Li's attending physician, thanks to her care these 3 years, and Sister Yenting also helped a lot. This is really. Grandma Zhao is a bit at a loss for words. Dr. Gu, Dr. Zhou, it's my fault that I didn't recognize you in my old eyesight, my old companion, thanks to you all these years. It's not her fault either. After Grandpa Li was injured, all the burdens of the orphanage were on her alone. A dozen children to take care of, coupled with the orphanage distance and far, plain Xinlang also does not allow her to visit the hospital, often telephone contact. The only time I've seen Gu Wanxia, she was wearing a mask, wearing a white coat, and now Gu Wanxia is in a white dress, and put on beautiful makeup, and in the hospital in a serious and introverted style of a different person. Gu Wanxia was not a good liar, and the whole person was a bit flustered. Seeing this, Zhou Yanting quickly stepped forward. You are elderly Zhongchuan's wife, this is really too much of a coincidence. Originally, we heard that there is an orphanage over here is difficult to operate, want to come over to give a hand, to contribute a little bit. I did not expect that we are so destined. Zhou Yanting is quite good at acting, these words everyone did not see the cracks to. Grandma Zhao pulled her hand, excited, talking a little incoherent. Xinlang had often recited Gu Wanxia's goodness in front of her over the past few years, and had occasionally mentioned Zhou Yanting, so she had always been grateful to these two girls. Grandma Zhao, since you are Grandpa Li's wife, I would like to learn a little bit about Grandpa Li's medical history from you. This will also help him recover. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Zhou Yanting squeezed her eyes at Gu Wanxia and pulled Grandma Zhao into the room. Gu Wanxia's pretty face was burning, or she did not know that her best friend was giving herself the opportunity to be alone. In her heart, she said that this best friend was still quite reliable at critical moments, except for being a bit of a womanizer. There was nothing wrong with her in other aspects. Chapter 48 Summer's Little Couple. Evening Summer sister, I really didn't expect you to come here. Xinlang was very happy. I also sent you a WeChat in the morning, did you see it? Gu Wanxia met his bright smiling face and smiled lightly with a full smile. When you sent the message, I was chatting with Grandma Zhao, sorry to reply in front of her, that's not very polite. It's okay. Xinlang said, Sister Evening Xia, I'll show you around here. Good ah. Gu Wanxia readily agreed. The orphanage was not big, almost at a glance, and there was nothing to visit. Xinlang brought her to the outside of the orphanage. This area was rural, not far away was a lush hill, a stream draped along the hill, springs tinkling. The scenery was beautiful and the air was exceptionally fresh. This place is so beautiful, Xinlang, is this where you have lived since you were a child? Gu Wanxia looked at the surrounding scenery and blew the cool mountain breeze from the mountain stream. A cozy feeling came from her heart. I have been living here since I was picked up by Grandpa Li from the garbage at the age of 1. Xinlang could not see a trace of resentment towards the past, and those eyes were clear and bright, seeming to contain a river of stars. However, at that time the orphanage was not so good, is a broken yard, a dozen children crowded in a big bunk, boys sleep on the left side, girls sleep on the right side, the middle only separated by a curtain, but also often have to go hungry. You still have to go hungry? Gu Wanxia was stunned. In her impression, although orphans were pitiful, there should be no shortage of food and clothing. We are an orphanage of a private nature, the government gives little help, and we need to be self-sufficient in food and drink. Xinlang explained, orphanages like ours, companies usually do not come, cannot get any fame, only some good people occasionally send some old clothes, old books, and so on. Gu Wanxia froze, this is a bit different from what she imagined. In fact, I don't care about those businesses coming over. Why? These people are not sincere in their hearts to do good deeds. Xinlang shook his head, they only think about earning fame, we poor children, in their eyes is just a tool to casually manipulate. There were 2 small businesses that brought us new bags and clothes, but when we finished taking pictures with them, they pulled everything back. Ah? Gu Wanxia was stunned, there is such an operation? Xinlang has seen a lot of such nasty things, and there is no mood swing, and returned to the yard to carry a hoe. Sister Evening Summer, are you interested in going to the vegetable field with me? I'd love to. Gu Evening Xia also came to the interest. She 10 fingers do not touch the spring water of the golden girl has never been down to the ground, the heart is also very curious. She followed Xinlang's example and also carried a hoe. More than 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the vegetable field. This vegetable field was about 2 or 3 acres, surrounded by a fence, relying on the edge of a large mountain. The vegetable field was filled with all kinds of seasonal vegetables, and this season, there were bitter gourds, loofahs, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, and a whole bunch of vegetables that Gu Wanxia couldn't name. Xinlang, are all these vegetables planted by Grandma Zhao? Shenlang nodded his head and said, "You cannot underestimate these vegetables. When we were in the most difficult time, it is to rely on this piece of vegetable land to survive. They can be really great. An ordinary couple raised so many of your children." Gu Wanxia lamented. Grandpa Li and Grandma Zhao used to be employees of a state-owned enterprise, and they didn't have any children of their own. If they didn't raise our dozen or so children, they could have lived a good life, but they had no complaints and no regrets about hitching their lifelong savings and pensions to us. Shenlang's eyes were flooded with tears. "I still remember, at the age of 11, the orphanage has been unable to uncover the pot. Grandpa Li was already in poor health, but also dragged his sick body to work on the construction site. He is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, a decent person, but for the survival of our dozen children, to compete with those workers for food." Said here, Shenlang's voice is choked. Gu Wanxia's eyes were also flooded with tears. She really hadn't thought that Grandpa Li and Grandma Zhao were so great. It was no wonder that Shenlang wanted to extend his lifespan even if he was desperate. "What am I talking to you about this for?" Shenlang collected his emotions and said with a smile, "Evening summer sister, I will teach you how to weed. You put on the gloves first." Walked into the vegetable field, Shenlang first taught her to identify the fruits and vegetables in the vegetable field, and then said, "Look at this side has grown weeds. Weed vitality is particularly tenacious, leave it alone will compete with the vegetables in the vegetable field for nutrients, so it must be shoveled out as soon as possible, the growth of vegetables will be good. First dig the soil loose, then give it uprooted, otherwise leave the root system, will also quickly grow out." Gu Wanxia's first contact with farm work, she did it with great interest and didn't mind being tired, and soon broke out in a fragrant sweat. Shenlang took out paper towels from his pocket to wipe her sweat, and picked 2 melons from the vegetable field, washed them in the cool stream water, and handed one to Gu Wanxia. "Sister Wanxia, here." Gu Wanxia took it and took a bite, her eyes suddenly curved into a crescent moon, so sweet. After doing farm work and then eating a crunchy, sweet and juicy melon, the taste is especially beautiful. This is the joy of laborers. Shenlang cannot be as gentle as her, opened his mouth and hissed up, the juice overflowed. Two people sitting side by side in the shade nibbling melon, from time to talk and laugh a few times, from a distance, as if a pair of ordinary farm couple. Returning to the orphanage at noon, Grandma Zhao asked the kitchen aunt to cook a sumptuous Chinese meal to entertain Gu Wanxia and Zhou Yanting. After eating, Shenlang did not leave, but checked up on the children's studies. He attached great importance to the children's academic performance. Children like them want to excel in the world. The only way is to study, which Shenlang knows better than anyone else. Grandma Zhao is now old. This group of fatherless and motherless children and very skinny, Shenlang usually cannot often come over. Therefore, he usually let these children take the initiative to summarize some of the topics that do not understand, as soon as they have time to come over to focus on helping them to explain, and for each child to develop a good learning plan. Time unknowingly came to more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Before leaving, Grandma Zhao called Shenlang to the room alone. "Along, a few days ago that Mr. Su of yours came over and said that you performed well at work and donated $1 million to our orphanage." Grandma Zhao worriedly asked, "I don't know how to spend this money, I want to ask your opinion." "Mr. Su donated $1 million? Shenlang was taken aback. He knew that Su Miaohan had come to the orphanage, but at that time, he thought that she had only donated school supplies, but he did not expect that she had also donated $1 million so much. Grandma Zhao asked strangely, "You don't know about this? Didn't that Mr. Su say that he told you that he donated only after your consent?" "Ah, seems to be the case, I forgot." Shenlang touched his pocket. He also prepared a card this time he came over. Inside is $500,000. It's not that he didn't want to give more. For an orphanage full of old and weak children, sometimes giving more money may not be a good thing. But since Su Miaohan donated $1 million, he wasn't going to take this money out for now. Grandma Zhao, Tiger, and Lu Shui are in junior high school and are a bit biased. This money will help them find 2 tutorial classes. Shenlang pondered for a moment and said, "The rest of the money, part of the improvement of the children's meals, it is best to hire a security guard. The house was built only 3 years ago, the facilities are no problem, there is no other aspects of spending, temporarily save it." "I'll save it for now." "Okay, Grandma will listen to you." Gu Wanxia's car to return, back to the city, Shenlang specially invited them to eat a big meal. Until 7 o'clock or so, with a slightly drunkenness, he was sent to the Bright Moon neighborhood by Gu Wanxia, and drove all the way into the villa below. Chapter 49. What is the relationship between me and you? Shenlang, I'm very happy today. Getting down from the car, Gu Wanxia looked at Shenlang with a smile. Under the dark street light, she was dressed in a white dress that won the snow, her fair and delicate face was touching, and her picturesque eyes were surging with love, like a clear lake, and like a deep vortex, pulling at the heart. I am also very happy, late summer sister, time is not early, you hurry back to rest. Shen Lang said with a smile. Well, you drank wine, go back also early to sleep. After the two said goodbye, Shen Lang went straight to the villa, but did not see the villa on the second floor. Su Miaohan condescendingly stood there overlooking them, eyebrows deeply locked. Stepping lightly to return home, opened the door into the house at the moment. Shen Lang stunned to see Su Miaohan holding her arms standing in the living room, coldly staring at himself. Su, Mr. Su. Shen Lang toned na. Where did it go? I went to the hospital in the morning, and then went back to the orphanage. Sorry, I just had dinner with my friends, I forgot to tell you. Shen Lang secretly blamed himself. During the meal, Zhou Yanting strongly encouraged him to drink. What the first meal, do not drink, do not take her as a friend, a cup of love is shallow, 3 cups of love is strong, good things come together, drink 3 cups and 3 cups, all kinds of wine order. Open mouth. Shen Lang is not good at rejecting the good intentions of others, plus the amount of alcohol and shallow, drink can leave this behind. You drank wine? Su Miaohan smelled the smell of alcohol on his body, his face swished coldly. Do you not know your own physical condition, but also dare to drink? Shen Lang was uncertain, suddenly remembered that when the contract was signed there was an agreement that both parties were not allowed to drink during the marriage without the permission of the other party. After all, it is a lonely man and woman in the same room. Su Miaohan did this, but also afraid that Shen Lang will be drunk and disorderly. As soon as he was happy today, Shen Lang forgot all about it. I am sorry Mr. Su, I forgot, mainly today is more happy, so I drank a few more cups with my friends, I guarantee that there will never be a next time. Hearing this, Su Miaohan became even more angry. You drink with that woman, does it make you so happy? Shen Lang's expression was slightly stunned. Just now it was that woman who sent you back, right? She was good to you. Shen Lang knew that she had misunderstood. Although it was agreed at the beginning that during these 3 years, Shen Lang could look for his other half, just to keep a low profile, and the person could not be brought back to the house, but Shen Lang had never considered it that way. Whether it was a contract marriage or not, but after all, it was a legal couple who had received a marriage license, and his inner sense of morality prevented him from doing such a nasty thing as going to another woman during the marriage. Now it seemed that Su Miaohan had clearly misunderstood his relationship with Gu Wanxia. Su Miaohan might have just casually said that and wouldn't take it seriously in her heart, but Shen Lang felt that he still needed to explain. Mr. Su, Sister Evening Xia, she is a doctor in Nanya Hospital, and has taken care of me for the past 3 years, so I've always wanted to find an opportunity to treat her to a meal to thank her. Today I went to the orphanage and happened to run into Sister Evening Summer and her colleagues doing charity work there, so I asked them to have dinner with me. The one who drank with me was her colleague, Sister Yan Ting, and had nothing to do with Sister Evening Xia. Su Miaohan looked at his sincere eyes, the little bit of anger in her heart instantly disappeared. Shen Lang in front of her never lie, this word should be true. It seems that he really misunderstood him. This is his character, other good to him 1 point, he has to repay others 10 points. But soon Su Miaohan heart again came to the gas. Shen Lang, these 3 years in your heart, think what is the relationship between me and you? Shen Lang expression stagnant, never thought Su Miaohan will ask this. Although his heart has always been Su Miaohan as a friend, but he knows clearly, Su Miaohan never thinks so. His own for her is a still use value of the employee. Over the years, although she never skimped on her monthly living expenses, she would also send a gift on his birthday. But on weekdays, when she sees herself, she most likely won't even give a glance, and may not say a word for 10 days and half a month. Go to her company to send 3 years of medicinal porridge, she also never took the initiative to come down to take once. So Shen Lang knew that she did not take himself as a friend, and thus he also corrected his position, treating her attitude more and more respectful and humble. Su Miaohan is a snow lotus on the Tianshan mountain, beautiful and proud, and exudes the biting coldness that no one is allowed to get close to. She never bothered to show her emotions in front of others. Now suddenly took the initiative to ask these words, which make Shen Lang a bit like a dream of a trance. Could it be that he was drinking outside with his friends, violating the agreement of the contract, so that she felt that she was getting no sense of boundaries, and wanted to knock some? Shen Lang let out a bitter smile. It seems that there is indeed a bit. During this period of time Su Miaohan's attitude towards him has become much friendlier. In the past, she used to live in the company for 3 days or 2, but during this period of time she came home on time almost every day, and she talked a lot more. In the long run, it made his mentality change along with him, and he couldn't find his own position anymore. It was no wonder she was so angry. Mr. Su, please don't worry, I have always known what role I play. After thinking clearly, Shen Lang's voice even became calmer. I will never forget that in my most difficult time, it was you who gave me $5 million. I also know that I am just an orphan, just a double that you used to cope with your family's urging for marriage, as well as to see your face. I will not have any unrealistic ideas. These days is I a little drift, I promise, in the last month or so, will never do it again. With those words, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Having already guaranteed so bluntly, she should be relieved as well. He now only seeks for this last month or so to pass by peacefully, not to cause any complications. The more this time, the more he must take the right posture. Similar things must never happen again. Su Miaohan looked at his serious and sincere face. Her heart was like being tugged by a big hand, and she had a feeling of imminent suffocation. She asked this, just listening to Shen Lang, a mouthful of late summer sister, a mouthful of Yen Ting's sister, called so naturally cordial, but instead to himself Su always come and Su always go. Such an obvious affinity difference made her heart very uncomfortable. But I did not expect, he said a lot of bar, and is a statement, and is a guarantee, as if he hated to put up a high wall between them, to completely divide them in two different worlds. Su Miaohan stood there, her body stiff, her brain slightly dizzy, and she didn't come to her senses for a long time. After a long time, she took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the stairs. As you like. Chapter 50, Charge for Love. Mr. Su. Shen Lang suddenly called out to her. Su Miaohan fixed her feet and turned sideways to look at him. I just learned today that you went to the orphanage a few days ago to donate $1 million. I know that you are because you sympathize with me. In fact, it is not necessary. Shen Lang thought for a long time along the way. Su Miaohan is a person who is lonely and cool, and has never cared to owe anyone anything. Because the last roll was taken out, was blocked by the circle, let her feel owed their own feelings, only donated this million. The reason is also just to buy a peace of mind. However, Shen Lang felt that this favor was too big. The one who took away his role was Chu Gongza, and the one who blocked him in the circle was also Chu Gongza. Even if there was a little relationship with Su Miaohan, the relationship was not big. Shen Lang wouldn't take it out on her because of this. She can go to the orphanage to send some school supplies, has been enough to make up for this karma. To give $1 million would be too much. This money Shen Lang holding feel hot. Can you please give an account number? I will transfer the money to you. Swish. Just as his words fell, he felt a coldness coming from his body, as if the temperature of the entire room plummeted a dozen degrees. Raising his head, he saw Su Miaohan's eyes that seemed to want to kill. Opening his mouth, Shen Lang was stunned. Are you humiliating me? In Su Miaohan's words, there were slivers of ice that would not melt for ages. Shen Lang panicked and waved his hand. No, Mr. Su, how dare I humiliate you? I just what? Just think that I am a very snobbish person, want to pay off the debt owed to you, and only donated this $1 million. Su Miaohan coldly said, now you feel that that little debt is not worth so much, so you want to pay me back. You don't want to owe me a favor, right? She actually knows everything. Shen Lang sighed in his heart, but thought about it, but could not admit it in front of her. Mr. Su, I just think you give too much. You make money is not easy, so. Shut up. Su Miaohan interrupted him with an expressionless face. Can't I do something good? Or do you think I'm a cold-blooded person who doesn't deserve to do good deeds? Shen Lang, don't put gold on your face. I donate money, just think the children there are poor, has nothing to do with you. You are not qualified to come to say anything. After saying that, she gazed deeply at Shen Lang for a few seconds, accelerated her pace up the stairs, and threw the door of the room heavily with a clang. Shen Lang trembled violently, standing in place at a loss. Himself, said something wrong? He froze and returned to the sofa and sat down, recalling what he had just said. With Su Miaohan with 3 years, this is still the first time he saw Su Miaohan so big fire, her character although not yet to the situation where the face does not change color before the collapse of the mountain. But she is also calm and steady when things go wrong. She is not in a hurry and does not show her emotions easily. It could be said to be very rare for violent mood swings like the one just now to appear on her. I am really too stupid. Shen Lang slapped his head violently. He only focused on thinking about the 3 words of whether it was worth it or not, but did not consider it from Su Miaohan's perspective. A mere $1 million to her was a matter of a few bags and a few pieces of clothing, insignificant, but it was about her face. To threaten to return the $1 million she had already donated to her, was this not rubbing her face on the ground? No wonder she was so angry. Thinking clearly about the original reason, Shen Lang's heart became more and more apprehensive. It seems that this is not the first time he made this mistake. The last time she said that she would return the last 2 months' money to her, she also seemed to be particularly angry. This also made Shen Lang realize that in the future, he must not fight with her in terms of money. This thing of money is a pile of numbers for her. The more you show that you care, the more angry she will be. A face of frustration up the stairs, Shen Lang stood in front of the study for a while, raised his hand to knock on the door, but not quite dare, paused for a long time before hanging his head in dismay and returned to his room. Ding bell. Just ready to lie down for a while, a phone call came. Seeing that it was Wang Yun who called, Shen Lang quickly sat up straight. Minister Wang, hello. Shen Lang, you caught me off guard. Wang Yun sighed, you sent a statement on the microblog, why didn't you discuss it with the company in advance? Now it makes us very passive. Shen Lang heart thumped, this thing I said in advance with the money manager at that time advised me to think twice, and did not say that it would affect the company, so I. She certainly said so. Wang Yun did not have a good mood, this woman has had a bitter relationship before, and finally because of the male derailment and end, you for the love of the charge, this courage and the first heart, that she once longed for things that cannot be sought, she cannot help you? This. Shen Lang awkwardly pulled the corner of his mouth, pondered for a long time to make a decision. Minister Wang, this matter is what I did wrong, if it affects the company, I am willing to terminate the contract with the company, the 10 million back to you. That's not so bad. Wang Yun helplessly shook his head, you are still a little unknown transparent, not many people know you. The netizens' memory is also limited, after a period of time the heat subsides, you then change your stage name, this matter will also be over. The company will also organize a team to do public relations for you. By the way, we will arrange an agent and assistant for you, they may arrive in Shanghai tomorrow, they will contact you at that time. In fact, the company had made a lot of noise in the past 2 days because of Shen Lang's matter. Most people severely condemned Shen Lang's irresponsible behavior, not only did they want to kick him out of the company, they also threatened to make him pay sky-high liquidated damages. Until Shen Lang's song Memorial of Love was released. This seemingly simple tune is extremely uncomplicated. The melody is melodious, the piano is melodious, elegant and romantic, the love is lingering, the vernal pool is rippling, in the heart intoxicating sorrow, as if re-entering the memories of childhood. Minister Qin Jianming, after listening to dozens of times repeatedly, immediately shot to die to protect Shen Lang, not only willing to pay money and efforts for his public relations, but also specifically sent him an agent and assistant. This phone call talked for half an hour. Shen Lang look has been more than 8 o'clock, hurriedly dragged the body of the alcohol is not dispersed, went downstairs and boiled up the medicinal porridge. After an hour of boiling, the fragrant medicinal porridge filled the entire room. Shen Lang shang a bowl and knocked on the door of the study room. What is it? Mr. Su, the medicinal porridge is ready, drink it while it's hot. Ta-da! The door to the room opened, Su Miaohan stood detached and cold in the doorway, like a daffodil that was left out of the world. It was only when she saw the medicinal porridge in his hand that her taut face finally loosened up. Put it on the table. Shen Lang put the medicinal porridge on the desk, but did not leave. Do you have something else? Mr. Su, the words I said just now, it's me who didn't go through my head. Shen Lang met her cold clear eyes, just now I thought carefully, it is me who is overly sensitive, I apologize to you. The corner of Su Miaohan's mouth slightly hooked up, then you say, where are you all wrong? First of all, I think of myself as too important, in fact, you have always been doing good things, see the children of the Hope Orphanage is not easy to live, to contribute to this is what you are accustomed to doing. Shen Lang said seriously. Also, I do things more selfish, never from the perspective of self, not good at thinking differently, and thus did not consider your face problem, this. Roll. What? Shen Lang looked up in shock. Get out. Su Miaohan's face turned blue, violently pushed him out of the door and threw the door of the room shut with force. Leaving a face of stagnation Shen Lang in the wind messy. Chapter 51 Want a Song. This night Shen Lang slept very uneasily, tossing and turning difficult to sleep, until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning to sleep in a daze. However, Shen Lang still got up early in accordance with the usual practice. Wake up early in 3 sets, work out in the 3rd floor fitness room, hang your voice, and make breakfast. When he made breakfast, Su Miaohan walked out of the master bedroom in an exquisite attire. White slim short-sleeved small suit perfectly outlined her beautiful figure, white wrist wearing a valuable jadeite jade bracelet, sideburns hair pulled up, revealing a fair and clean forehead, simply tied a ponytail at the back of the head, 2 ears naturally hanging 2 white 4-leaf clover earrings. Red lips flame, eyebrows like a picture, fresh and through a stream of atmosphere. She walked downstairs with a Gucci backpack in a hurry, and when she passed by Shen Lang, she didn't even give him a look. Mr. Su, don't you want to eat breakfast? Su Miaohan bent down to change into high heels, her full moon hips holding up an attractive arc. Shen Lang hurriedly averted his head, not daring to look more. Only until Su Miaohan opened the door and walked out without a word did Shen Lang come back to his senses. It seems that she is still angry. Shin Lang couldn't help but smile bitterly. After thinking for a long time last night, he couldn't figure out where exactly he had pissed her off. Quickly resolving his breakfast, Shin Lang went back to his room and turned on Jitterbug. Oh! More than 1,800,000 likes. Shin Lang was simply stunned. He hadn't paid too much attention in the past 2 days, and the piano piece he posted, Memorial of Love, the number of likes was even pushing the 2 million mark. Along with the 2 videos in front of him, the number of likes had also broken 1 million. Then look at the number of fans. The last time he looked at it was still 500,000 or so. Good guy, now it has actually broken 2 million. Shin Lang was speechless for a long time. The power of netizens was really beyond his imagination. He still had a new song recorded in his hand, but this song he wasn't going to release for the time being. In a few days it would be Shallow's birthday. He wanted to officially release it on that day. Tapping on the comments section. Recommended by Mr. Jin, students of Central Sound come here to report, the tune is so good it's explosive. Shanghaiin come here to gather. Blue Xiangs come here. Mom asked me why I kneel to listen to music, I dumped her a slap, you know what the hell, give me to kneel down to listen together. Love can cross the life and death through the river of time, so that people will always remember. True love will not disappear due to the departure of people, not due to the passage of time and fade away. It is always there, and even if time ages, it is always warm and never fades. Seeing this comment, Shin Lang's heart trembled fiercely, staring at the screen in a demented manner until the screen gradually blurred. Wiping the wetness in the corner of his eyes, he replied, clothes and belts are always wide, and people are haggard for e. Thank you for listening. Mr. Su, the negotiations between Zhang Yuqing and Wu Yaofan's side have encountered some resistance. Zhang Shanshan breezed into Su Miaohan's office. Before we went to contact them, Zhang Yimonom also sent someone to go there, and the price offered was very high, but these two are currently outside shooting, so they are still under consideration for the time being. Su Miaohan asked, what are their requirements? Since Zhang Shanshan has already made contact, the price offered must be higher than that of Zhang's group, and in such a case there is still resistance, so there are only these 2 people who have made some other requests. Zhang Shanshan gave a thumbs up, Mr. Su, you are really a brilliant planner. In fact, at their level, money is of secondary importance, they now want some quality resources to consolidate their position in the circle. Now our Su's group and Zhang's group are fighting fiercely, ordinary people are not clear, but this group of stars and their brokers are dead smart, one by one, they are waiting for the price to sell. Su Miaohan said, you directly say what they want. Our film and television company recently is not preparing a fairy drama, Wu Yaofan wants the mail first, he is willing to charge only half of the endorsement fee. Su Miaohan pondered over it. This immortal drama is a hot network novel adaptation, the heat is very high, this drama is also the company's annual efforts to build the finale, invested funds more than 2.5 million. Su Miaohan would have liked to mail a company internal digestion, may be able to a drama touted a top stream. So Wu Yaofan made this request a little difficult for her. Mr. Su, I think it can be. Zhang Shanshan suggested, Wu Yaofan was originally the one who made the immortal drama Ancient Myths a hit, and if he takes over the male lead, it can be said that he will bring his own flow. Then let's agree to him. Su Miaohan nodded, in the entire Su group's plate, beverage and food is the top priority, all other aspects are additions. What conditions did Zhang Yuqing make? She wanted a song. Su Miaohan was stunned, a song? Zhang Shanshan laughed, this is normal, singers usually have their own works, commercial performances to go out without worrying, actors like them, do not have their own works, go out to engage in a commercial performance do not know what to sing, singing other people's songs but also to pay royalties. Su Miaohan is puzzled, to her curiosity, the company to give her a few customized songs is not difficult, say she can also go out and buy their own songs. Difficult is not difficult, but wanting a good song that satisfies her would be difficult. Zhang Shanshan shook her head. I asked around, Zhang Yuqing has been collecting songs all over the place lately, she's visited several famous musicians, but so far there hasn't been a single song that satisfied her. She didn't just mention this request to us, she also mentioned it to Zhang's group. What she means is that as long as she can get a masterpiece that satisfies her, she's willing to charge less for the endorsement. Zhang Yuqing is currently one of the hottest 4 young flowers in the entertainment industry, last year's performance of The 3 Lives of Love broke the internet, now is the time of great popularity. In the case of the two competing in a clear decline, this person Su Miaohan is imperative. She immediately mobilized the company's resources, spending high prices to buy songs, no matter whether it is a big-name musician or a newcomer, as long as there is a good song, all will not be refused. After sending Zhang Shanshan away, Su Miaohan flipped through the table and found that a piece of information prepared last night was not there. Then she remembered that she had left the house in a hurry in the morning and forgot to bring it with her. In the meeting later, this information will also be used. Looking at the time, it was too late to let Chen Meng go over to get it. After struggling for a long time, she flipped to Shen Lang's number and dialed it. At this time, Shen Lang was writing a song and received Su Miaohan's phone call. Also felt very surprised. Isn't she still angry in the morning? Why would she call herself? With a heart full of curiosity, Shen Lang pressed the answer button. Are you at home? In. You go down to my study, there is a piece of information on the table, it is placed on the desktop, you can see it when you go in, as soon as possible to my company. Su Miaohan finished this sentence, then directly cut off the phone. Shen Lang heard that it was business, and did not dare to delay, walked into the study, and indeed found a document on the desk. In addition to the documents, there is a stack of draft paper, which is written and drawn as if it is designing an advertisement. There was also a pile of discarded draft paper crumpled into a ball thrown on the ground. Xianqi Mountain Spring? Shen Lang took a look. He knew that this natural water seemed to be the main product of Su Miaohan's company. In the past 2 days, he often saw Su Miaohan frowning and upset, so he was worried about the advertising of this flagship product. Shen Lang took the documents and walked out, with a thoughtful look. Chapter 52 3 Plans. After sending the documents to Su Group, Shen Lang was about to go home to continue creating, and his cell phone rang at this time. Seeing that it was a call from Qian Yuezhu, Shen Lang quickly answered it. Manager Qian. Shen Lang, you come to the company. Good, I will come over now. Rushing to the company, Qian Yuezhu was chatting with a man in his early 40s in the office about something. There was also a girl wearing red-rimmed glasses in the room who was the same age as Shen Lang. You are Shen Lang, right? The middle-aged man stood up and looked Shen Lang up and down. So handsome. Shen Lang, this is the agent Lu Chang sent down to you from the head office side. Xian Yu introduced. Old Lu can be said to be a big name in the industry. The first-line singers he brought out in his hands, Wang Jiantao, Shen Yu, you should have heard of them, right? These two are the world's veteran strength creative singers, very fan appeal. Shen Lang is of course like a thunderclap. I did not expect that they are all brought out by this middle-aged man in front of me. Brother Lu, hello. Shen Lang, originally I was going to retire, but recently the head office side approached me and said that they found a good seedling. Lu Chang smiled and shook his hand. Originally I didn't take it seriously until I heard your 2 songs in one tune, so I immediately applied with the head office and volunteered to come over. Of course, you also have the right to choose. If I am not satisfied with me, you can also apply for a replacement with the head office. Shen Lang said, I am grateful to Brother Lu, willing to take me, I am honored to come. Ha, good, then in the future we will work together, and strive to make you more fire than Wang Jiangtao and Shen Yu. Lu Chang laughed, and then introduced the girl, called Wang Qin, is the assistant sent over by the head office. Brother Lu, I don't know if you are clear about my current situation? Shen Lang is worried that Lu Chang does not understand the situation. There are a lot of people who exposed me online, and now I can say that I am notorious and everyone is shouting. After the fermentation of the past 2 days, I do not know what people are behind the hype, the heat, instead of dropping, but more than a few Shen Lang classmates and so on, online real name evidence. Said he often hooked up with girls in school, but also got a few girls pregnant, was expelled from school clouds. This makes that group of unknown masses of melon eaters, as if the flies smelled the fishy smell, a brain swooped up to tear. Shen Lang's 18 generations of ancestors were carried out to scold a bloody head. Brother Lu, these situations I think you need to understand. Think clearly whether to waste time on me. Lu Chang looked at him appreciatively, his palm lightly patted on his shoulder. Shen Lang, the fact that you can take the initiative to tell me this shows that you are a sincere person. The entertainment industry is a big dye-stuff tank. A white lotus flower is going to be dyed into a black and smelly rotten rag for you. It's good that you still have this sincere heart. But you don't have to worry about that. When I came here, I learned about it from the head office. This time I came over, I made 3 plans for you. Do you want to hear them? Shen Lang nodded. Brother Lu, please speak. Now, no matter whether you have done those things or not, whether others are slandering you or not, in any case, you can't use this honored number for the time being. When can we use it? We have to slowly find the opportunity. Lu Chang said, you start from the short video. This point is actually very good. In the future we also follow this strategy, focus on the main short video. Regardless of whether the person is at fault, the work is always innocent, can constantly output good works, not afraid of no fans to buy. So the plan I gave you, the first one is to make the account ride the wind in waves of music V, and accumulate a good fan base. Shen Lang nodded his head in recognition. Also, I want to reconfirm that there are no limitations to your creation? Lu Chang asked. Shen Lang said, probably can write some of any genre. That's good. The smile on Lu Chang's face became even brighter. There are too few good musicians in this era, and in the last 2 years, the internet is full of people who learn to bark like cats and dogs, which is simply unpleasant to the ears. Now many singers are in desperate need of quality songs. I still have some contacts in the industry. I can help you sell your songs, so it is also considered to help you get acquainted with these contacts in the circle, which will be very beneficial to your future development. Networking is very important in this circle. Also, the theme songs of TV dramas, movies, and games, you can also take on a little more. Shen Lang felt that these were all fine and nodded again. Then the third plan is for you to run a commercial show appropriately. Shen Lang couldn't help but be stunned. I'm in this situation now. There are still people looking for me for commercials? Recently, there is not what Masked Brother. Masked Brother is very popular. You can also wear a mask. Netizens listen to your Ride the Wind and Waves song. Who cares if you are not Shen Lang? Lu Chang laughed. When the singer is not in order to make money, light in the short video to earn that 3 melons and 2 jujubes can be how much, but also rely on commercial performances. Shen Lang's heart moved. There is still more than a month to be divorced from Su Miaohan, and the remaining millions in his hands, he still has to save up to buy medicine for Grandpa Li. When he moved out of Su Miaohan's house, the place to live was a big problem. He can't keep renting a house. Shanghai's house prices are expensive. A slightly better location, a slightly larger area, is tens of millions of dollars to start with. It seems to be the time to earn some money, come to this world, at least have a place to live. Thinking like this, he also made up his mind. Lu, you look at the arrangement, I listen to you. But I told the company, my grandfather is seriously ill, temporarily cannot leave the province, the best place to perform in the Shanghai city, if it is a neighboring city, but also the same day to be able to rush back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Lu Chang said, these I have passed the gas with the head office side, I look at the arrangement for you. Said here, he rummaged out a piece of information from his bag and handed it to Shen Lang. Zhang Yuqing? Shen Lang raised his eyes in confusion. This Zhang Yuqing he knows, but also saw her play, very spiritual a little girl, acting skills, although just ordinary, but cannot help her good looking, and acted in 2 big fire drama. Recently it is the time of Red. Recently, Zhang Yuqing has been looking for musicians everywhere, trying to get a masterpiece. But she's a bit picky, and the works of several big-name musicians are not to her liking. The information here is a compilation of Zhang Yuqing's personal information, including her preferences, personality, dramas she's performed in, etc. You can summarize it from here. You can summarize it and see if you can create a masterpiece for her. This is a hot topic in the music industry right now, so if you write a tune that she likes, you'll instantly make a name for yourself in the industry. In the future, it will become much easier for me to help you sell your songs, and the price will follow. Lu Chang said with a smile, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Shen Lang carefully looked at the information for a while and nodded, I will do my best. Chapter 53 Chu Gongza asked for marriage. Shen Lang stayed in the company for the whole morning, and at noon, he also ate a reception banquet with Jian Yuezhu, Lu Chang, and other people. When he returned home in the afternoon, he began to bury his head in creation. He read Zhang Yuqing's information in detail, looking at her episodes from the early days to the present, as well as her performance on variety shows and major events. The first impression given was that this was a sweet and cute-looking little sweet sister with a lively and cheerful personality. After reading the information in the room for an afternoon, it was straight to Shen Lang's old eyes and mind. Downstairs, a clicking sound of the door opening woke him up. When he looked at the watch, he realized that it was already more than 6 o'clock. He was busy as organizing his desk, strictly correcting his clothes in the mirror, and walking out with a step. To be as soon as possible, not enough money can be added, in short, must grab in front of Zhang Yamonong. Downstairs, Su Miaohan changed shoes while making a phone call. Zhang Yuqing's information must be exhaustive, let those musicians create songs based on her character traits, well, that's it. Su Miaohan changed her shoes, and the moment she raised her head, she saw Shen Lang's dull face. Her face swished cold. Su Miaohan did not say a word, bypassed him and walked towards the stairs. Shen Lang's eyes moved with the trajectory of her departure. His eyes were a little complicated, so it turned out that Mr. Su was also looking for a song for Zhang Yuqing, and it looked like it was quite urgent. This could not help but make him think of the document he saw this morning. It listed the 3 brand endorsers, Zhang Yuqing, Wu Yaofan and Chu Gongza, and specifically designed advertising scenes around their own characteristics. Generally speaking, only the spokesperson adapted to the advertisement scene, and to specifically design scenes around the spokesperson like this was often the treatment of those super big brands. From this, it can also be seen that Su Miaohan attaches importance to these three spokespersons. Shen Lang guessed that Su Miaohan was in such a hurry to collect songs for Zhang Yuzhen, and the probability was that the other party had made the endorsement request. During the meal, Su Miaohan was expressionless and elegant as always, but Shen Lang read detachment and indifference from it. Originally wanted to ask something, but could only swallow it. I will go to the company to work overtime. Tomorrow you do not go anywhere. In the morning I will arrange for someone to send you a dress. You dress up. Come to the company front desk at 11:30 before noon to wait for me. We will go together to participate in the Chu Gongzi's birthday banquet. Su Miaohan coldly left this sentence, went upstairs, and took the bag and left the house straight away. Just have to let me go? Shen Lang heart bitter smile. He is really do not want to see Chu Gongzi that face. Probably the other side will not want to see themselves on such an important day. After brushing the dishes, Shen Lang returned to the room to continue creating. Until the latter half of the night, a complete tune finally took shape. Early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight crossed the horizon, Shen Lang was already sweating and working out in the fitness room. Being in actor shape is especially important these years. No matter how windy or rainy it is, he insists on the habit of waking up early to work out. After an hour or so of exercise, after taking a shower, Shen Lang began to hang his voice again. Just finished breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Shen Lang thought that he should Su Miaohan arranged for someone to send a dress over. The moment he opened the door, Shen Lang was slightly stunned. It's you? What, just don't want to see me so much? Su Chenhan carrying a bag, a push away Shen Lang straight into the house, casually threw the bag on the sofa. Shen Lang stood in the doorway frowning. Su Chen sashayed and sat on the sofa with his butt, raising his eyes to look at Shen Lang provocatively. Originally, my sister was shouting for Sister Chen Meng to deliver it to you, but it just happened to be bumped into by me, so I volunteered to come over. Kid, I specifically came over to give you a heads up. Today, Brother Zay is going to propose to my sister at his birthday banquet. You fucking give me a little bit more sensible. Honestly, squatting in the corner do not play any moths. If you do not know what to do, I called out to waste you. Chu Gongzi actually want to propose to Su Miaohan? Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. This thing Su Miaohan 80% also know it. Since she agreed to go over, most likely willing to accept. However, he couldn't figure out why she still had to let herself go over on such an occasion. Wouldn't she feel embarrassed? Are you deaf? Are you listening to me? Su Chen slammed the sofa. Shen Lang directly ignored him. He maintained respect for Su Miaohan. It was because the other party indirectly saved Hope Orphanage, saved Grandpa Li, and was gracious to him. And Su Chen, this kind of people who only show their teeth, he has always ignored, not to mention disdain with it. No matter how powerful his barking, Shen Lang just is in the dog barking. Pick up the clothes ready to go upstairs. Su Chen yanked his arm. You give me a stop. What do you want to do? Shen Lang was 1.83 meters, standing in front of 1.75 meters Su Chen. He was half a head taller than him. Su Chen suddenly realized that this Shen Lang, who was usually quiet, treated people kindly, and made people feel good about bullying, actually stood face to face, but had such a sense of oppression. He subconsciously spread his hands, and his mouth was still screaming harsh words. You give the old man to remember, our Su family is not the kind of person like you can climb up to, and everyone in our family hates you very much. Shen Lang was expressionless. Of course he knows this. When he just got a license with Su Miaohan set up a banquet and wanted to invite the whole family to have a meal and meet. But that day, no one came. These 3 years, in addition to Su Chen occasionally come over, Su family other members, no one has stepped into this villa, as if Shen Lang has lived in the villa. Let them feel very bad luck. This Shen Lang also did not think. He agreed to marry Su Miaohan. It is a benefit replacement, not based on feelings, how the Su family looks at him, how to treat him. It does not matter to Shen Lang. Finished? Shen Lang stared at him. Su Chen swallowed his saliva and snorted coldly. In short, my sister and Brother Zay are in love with each other, and my family also likes Brother Zay very much. You probably don't know yet, didn't my sister go back a couple days ago, and at that time, my grandfather made the decision and engaged them in marriage. Just waiting to get rid of this burden of yours, they will get married right away. Shen Lang also recalled the events of that day. When she and Chu Gongzi came back together, it turned out to be to discuss the marriage at home. Su Miaohan hid it from himself, presumably also want to wait for today. During this period of time, he did not have the right attitude, so much so that Su Miaohan was furious. The probability is that he is thinking that he is not having other ideas about her. So she specifically called out to herself to attend Chu Gongzi's birthday banquet, to witness Chu Gongzi propose to her, as a way to let herself die completely? Thinking of this, he didn't know what to think for a moment. There was helplessness, there was heartache, and more of a relief. After today, the probability is that he will have to completely draw a line with Su Miaohan, which is, perhaps, a good thing for everyone. Chapter 54 The Golden. The dress that Su Chen sent was a black suit, even though Shen Lang did not know about luxury goods, but from the style and fabric of the clothes, the value of this dress must be more expensive than he imagined. There was also a flower-colored tie in the bag, as well as a well-made brooch. The dress fit very well. This point Shen Lang was not surprised. Su Miaohan was meticulous, and had once specifically taken him to customize his clothes on his birthday. The size of Shen Lang's clothes, she saved in her cell phone logbook. Do it yourself to get a hairstyle. Shen Lang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. The man in the mirror, straight, a set of expensive suits such as tailor-made, fit is well-proportioned and not lose the fitness of the body. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes like a little paint. Even when Shen Lang saw this exquisite and handsome image of himself, his mind could not help but pop up a sentence. Strangers are like jade, and the gentleman's world is matchless. Taking a look at the hands on the dial, Shen Lang cleaned up a little and walked out of the house with calm and powerful steps. 20 minutes later, Shen Lang appeared in the reception hall on the first floor of Su Group. This point is not yet the end of the day. There are not many people in the hall. In addition to the two beautiful receptionists, there are a few people who came over to negotiate business, chatting about something in the corner of a few positions. As soon as Shen Lang entered, he immediately attracted all the attention. You are Shen Lang? A receptionist blushed and came over, still a little unsure. In these years, Shen Lang came over every night to deliver medicine porridge, and was already familiar with these two receptionists. Only in the past, Shen Lang was dressed in a casual manner and did not organize his hair. Although it was also handsome, it was far from being as refined as today. Ms. Yao, didn't disturb your work, right? Shen Lang nodded and smiled. Ah, no. Yao Chanxian felt a rolling heat in her ears, staring at Shen Lang's face obsessively. It was really too handsome. Looking so close, there was not the slightest blemish on her face, especially that pair of clear and bright eyes, as if it was going to make people fall into it. Shen Lang, did you come over for something? Are you looking for assistant Chen? I can help you pass a message. It had been Chen Meng who had come down to get the medicinal porridge for the past few years, and everyone in the company thought that Shen Lang was Chen Meng's boyfriend. For this reason, there are many people who tease her for finding a handsome and affectionate boyfriend. Only Chen Meng has never made an explanation. No, I have an appointment with Chen Meng. They will come down in a while, thank you. Just as his words fell, the elevator door dinged open. Su Miaohan walked out of the elevator with a cool face. At this time she has changed into an elegant and noble red dress. The soft silk fabric is light and smooth, perfectly outlining her delicate figure. From a distance, such as a gorgeous painting scroll opens up, revealing the elegance and charm of women to the perfect beauty and goodness. She walked, skirt swaying, cold and reserved, a powerful aura that people dare not look directly. Shen Lang is also the first time to see Su Miaohan dressed so stunning. In a trance thought of a poem, beautiful as the peach of 3 spring, simple as the chrysanthemum of 9 autumn. After Su Miaohan walked out of the elevator, Chen Meng also followed closely and walked out. The same as a dress, although it is also eye-catching, but in Su Miaohan's powerful aura set off, but it seems as small as mud and dust, dim. After the two walked out from the elevator entrance, the first thing they saw was Shen Lang standing in the hall, and their eyes both flashed with a trace of stunning luster. Su Miaohan only glanced at it, then averted her gaze and walked straight towards the outside. Shen Lang, there are a lot of VIPs going to Chu Gong's birthday banquet today. You go and talk less. It's best to follow me all the way, understand? Chen Meng walked to Shen Lang's side and seriously instructed. Shen Lang nodded. He had a measure in his heart, and this time he went over only to cooperate with Su Miaohan to put on the last scene, and then the curtain fell smoothly. He would not be foolish enough to mess around on this kind of occasion, nor did he have that position. The place where Chu Gongza held his birthday banquet today was in his own villa. The location was located in the southern district of Qingpu, a rich villa area that was extremely famous in Shanghai. When they arrived here, the outside of the villa was already full of colorful luxury cars, just like a large luxury car show. Just down from the car, Shen Lang only felt a tight arm, a burst of fragrance into the nose, soft touch pressed on the arm, turned around and saw Su Miaohan's fair and delicate face. Su Miaohan held his arm with an expressionless face, spitting out words that did not contain the slightest emotion. We are husband and wife. If we act too rusty, it will be seen by people. Shen Lang's stiff body slowly softened. Only he was puzzled. She was ready to agree to Chu Gongza's marriage proposal. It seemed that there was no need to perform anymore, right? If she did this, wasn't she worried that Chu Gongza would get angry if he saw her? He really couldn't understand this woman more and more. Her brain circuits seemed to be different from others. It was hard to guess her true thoughts. Although his heart was slandering, Shenlang still cooperated with a smiling face and walked into the villa hand in hand with her. The moment he stepped into the living room, the cool air-conditioned cold air came to his face, but also dispersed the faint trace of nervousness in Shenlang's heart. Raising his eyes, at this time, in the large living room, or sitting, or standing, has come more than 20 people, men and women half, all wearing exquisite dress. Several attendants shuttled through the crowd, attentively addressing the needs of the guests. Just at the moment Shenlang and Su Miaohan came in hand, the noisy hall was suddenly quiet. More than 20 pairs of eyes unanimously looked towards them. Golden couple. Almost everyone thought of this word. There were quite a few handsome male and beautiful female celebrity couples in the entertainment industry, but they all paled in comparison in front of this pair in front of them. Shenlang was stared at uncomfortably and had the feeling of a large horse monkey being surrounded by people. Fortunately, Chu Gongzi walked over in time and walked to Su Miaohan with a big smile, his eyes crossing a flash of amazement and extremely subtle greed. "Miaohan, you are so beautiful today." "Thanks." Su Miaohan responded with a smile, "You are also very handsome." Chu Gongzi greeted Chen Meng again, and only then did he drop his line of sight to Shenlang's face. Shenlang will come, he knew early on, just did not expect to change into formal where Shenlang will be so handsome. The heart cannot help but give birth to jealousy. He is also a recognized face value ceiling in the entertainment industry, but his looks are slightly feminine, and he has lost excessive weight for the camera, and his body is dry and thin, and compared to Shenlang's sunny handsomeness and well-defined body line, he is less manly. "Mr. Shen, thank you for coming to my birthday banquet." Chu Gongzi warmly shook hands with Shenlang, that familiar appearance, as if the two were close friends who knew each other well. Shenlang also had to sigh at the other party's acting skills. At that moment, he also squeezed out a smile. "Mr. Chu, uninvited, I wish you a happy birthday, year after year, year after year." "Ha, thank you for your blessing, I have to greet other guests. Mr. Shen, please feel free to treat this place as your own home." Chu Gongzi stepped forward and got close to Shenlang's body, and said in a cold voice in his ear, "Later, I will propose to Miaohan at the right time, and our marriage is agreed by her family. You'd better be sensible, don't mess up at the critical moment, otherwise I will make sure that you can't mix in the entertainment industry. You know, I have this ability." After letting out the vicious words, he revealed a smiling face again and patted Shenlang's back and left. Chapter 55 Jiang Yamo Nong's Temptation. Shenlang is really speechless to the extreme, plus Chu Gongzi, there are already 3 people who warned him today. Although Su Miaohan is beautiful, is the princess of the Su family who is high up in the sky, is the $10 billion female president, and is a stunning beauty with a far-reaching reputation for voluptuousness. No matter which identity, it was enough to make a large number of men rush to her. But he had never had any unprofessional thoughts. Why do these people always feel that they will definitely pester her? The many guests in this hall, he did recognize a few people. A few of them were popular stars in the entertainment industry, and a few of them were actors from the cast of The Legend of the Fragrant Concubine who had dinner together that day, and Li Xiangling was among them. However, Shenlang did not go to make friends with the mind. It is estimated that with his current reputation, go to the people may not be willing to take care of. Simply found a seat in the corner and took out his cell phone to play the game. "Shenlang, you stay here, do not walk and do not talk nonsense, no?" Chen Meng stared at him like a thief. "Don't worry, I won't go anywhere." Shenlang is a bit helpless. Why is it like coaxing a child? Chen Meng, today also came a few college students. She wanted to go over to say hello. After Chen Meng left, Shenlang's suddenly came a poof. A charming voice giggled. "Everyone is drinking and chatting, and you are alone hiding here playing games?" Shenlang raised his head in bewilderment and saw a charming and moving face. She put her face extremely close, her big eyes staring at the game screen in the cell phone, and the hot wind that sprayed out splashed out and sprayed on Shenlang's neck, as if electrocuted, like tingling and unbearable. Shenlang seemed like a frightened quail and hurriedly pulled away from her. "You are so cute." The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Shenlang's expression was a little embarrassed. The moment he saw this woman, he recognized the other party. Jiang Yamo known. Although this was the first time the two had met, Shenlang had once seen her on a financial program. Just now when he came in hand with Su Miaohan, the other party should have seen it and should have guessed his identity as well. Now, but still deliberately approaching himself, Shenlang has reason to suspect that her motives are not pure. "Mr. Jiang, I think there should be nothing to talk about between us." Shenlang's tone was detached. From his personal point of view, he had no grievances or enmity with Jiang Menong. But after all, he is still Su Miaohan's nominal husband, and the other party is Su Miaohan's nemesis, so it seems natural to take on this hatred. I heard a long time ago that Su Miaohan married an ordinary person. To be honest, I have always been quite curious. Jiang Yamou blinked her eyes and stared at Shenlang's face, and her knitted brows and smile had a kind of charm that seduced people's souls. Su Miaohan, this woman, from childhood to the eyes on the top of the head, high-minded, unbeatable. I am very curious, what kind of man can conquer her? Now look at it, the selling phase is indeed very tempting. After saying that, she even wanted to reach out and stroke Shenlang's face. Shenlang's face is black, hastily skimmed the head to avoid, turned around and wanted to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Is there any interest in leaving Su Miaohan with me? Jiang Yamo's sassy voice with a soft clip sound. I heard that you followed her for 3 years, and now it is still an 18-line small actor. This woman is also too unsympathetic. Obviously under the banner of a film and television company, with your looks, just give some resources or fire. She froze and refused to give. In the end, something happened and let you out to take the blame. This kind of heartless woman, what is there to miss? Although she is beautiful, I am not worse than her. If you follow me, I promise to help you become a first-line star, and I'll quintuple the amount of money she pays you every month. How about that? The conditions are very attractive, but Shenlang is indifferent. Mr. Jiang, I hope you respect yourself. There are a lot of good-looking men in this world. You can go to other men if you have money, although I am poor, but I have my own personality. I hope you do not insult me. Putting down these words, Shenlang turned around and left without any attachment. It was really not expected. Jiang Yamo's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Since she was a child, she liked to compete with Su Miaohan, and just now, when she saw Shenlang hiding alone in the corner, she instantly got a plan. Recently, she had achieved good results by sniping Su Miaohan in business. If she could strike her in the love field, Jiang Yamou felt excited just thinking about it. So there was this play. It was just that she hadn't expected that she had offered such generous conditions, and this man froze without a heartbeat. Interesting man. Jiang Yamou was suddenly interested in this man and wanted to know if he really had principles or was a hypocrite. Wow, this one seems to be a Fazioli Bruni piano, worth $500,000. Mr. Su is really generous. Shenlang just walked to the other side. The staff outside the door carried in a piano, which immediately caused a gasp of surprise. Shenlang was a bit surprised to see this piano. This piano should be Su Miaohan's birthday gift to Chu Gongza, worth $500,000 is indeed not expensive, but compared with the one at home is still a grade. Last time he refused to accept that piano. Shenlang originally thought that Su Miaohan would transfer that piano to him on Chu Gongza's birthday. I did not expect to actually buy a new one. Miaohan, this. Seeing this piano, Chu Gongza was also a bit dumbfounded. The one at home was too lazy to move, so I rebought one for you. Do you like it? Su Miaohan asked with a smile. She has said so. Chu Gongza in front of so many people ask is not good to say anything else. Reluctantly a smile said. As long as it is a gift from you, I like it. This sentence full of ambiguous words immediately caused the scene a rising sound. These people seemed to have forgotten about Shenlang's existence. Perhaps all remembered that there was such a person, but did not take him seriously at all. Miaohan, thank you for the gift. It just so happens that in the past 2 days I have learned a new song. I will play it for you. Chu Gongza existed to show off. Sitting in front of the piano, after a little brewing, his 10 fingers flew on the keys. The beautiful melody floated in the hall. It is the Memorial of Love. Recently on the internet is very hot a song. I did not expect Chu Gongza's piano level is so high, really good to listen to. Chu Gongza was also too good. He could act, sing well, and his piano skills were also this strong. Or this song, I don't know how the composer came up with it. Every time I hear it, it's especially touching. Ha, I set this song as my cell phone ringtone a long time ago. Shenlang stood outside the crowd, listening with an odd expression on his face. Not to mention whether Chu Gongza played well or not, the fact that he would choose this song to perform was indeed something that Shenlang had not expected. Fortunately, no one at the scene knew that this song was his, or else there would be more trouble. He was standing there like a wax statue, but he did not see Su Miaohan glancing towards him several times, and the luster in her eyes was unusually complex. Chapter 56. Both Shang Yu and He Shang Liang. The song ended, and the scene thundered with applause. Shenlang was still standing at the outskirts of the crowd as a melon-eating crowd. Chen Meng suddenly walked towards him, grabbed his arm and walked towards the outside. You come with me. What's going on? Shenlang was puzzled. I have something I want to say to you. You come out with me for a moment. Chen Meng had a stern face and yanked him outward with force without saying a word. Shen Lang followed her to the outside, directly into a car. Shen Lang remembered that this car seems to be Chu Gongza's. Chen Meng drove the car aimlessly. Chen Meng drove the car aimlessly around the city and did not speak. Chu Gongza is proposing to Mr. Su, right? Shen Lang suddenly asked. Chen Meng was stunned for a moment. You brought me out on Chu Gongza's authorization, worrying that I would mess up at the critical moment? Shen Lang continued to ask. Chen Meng silently stopped the car by the side and turned sideways to look at Shen Lang's face. Shen Lang, some things are not something you can force. You are a smart person, I think you should understand. Today's marriage proposal is something that Chu Gongza spent a lot of money and effort preparing for, and it can't afford to be a little bit of a blunder. I don't care what you think, your appearance at that occasion is a time bomb. Maybe you won't stand up and make trouble, but Jiang Mo Nong is still there, and we're worried that Jiang Mo Nong will take you to task at a critical moment. I hope you can understand my hard work. Shen Lang wanted to laugh. Su Miaohan had gone to great lengths to call on herself in order for her to see Chu Gongza propose to her and thus die. Chen Meng and Chu Gongza, on the other hand, did not want him to stay on that occasion. In the end, it was he, Shen Lang, who was the one who was not the one at both ends. Pulled open the car door to get out, Shen Lang looked at Chen Meng and said, "You put me." Shen Lang looked too flat. I have never had a day with the idea of climbing the dragon in Phoenix. Su is always rich, but I Shen Lang also have hands and feet. I can rely on their own hands and feet to open up a piece of heaven and earth. And, Ms. Chen, you're actually more pathetic than I am. What do you mean? Chen Meng frowned. Shen Lang laughed. I am only a nominal couple with Mr. Su, we have no feelings for each other, and we are scattered. But you obviously love Chu Gongza, but do not dare to say, but also actively help him to pursue other women. You sleep alone at night, heart does not hurt? Chen Meng's face changed greatly and screamed, you fart. Shen Lang smiled and didn't say anything. He has known Chen Meng for so many years. Every time she mentions the name Chu Gongza she has a gentle face, and the way she looks at him is even more drawn out. As long as she is not a fool, she can see her sheer affection for Chu Gongza. It is just that she herself is willing to pretend to be deaf and dumb, and Shen Lang is not obliged to say anything more. Taking a few steps forward, Shen Lang suddenly remembered something and turned back. In Chen Meng's stern gaze, he took out a stack of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Since they are already an unmarried couple, it is indeed no longer appropriate for me to live there, and I will move out when I go back later. The things in here should be something that General Manager Su is in dire need of. Please help me pass it on to her. It's a bit of a congratulatory gift from me to her and White Moonlight for tying the knot. Chen Meng took the paper and looked into his melancholy eyes, wanting to speak. She suddenly remembered that this man had cancer and didn't have long to live. Wasn't she being too cruel to him by doing this? But soon she thought of Chu Gongza. She knew how much Chu Gongza wanted to marry Su Miaohan. This had been his long-cherished wish for many years. Shen Lang was like a big mountain in between them. Only by moving him away could Chu Gongza get what he wanted. I will pass it on to her. What are your next plans? If there is anything you need help with, you can look for me. Chen Meng's face gradually eased. Thank you, no need for now. Shen Lang returned a smile, but from today onwards I won't have the means to make medicinal porridge for General Manager Su. Last time, I gave her a recipe, but she doesn't know about the kitchen and has a lot of things to do, so when she gets busy, she forgets everything. I will send the recipe to you on WeChat in a moment. You can either boil it yourself or ask others to boil it. In short, let her drink a bowl every night before 9 o'clock. Chen Meng looked at his seriously admonishing face, and a strong sourness surged within her heart. It had come to this time. His nominal wife was about to agree to someone else's marriage proposal, and he was actually still worried about her health. Putting aside his family history, this man in front of him was impeccable in every way. He was handsome, gentle, considerate, filial, and kind. And his acting skills are also very good. It can be said that he has talent and face. If it wasn't for Chu Gongza, this man would really be a good match for Miaohan. It is a pity that both you and Liang were born. Silently watching Shen Lang move away from sight, Chen Meng sighed in reverse direction to return to Chu Gongza's villa. When she returned here, she instantly froze. She had only taken Shen Lang for a 2-hour drive outside. How could it already be empty? The villa was still full of rose petals, so it was obvious how romantic the proposal was. Chen Meng? Chu Gongza stood on the 3rd floor, his expression a bit ugly. Chu Gongza, what's going on here? How come everyone dispersed so quickly? Chen Meng asked in surprise. According to reason, today is Chu Gongza's birthday. Coupled with a successful marriage proposal, double happiness, it is impossible to disperse without gathering until the evening. Chu Gongza held a cup of red wine in his hand, tilted his head and took a sip. You come with me. Going up to the screening room on the third floor, Chu Gongza pressed the button, and the big screen suddenly appeared on the screen of the proposal at that time. Only to see the blackout curtains around the villa suddenly pulled up, and in the darkness, two pink beams of light fell from the sky, casting on Su Miahan and Chu Gongza respectively. Accompanied by the rose petals fluttering in the sky, Chu Gongza held roses in one hand, held the diamond ring box in the other hand, and walked towards Su Miahan, who was still in a stupor, with deep affection. 2 steps away from Su Miahan, Chu Gongza knelt down on one knee, tilted his head and looked at Su Miahan with love in his eyes. Miahan, I still remember the day I first saw you. You were dressed in a white dress, like a fairy in the sky. From that moment on you walked into my heart. The day you agreed to go out with me, I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. As you know, many girls around me pursue me, like me, but I have you. Eyes can no longer tolerate other people. During those 3 years abroad, I thought of you every day and wanted to fly back to see you. But I know, my status is not worthy of you. Those 3 years, I tried my best to practice the basic skills. Others rest, I was practicing songs. Others travel, I was practicing acting in front of the mirror. I do not dare to waste a minute and a second. I didn't dare to waste a single second. Because I knew that I could only marry you if I worked harder and became a better version of myself. Now, I think I have done this, and also obtained the consent of your family. Today, in front of many friends and relatives, I solemnly propose to you. I swear that in the future I will love you with all my might, take care of you, and won't let you suffer a single bit of harm or aggravation. Miahan, I love you, marry me, okay? Chapter 57. The first time I loved someone. Marry him. Marry him. The surrounding guests were up in arms. Su Miahan hung her eyes and looked fixedly at Chu Gongza's handsome face. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. You get up first. Miahan. Chu Gongza froze slightly. Today is your birthday banquet, other first. Su Miahan tone flat. Recently the company has a lot of things. I temporarily have no way to consider other things. I hope you can understand. Miahan, I will get up first and talk about it, okay? Su Miahan's eyebrows knitted slightly. She hated this feeling of being surrounded by people. She understood that Chu Gongza was trying to give her a surprise, but the other party didn't understand her character. She wasn't the kind of clueless little girl who liked others to create surprises and romance. What she wants is just the kind of heart-to-heart, mutual feelings, not like a circus monkey for people to watch the uproar. At this time, she suddenly wondered what the scene would be if it was Xinlang who proposed. He would definitely not invite a whole bunch of people, but would sincerely take out the ring in some quiet solitary space. He probably wouldn't say a whole lot of confession words either, and would only exchange sincerity for sincerity after determining the sincerity of both of them. Perhaps, this was the proposal she wanted the most. Thinking of Xinlang, her heart suddenly panicked a little, looking around to find the figure that wandered away from the crowd, but never saw it. Chen Meng accompanied Chu Gongza to watch this marriage proposal video, and Chu Gongza feels sorry for Chu Gongza. Deep inside, there is some hidden joy. Chu Gongza, although Miahan didn't say yes, she didn't explicitly reject you either. Chen Meng smiled and consoled. It might be that your marriage proposal today was too sudden, and she wasn't mentally prepared for it. Chu Gongza's eyes lit up. What you said also makes sense. Maybe it's really because I was too hasty. There is also recently there are really a lot of things in the company. Miahan is busy every day. Maybe she really does not have this mood now. Chen Meng continued. Later go back, I will help you ask her, see what she really thinks. Chen Meng, thank you, you have helped me too much in these years. Chu Gongza smiled and looked at her. Chen Meng pretty face flushed, heart thumping, nothing, we are all classmates. Yes, we are the best classmates. Someday I will treat you to a big meal. Then I'll go back first, and wait for your big meal. Chen Meng smiled playfully, stood up and prepared to leave. What are you holding in your hand? You've been pinching it since you entered. Chu Gongza curiously looked at the stack of information in her hand. Just now he inadvertently looked at it, as if he saw a pentameter. Oh, it was given to me by Xinlang and asked me to pass it on to Miahan. I haven't read it yet. Do you mind letting me take a look? Hearing that it was Xinlang's request to pass it on to Su Miahan, Chu Gongza's heart rose in alarm. Chen Meng hesitated slightly, saw Chu Gongza's expectant eyes, couldn't bear to reject him, nodded, and handed the information to him. The first time you love someone? If one day you are moved to love, you must first keep the secret. Before you figure out the other side of the bottom, do not pour your true heart, because the acid that cannot be eaten, the most sour, the first to fall in love, the most miserable. Gray days, your face. Love has also cried and laughed and heard after only goodbye. Chu Gongza's main profession is singing, had systematically studied music, of course, also know the 5-line score, just later on the contrary, in the acting industry to stand firm. He followed the pentatonic score, gently humming the melody, slowly, leaning on the back of the chair, body a little bit sit straight, eyes also become serious. This was a rare and good song. The melody was soft and the lyrics were moving, showing the sweetness and fluttering of first love. From a professional point of view, the song adopts a simple and easy-to-remember melody, and the melody lingers in the mind for a long time after listening to it only once, giving people a warm and cozy feeling. The strong emotion goes straight to the heart, as if dreaming back to the first love, evoking the sizzle and softness hidden in the heart and triggering resonance. This song was given to you by Shen Lang? Chu Gongzi asked in shock. Yes, why? Is this a song? Just listen to you humming, seems to be quite good. Chen Meng was also curious, Shen Lang actually still writes songs? Chu Gongzi took a deep breath. This song is very good, no matter who sings it, it has the potential to become a masterpiece. So powerful? Chen Meng's eyes widened. But from the lyrics and tune, it was a song sung by a girl. Hearing this, Chen Meng suddenly thought of something. He couldn't have written it for Zhang Yuqing, right? How? Chen Meng said, didn't the company always want to sign Zhang Yuqing as a spokesperson, but her request was that she wanted a masterpiece. It must be that Shen Lang knew about this matter and customized the song specifically for Zhang Yuqing. The matter of Zhang Yuqing's request for a song was something Chu Gongzi had also heard about, it was just that he was not clear that Su Miaohan wanted to sign her. For a time, Chu Gongzi's face became ugly. If this song written by Shen Lang really made Zhang Yuqing fancy it, then it would be the same as Su Miaohan owing Shen Lang a favor, and then these two would be even more involved. This was something he would never allow to see. Damn Shen Lang, how can he still have this kind of talent, handing him a big problem? Chu Gongzi secretly hated in his heart. Chen Meng. Chu Gongzi sighed in dismay, his eyes softly looking into Chen Meng's eyes. You also know that Miaohan, that person, has a cold face and a hot heart. In fact, her heart is especially kind. She was already feeling guilty about Shen Lang being a nanny for her for 3 years, and after I came back from Goryeo, Miaohan's attitude towards me was not as good as it used to be. Previously I did not understand what this is the reason, and then slowly realized that it is all because of Shen Lang. For 3 years, he took care of Miaohan, even if she was a stone, he warmed her up. Miaohan, that person's feelings are relatively slow, perhaps even she herself does not know, or is not willing to admit. She definitely has a good feeling towards Shen Lang, whether she likes Shen Lang or not, but at least there is a good feeling. Now the reason why she is still willing to contact me and send me gifts is because I saved her life back then. Speaking here, his eyes are slightly red, and his tender appearance is pitiful to me. But I really cannot let go of her, I dream of being with her, without her, I will really die. Chu Gongzi, don't be like this, Miaohan definitely still likes you. Chen Meng looked intolerant and followed with red eyes. No. Chu Gongzi shook his head. In the past, I might still have hope, but if Shen Lang's song is really looked at by Zhang Yuqing, I won't have any hope at all. At that time, Miaohan's heart will completely favor Shen Lang, and my chances of salvaging it are too slim. Chen Meng also thought of the importance Su Miaohan placed on Zhang Yuqing. In order to create a good song for her, in the past 2 days she used her connections to personally call several big-name musicians, and also offered a heavy reward on several music websites. It can be imagined that Shen Lang's song, if it is really selected, it is like sending Su Miaohan a huge favor. With Su Miaohan's character, it was really possible that she would favor Shen Lang because of this. Chen Meng. As she was thinking, a pair of jade hands were suddenly tightly gripped in a pair of large hot hands. Chen Meng's eyes widened violently, her body trembled like an electric shock, and she raised her head to see Chu Gongzi's handsome face that was close at hand, as well as the pair of eyes that contained affection and supplication. Chen Meng, I know you are the best for me, only you can help me at this time. Chapter 58 Chu Gongzi's Aura. Chen Meng hurriedly withdrew her hand from him, her eyes flickered, not daring to look at him, and she stammered and asked. Hi, how can I help you? Chu Gongzi said excitedly, This song can you give me? Give it to you? Chen Meng snapped her head up and looked at him with a dumbfounded face. I don't want to, I really don't want to do this, you know me, I Chu Gongzi want something, always rely on my own hands to fight. I am a Chu family member, but look, what have I taken from the Chu family over the years? However, this is about Su Miaohan, I had to violate my conscience once. Speaking here, his eyes were already flooded with tears. Chen Meng, if you help me this once, I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life. You want to keep this song for yourself? Chen Meng heard and understood his intentions, her eyes full of disbelief. The Chu Gongzi in her mind was handsome, hard-working, kind, talented, and of good character, and these many virtues had her deeply enamored by him. But he was now mouthing off about wanting to steal someone else's work. This was difficult for Chen Meng to accept, and in that moment, the other party's flawless image in her heart seemed to have broken a gaping hole. After her eyes stared for more than 10 seconds, Chen Meng spoke with difficulty, "I'm sorry Chu Gongza, I can't do this. This is Shen Lang's heart and soul. He definitely didn't put in a lot of effort in order to create this song. Moreover, Nyohan has treated me so well all these years, I can't cheat her. You're so talented, why don't you compose another song yourself? Maybe it's better than this one." Chu Gongza laughed miserably. "In a short period of time, do you think it's possible? Forget it, it's me who is useless. Without talent like Shen Lang, I deserve to be pried into by him. Losing Miahan, there is no point for me to live. Instead of waiting to see them in the future, it is better for me to die now." With that, he charged towards the balcony. "Chu Gongza!" Chen Meng screamed and hugged his waist from behind, crying, "You do not do anything stupid. I'll help you all right." Hearing this, a wisp of a triumphant sneer flashed out of the corner of Chu Gongza's eye. When he turned around, he converted into a look of pain again. "I'm sorry Chen Meng, letting you suffer. I know this makes it difficult for you, but I really don't have any other way now. With this song, Miahan will definitely be impressed with me. I'll work harder, maybe I can take her soon. When we get married and have a child, I'll let you be the child's godmother, and in addition, I'll let Miahan mention you as the company's vice president." A few pies slammed past, but Chen Meng didn't look happy. Although she often helped Chu Gongza put in a good word with Su Miaohan, and even hostile to Shen Lang because of Chu Gongza, but never did anything against her conscience, this matter made her heart very uneasy, and she also felt particularly indebted to Shen Lang. He was already a terminal cancer patient. She still pitched him like this. Is she still considered a person? But when she looked up and saw Chu Gongza's surprised face, she couldn't say anything again. "You wait a moment, I'll first call to confirm if the song has a registered copyright." Chu Gongza remembered this matter. In case the copyright had already been registered, it would be futile for him to dish out more. Immediately, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number, asking his assistant to hurry to the copyright network to check. 10 minutes later, after determining that the song hadn't registered its copyright, the smile that spread across his face could no longer be suppressed. This stupid such a good song, actually not even registering the copyright, deserved to be stolen by himself. "Chen Meng, it's been confirmed, this song hasn't been registered for the time being. Let's hurry up and go find Miao Han and give her this song," Chu Gongza said impatiently. Chen Meng tangled for a while and nodded bitterly. "Those few musicians, are they still not moving now?" In the office, Su Miaohan called and urged Wang Haidao, the general manager of her entertainment company. "Mr. Su, you've already asked for the second time today." Wang Haidao is very helpless. Creation is also need to spend time, not to mention a good song, inspiration, sculpture, indispensable. The kind of inspiration cannot be encountered at first glance. Su Miaohan frowned. "This matter is very urgent. Without delay, to those musicians to increase the money, be sure to write the song to me within 3 days. Hanging up the phone, Su Miaohan leaned back in her chair exhausted. Jiang Yamo known this woman is really doing absolutely, in order to a wider range of Blosu's group's business, recently personally with its signing of the few big names in the national catwalk, all kinds of promotional activities are endless, a variety of different. The other party has obviously planned for a long time, early preparation of sufficient cash flow, is waiting for this opportunity to step on the Su group to enter the drinking water market in a big way. The profit of this piece of cake is too tempting, enough to make anyone's eyes red. Organized a bit of information, Su Miaohan is ready to go to the meeting. The door came knocking. "Enter." Chen Meng hung her head slightly, her hands nervously pinching the corner of her coat as she led Chu Gongza in. "Why did you come?" Su Miaohan looked at this face of Chu Gongza. Her heart was a little annoyed for no reason. At noon Chu Gongza's marriage proposal, she did not choose to explicitly refuse. That was because at that time it was the other party's birthday banquet, and those present were all his friends and family. Su Miaohan wanted to give him a few points of face. But also at that moment, she really realized that to this former lover no longer have the same feelings at the beginning. He was chasing after him now. Could it be because the lack of a clear rejection had given him some kind of delusion? "Miaohan, I heard that your company is looking for a song recently. These 2 days I worked overtime to rush out a song. I originally wanted to give it to you after the birthday banquet. I didn't expect you to leave so quickly." Chu Gongza offered a treasure, took out the stack of manuscripts from his pocket. "You see if this song can work?" Su Miaohan was full of consternation. "This is the song you wrote? I heard Chen Meng say that you were so anxious that you couldn't sleep every day for this song, and I was especially heartbroken, and it just so happened that I was inspired, and the song was quite smooth." Chu Gongza revealed a sunny warm smile. Su Miaohan looked at him in a daze for 2 seconds. "Thank you. Regardless of whether this song is appropriate or not, this sincerity of the other party makes her very touched. Opening the manuscript, Su Miahan bypassed the pentatonic score and read the lyrics. She read it very carefully. After the first time, the surprise in her eyes increased. Chu Gonza will write songs, this thing she also knows. He created those songs Su Miahan all listened to. Clear Color is the kind of electroacoustic English songs, which occasionally mixed with a few sentences of the Dragon Country text, foreign not foreign, soil not earth. But those lyrics are by professional lyricist manipulation. Chu Gonza so far has not published a piece of his own lyrics. To his little cultural literacy, can write out this kind of lyrics? Could it really be a flash of light? Chapter 59: The Beautiful Simplified Painting. Regardless of how Chu Gonza wrote this song, it now ultimately gave her hope. Su Miahan immediately took pictures and sent the sheet music to Wang Haidao, asking him to immediately arrange for the female singer to record a small sample and send it to Zhang Yuqing's side for a trial listen. They waited in the office for nearly 2 hours. Wang Haidao's call came over. "Mr. Su, good news." Zhang Yuqing and her team listened to it and were very satisfied with the song. It just so happens that she is filming an urban drama over here in Shanghai and will be arriving at the company soon to negotiate. Su Miahan took a deep breath. The big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. "Okay, I'll be right over." More than half an hour later, when they arrived at the recording studio, Zhang Yuqing and her team had already arrived first. "Ms. Zhang, welcome." Su Miahan smiled and shook hands with Zhang Yuqing. "Mr. Su, I should be the one to thank you for finding such a good song for me. This song I especially like," Zhang Yuqing said with a sweet smile. "It's good that Ms. Zhang is satisfied." Zhang Yuqing blinked her eyes. "Right, Mr. Su, can I know which musician composed this song? I personally like this monologue very much. Can't eat the sour most sour, the first to move the heart of the most miserable. This is not the current love portrayal of it. And this musician should have seen my work. Know that I was sweet lover this drama out of the circle. This song and this drama is simply a high degree of fit, but also very consistent with my personal character and characteristics." Zhang Yuqing became more and more excited as she spoke, looking as if the songwriter was her confidant. "Ms. Zhang is highly praised." Chu Gonza stood out at the right time and said with a spring in his step, "In order to help Ms. Zhang write this song, I've read all of your works, and you were right when you said that this song was inspired by the drama Sweet Lovers. It's my honor that Ms. Zhang likes this song." Zhang Yuqing's eyes showed surprise. "Mr. Chu, you wrote this song?" "Inspiration came to me by chance." Chu Gonza smiled modestly. "Wow. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to not only be good at acting, but also be so talented in music." Zhang Yuqing let out a gasp of amazement before pointing at a printed copy of the song score and asking, "Mr. Chu, can I take the liberty of asking an irrelevant question? I see that on these sheets of sheet music, on the 4 corners of each sheet, there is a lilac flower simplified painting. May I ask if this has any special meaning?" As soon as this question was asked, everyone couldn't help but look towards the sheet music with curiosity. Sure enough, they saw that the 4 corners of the sheet music had all been painted with a very beautiful lilac flower simplified picture. Su Miahan also raised her head to look at Chu Gonza. It seemed like she hadn't seen him have this habit before. This. Chu Gonza was caught off guard, but fortunately quickly calmed down. "In fact, there is no special meaning, just think it looks good." This kind of small matter everyone did not dwell on it, and next, things went smoothly. Zhang Yuqing got a satisfactory song, and was very quick to sign an endorsement contract with Su Miahan. "Shen Lang, the accommodations here are limited, so I can only commission you first." Shen Lang went back to pack up his things, first contacted the agent Lu Chang, heard that he temporarily has no place to live. Lu Chang immediately communicated with the company to arrange a set of company artist dormitory for him. The area is not big, only more than 50 square feet, compared with Su Miahan's villa. Of course, it is a world of difference, but the victory is that the decoration is quite good. Warm colors are very warm. "Brother Lu, trouble you, this place is quite good." Shen Lang visited around the house, 1 room, 1 hall, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, to meet his own stay completely enough. "That's fine, you live first." Lu Chang laughed. "These days I strive to help you talk down a few more commercials. I think it won't be long before you can live in the mansion you bought." In addition, Wang Qin lives in the neighborhood. Need to buy anything, or need to run errands in life, you will find her. You shouldn't go out much in your current situation. In case you are recognized, the consequences will be serious. Wang Qin also immediately said, "Shen brother, my cell phone is on 24 hours a day. What do you need to call me at any time? I will be the first time to arrive." "I'll be there the first time." There is no work in hand for the time being, some necessities just now Wang Qin has helped to buy all, so they did not stay, chat for a while and left. After they left, Shenlang and fine room carefully cleaned again, table chairs closet wiped glowing bright, until there is no dust, which only stopped. The living room is not large, Shenlang made his own plan again. The right side near the windowsill of an area empty out, will record equipment set up, but also left a piano position. In the future, this is where he will record videos. Looking at the brand new room, Shenlang finally revealed a satisfied smile. Looking at the watch, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He suddenly remembered Su Miaohan. At this time, Zhu Gongzi probably had already succeeded in his marriage proposal, and a bunch of people were gathered in his villa holding champagne to celebrate. Although in his heart, he was happy that Su Miaohan was finally happy with the white moonlight, but in a corner of his heart, he was vaguely acidic, so much so that he couldn't be happy. Clicking on Su Miaohan's WeChat page, the message was still stuck in the scene from 10 days ago, when Shenlang packed his bags and was ready to leave, and asked her if she would come back home at night. In the past few years, they rarely chatted, and most of the chat messages on it were Shenlang taking a vacation, or Su Miaohan coming home at night and asking him to make dinner for 2 people. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar dialogue box, Shenlang's expression was a little dumbfounded, typing a line and deleting it one by one. He felt that since he left, it seems necessary to talk to Su Miaohan. After all, it is not very polite to others to say goodbye without saying goodbye. But thought of Su Miaohan may now be with Zhu Gongzi together, love and affection, this WeChat sent out, perhaps it is to defeat people's interest. Forget it, this time she asked me to go to the banquet, the purpose is to let me die, no longer have unrealistic thoughts about her. I now leave, is not exactly the result she wants, she happy cannot wait, and then send a microblogging is just futile to annoy people. Thinking of this, Shenlang forked off Su Miaohan's chat box, sat down in front of the desk, and patiently folded up the stacked paper. He looked meticulous, the corners of his mouth overflowing with heartfelt smiles and tenderness, as if that one handmade product is his dearest loved one. As the sky gradually darkened, Shenlang stood up and stretched, carefully putting the table full of handicrafts into a cardboard box. When he was about to go to the kitchen to cook, a phone call came. Chapter 60 SG. Evening Summer Sister. Shenlang happily answered the call. Shenlang, I'm outside your neighborhood, is it convenient to come out? Gu Eveningsia's gentle voice came over. You're in Mingyue neighborhood? Shenlang froze for a moment, I don't live there anymore. You don't live here anymore? Gu Wanxia quickly asked, then where are you now? I will come over immediately. On the Songjiang side, the address is. Knowing that Gu Wanxia is coming over, Shenlang made a meal for 2 people, and the meal was just on the table, when a knock came from outside the door. When he opened the door, it was really Gu Wanxia. She was carrying a handbag in her hand, and underneath was a pair of white hot pants, wearing a half-sleeve t-shirt on top, with a delicate and youthful figure. Shenlang also noticed the small beads of sweat on her forehead, obviously because she was in a hurry to go. Sister, evening summer, it's too hot outside, come in and blow the air conditioning. Gu Wanxia smiled at him and handed over the handbag. A friend just came back from abroad, I asked her to help me bring a gift for you. Give me? Shenlang froze for a moment, snapped and did not dare to accept. Late summer sister, no merit, I cannot want your gift. I can't take your gift. Gu Eveningsia rarely pampered a sentence. Shenlang, a little embarrassed, carefully opened the handbag, found that there is an exquisite box. After opening it, it was actually a beautifully shaped fountain pen. Do you like it? This is the limited edition fountain pen of the Deutsche Paragon series, issued 2024 pieces worldwide. Gu Wanxia smiled. I heard Grandma Zhao say that you like to write, so this fountain pen is just right for you. This is too expensive, I can't take it. Shenlang waved his hand. Once he heard that it was a limited edition, there was no need to think that this fountain pen must be very expensive. You look at the cap. Gu Wanxia reminded. Shenlang fixed his eyes on it, only to see 2 letters engraved on it, SG. Gu Eveningsia's pretty face was slightly flushed. I have already let someone carve the letters on it, and I can't even return it if I want to, so if you don't want it, you can only throw it away. This. Shenlang tangled for a moment, but still hardened his head and received it. Seeing this, Gu Wanxia's stunningly beautiful pretty face suddenly hung a wisp of bright and moving smile. By the way, Shenlang, why did you suddenly move here? Isn't your contract with Mr. Su still more than a month away? Shenlang didn't hide it, she agreed to her white moonlight proposal today. It's not appropriate for me to live there anymore, and I shouldn't go back in the future. She agreed to someone else's marriage proposal? Hearing this news, Gu Wanxia should have been happy, but at the moment she is very angry. Although she and you are only contractually married, but after all, they are a legal couple who have received a marriage license, she did this, where will she put you? Lang laughed bitterly. I do not matter. In fact, from the beginning we know each other will have such a day. When signing the contract she also told me early. She and I have no feelings for each other, and ending it early is a good thing for everyone. Do you really think so? Gu Wanxiao looked at him steadily. Su Miaohan is a great beauty, that look even she is a woman see all heart, Lang, and she lived under the same roof for 3 years, is not a little affection? Of course. Lang laughs, evening summer sister what do you think, I am a fatherless and motherless orphans, people are 10 billion female president, Su family pearl, you do not think I can have something with her, right? Gu Wanxia disdainful skimming mouth, 10 billion female president and how, not the same as also 2 eyes and a mouth, she does not have to be superior. Lang laughed, he knew that Gu Wanxia is in the fight for himself, but also do not want to continue to explore this issue. Don't talk about her, right sister evening summer, you came to me today, it won't be a special trip over to give me a gift, right? Gu Wanxia hesitated for a moment and said with a bit of reluctance, besides this matter, there is also the matter about Grandpa Li. Lang's spirit was tightened, what happened to him? The targeted medicine is indeed effective, and in the past 2 days, Grandpa Li's spirit is much better than in the past after taking the medicine. However, we found that his body's drug resistance is much stronger than the average person. Lang quickly asked, what does this mean? It means that if an ordinary person can last another half a year after taking the targeted drug, in Grandpa Li's case, it might be 3 months at most. This is still the best prediction, Grandpa Li's health has always been very poor, may possibly have 2 months at most. Lang froze there in a daze. Lang, life and death have their own destiny, don't be too sad. Gu Wanxiao was full of heartache. Lang shook his head, I'm fine, thank you. Evening summer sister, there is really no other way, I now have money, even if I spend more money can. Gu Wanxiao sighed softly. Lang, let me say something that you might not like to hear. In fact, Grandpa Li has been in a lot of pain for a while now, and every time you go to the hospital and see him all smiles, it's all just him pretending, he doesn't want you to worry for him. I know that you are bent on prolonging Grandpa Li's life, but in this way, how is it not making his old man suffer more? Lang froze. Gu Wanxia added, do you know what Grandpa Li did before I came here today? What? Lang's voice trembled. Anti-nurse fed him target drugs, he took advantage of the auntie to go to the restroom, all to vomit out, I just passed by and saw it. Gu Wanxia's eyes reddened, he was really in too much pain and wanted to die. Lang, don't force it anymore, Grandpa Li really can't take it anymore. Lang did hold his head, 10 fingers clasped hair, constantly shaking his head. He really didn't expect that a well-intentioned attempt to prolong his grandfather's life had brought him more pain. Large tears rolled down from the circles of his eyes, Lang was like a helpless child, thrown by the waves in the ocean, unable to see the other shore. In the hazy circles of his eyes, he seemed to see Grandpa Li smilingly holding his hand again, sneaking out to buy snacks behind Grandma Zhao's back. When he was chased and bullied by that family, he ferociously carried a knife and stood up his thin body to confront them. During that time when the children did not have enough to eat, he resolutely dragged his sick body to the construction site to move bricks, exhausted every day. Lang grew up without parents, and Grandpa Li was his father, who taught Lang by word and example what kindness and bravery are. He is the backbone of Lang to be able to live in this world, but also a link for him to float in this rootless world. He just wanted to do his best to grasp this tie, so that he knew that he was in this world as someone's heartache, someone misses, he is never alone. Even if it's just one more day, one more hour, one more minute.